I just simmered a pig's trotter, and it made all the kids in the neighborhood drool with excitement. Neighbors came knocking on my door. They wanted to know what I was cooking. The aroma wafted through the door, making them crave a few bowls of white rice. They even left bite marks on the door. A criminal even confessed on the spot just to get a bite of my food. A wealthy man lined up for me to cater his wedding feast, even for his second marriage. All because I was a top chef in my previous life. I started cooking with a ladle at the age of 3, wearing split-crotch pants. At 7, I took over the kitchen at my dad's restaurant. By 10, I had my own place, charging for cooking lessons. At 15, I won the Global Elite Chef competition. At 20, after winning 5 consecutive championships, I was made a lifetime judge. By 25, I was even more impressive, passing away young and leaving a perfect exclamation mark on my legendary life. Little did I expect to cross over into a parallel world after my death. I became a new officer just hired at the police station, but I'm just a cook. I don't know anything about catching criminals. I don't even know how to be a police officer, but luckily my first assignment was to work undercover selling snacks. Selling food is my forte. The food stall is not just my comfort zone, it's my domain. That night, I bought 40 pounds of pig trotters, and when I got home, I washed, chopped, and boiled them, finally simmering a whole bowl on low heat. That fragrant aroma was intoxicating. The next day, after setting up the Jianbingguozi stall, dressed like an ordinary vendor, a tiny earpiece in my ear began to transmit. The superior's voice instructed all departments to pay attention. The joint fishing operation has officially begun. Be careful not to alert the enemy. All eyes are on you. Report any developments immediately. Before long, a young girl walked up to the stall and asked, "Boss, how much is one Jianbingguozi?" The undercover officer reacted quickly, instinctively lowering his voice as he turned to the earpiece and asked, "How much is this Jianbingguozi?" The young girl thought he was asking her, puzzled, "Are you the boss or am I? Why are you asking me the price?" At the same time, the superior's voice came through the earpiece, "Is it a mutation or am I the one mutated? You're asking about the price, I'll decide for myself. The last report was about you all. It seems the other vendors are not making things easy for him." The officer selling the Jianbingguozi looked at the young girl and said, "You can decide how much to pay. 5 yuan is fine," the young girl replied, looking confused, feeling as if even if he had said 1 yuan, the other party would have agreed. Then the stall owner's actions left her even more baffled. She watched as the stall owner clumsily opened a jar and scooped out a spoonful of semi-solid batter, pouring it onto the jianbing pan with too much familiarity, likely unable to measure the right amount. He scooped at least 5 or 6 spoonfuls just to barely make one serving. However, due to his slow pace, by the time he scooped the second spoonful, the first one was already cooked, and when he scooped the 6th spoonful, the first spoonful had already burned. A strange burnt smell wafted through the air, causing the young girl to wrinkle her nose. The vendor panicked and hurriedly used his hands to remove the blackened lump of dough. In his distraction, he accidentally burned himself on the edges. The young girl furrowed her brows even tighter. Can this vendor really survive in the pancake world? "Master, is today your first day on the job?" No, I've been in this business for 5 or 6 years. Even in a panic, the undercover officer didn't forget the persona assigned by his superiors, claiming 5 or 6 years. Yet, just because he was distracted by a response, he threw the freshly cooked sausage into the trash while placing the plastic wrapper on the open pancake. Perhaps noticing the young girl's disapproving gaze, the vendor looked down and immediately panicked, reaching out with his hand and, unsurprisingly, burned himself again, grimacing in pain. Do you want to add an egg?" To ease the earlier awkwardness, the vendor pretended nothing had happened and threw out a question. "Sure, let's add one." The young girl, for some reason, began to stutter as she spoke. This time, the vendor was fully focused, hardly daring to breathe, and finally cracked a perfect egg, the moment he discarded the shell. The stall owner let out a heavy sigh of relief. Along with that, the young girl inexplicably sighed in relief as well. Finally, one step went smoothly. Suddenly, she saw the stall owner throw in 2 pieces of green vegetables and immediately start to roll up the pancake. The girl quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait, we're almost done. You didn't add the sauce, did you? And the egg isn't cooked yet, right?" The stall owner immediately became flustered again, asking if he should add it now. If the girl hadn't already scanned to pay, she would have turned and left by now. In the end, holding a messy pancake roll, the girl hesitated and said, "You're not one of those undercover cops from TV dramas, are you? Just pretending to run a stall while actually surveilling suspects?" As soon as she said that, the stall owner dropped his spatula in shock, hurriedly waving his hands. "Don't say such things. That's not true." He broke out in a sweat in the cold winter. Once the girl walked away, the voice of his superior came through the earpiece, scolding, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you to go back and watch the stall training videos? How is it that each of you reveals yourselves as soon as you set up a stall? Even ordinary people are suspicious of you. The suspects are so alert, they'll definitely become wary. Everyone, come back immediately, the operation is on hold. Hearing the furious tone of his superior, it was clear that the other undercover colleagues' food stalls had also failed before they even began, losing their cover first. 10 minutes later, 3 food trucks met at the intersection, and the stall owner was indeed part of this operation. 3 officers were sent to set up a stall. One sells pancakes, another sells stinky tofu, and the last one sells barbecue. They have a full range, but unfortunately, everything fell apart. After meeting, the 3 officers couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it looks so easy in the video, but it's really exhausting to do." Exactly. I thought I wasn't exposed at all. How could I be suspected of being mutated? It must be the ingredients that are wrong. My technique is correct. Suddenly, they noticed something was off with the numbers. Where's Xiao Chen? Why hasn't he come back? He couldn't still be on his way, could he? Meanwhile, a tricycle slowly appeared 50 meters outside the west gate of the electronics factory, carrying 2 large insulated containers tightly covered with blankets. There was a sign on the tricycle advertising braised pig trotters. I struggled to ride the tricycle, panting heavily, unable to tell whether the creaking sound was from the wheels or my own bones. With my physique, it's no wonder I'm at the bottom of the police force, unqualified for arrest duties. But it's fine, being sent to set up a stall as an informant feels like a return to my old trade. Upon reaching my destination, I parked the tricycle and lifted the blanket. In that instant, the rich aroma of braised meat rose like a mushroom cloud from an atomic explosion. Han Xiaomei is a female worker at the electronics factory, and she went to buy food to improve her meals. Little did she expect that a new pancake vendor would give her quite a shock. The entire Jianbingguozi had only 2 slices of lettuce, barely edible. After returning to the dorm, he grew more and more frustrated and decided to go out for another meal. Last time he bought Jianbingguozi at the east gate, this time, he went straight to the west gate, keeping a distance from that rookie vendor. As soon as he reached the entrance, Han Xiaomei caught a rich, almost tangible aroma. The aroma was fierce and overpowering, as if a madman sprinted over at full speed, punched him in the nose without a word, and then, without hesitation, yanked his hair and dragged him to the stall selling braised pig trotters. When Han Xiaomei came to her senses, she was surprised to realize she had unknowingly walked such a long distance. Looking around at the other diners, they all wore the same golden expressions. How did they get here in the blink of an eye? In front of him was a stall selling braised pig trotters. The vendor seemed to have arrived late and could only park the food cart in a small corner. The cart was brand new, its body and cookware shining brightly. The vendor also had a fresh face, clearly a first-time seller here. It's common for newcomers in the business to have skills that need to be evaluated. However, when he lifted the lid, the aroma boldly overwhelmed all the other food stalls. Even the stinky tofu and lawasifen stalls nearby paled in comparison to the pig trotters. The surrounding vendors immediately sensed a crisis. One of them, who also sold marinated dishes, had a glint in his eye as he thought of an unscrupulous way to compete. He raised his thick neck and shouted at me, "Bro, you've put in a bit too much tech and effort, haven't you? With a flavor like this, it looks like it's your first time doing business." Braised pig's trotters are also a type of marinated dish. You see, it's not that the heavier the seasoning, the better it tastes. The vendor deliberately said this in front of the customers drawn in by the aroma. He pretended to be a well-meaning veteran giving advice, rambling on about how the key to delicious marinated dishes is the broth's recipe, and how different ratios of traditional Chinese herbs create different flavors. Spices like star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and fennel may not smell as fragrant as those concocted with modern techniques, but they are all traditional skills passed down from our ancestors, healthy and nutritious. The marinated dish vendor sounded like a kind-hearted person, but he was actually hinting that my pig's trotters were made fragrant with chemical flavoring, while his marinated dishes were traditional, healthy, and nutritious. In this clumsy business battle, I couldn't help but smirk as many customers, upon hearing the vendor's words, abruptly changed direction, now asking, "How much for your marinated dishes?" Vegetables are 15 per pound, meat dishes are 30 per pound. Soon, everyone gathered at my braised pig's trotters stall dispersed and headed over to buy marinated dishes. In the end, only Han Xiaomei remained in front of my stall. Her damn curiosity made her want to try out the new stall. Everyone has heard about the tech fish, and the vendor didn't refute it, probably tacitly agreeing. But it really was too fragrant. Tech is tech. He's already eating street food, so why worry about health? Han Xiaomei stepped forward and asked, "How much for this pig's trotter, boss?" I replied calmly, 80 per pound? That's so expensive. Han Xiaomei was so startled that she took 2 big steps back. This price scared off the others who were still hesitating and delighted the street food vendors who were feeling apprehensive. What kind of family conditions would allow someone to afford such expensive things? This is a factory worker earning just over 100 a day. If a lunchbox costs more than 10, and you don't give at least 3 meats and 2 vegetables, people will definitely point and scold you. The street food stalls present. It's always a path of low profits and high sales. 5 yuan for a serving of fried noodles. 3 yuan for 2 skewers of sausage. Pig's trotters are so heavy with bones that they barely dip in rice. The skin is delicious, but there's hardly any meat to eat. The meat is so tough it's unbearable. How dare they sell it so expensive, thinking everyone is a fool. TSK, they're just young and don't know how to do business. Han Xiaomei's face was all scrunched up in distress. Can't you lower the price, boss? That's not possible, it's this price. Facing the diners please, I flatly refused. I only buy the best ingredients, plus my skills. This price is already a bargain. Back in the day, my reputation as a genius chef meant that people had to line up to taste my cooking. Even real estate tycoons wanted to book me for their wedding banquets, but they couldn't get a spot, even after remarrying. I'm not worried about the pig's trotters not selling. I'm more afraid they'll sell too quickly and delay my mission. I still remember my superior's instructions. The suspect is suspected of gathering accomplices inside the electronics factory, hiding a smuggling den. This area is densely populated with many electronics factories. To avoid triggering a large-scale riot, we must observe carefully. Only by obtaining accurate intelligence can we strike decisively and catch them all in one go. So my main task today is to keep an eye on the cooking, not to make money. I'm planning to sell, and I've even prepared a little chair to sit on all afternoon. Moreover, the longer the braised dishes are cooked, the more fragrant they become. The current braised dishes are just quick products made overnight, not fully developed flavors. A whiff of that aroma can halt work across the entire area. Han Xiaomei was still hesitating. It was just too expensive. The aroma wafting through the gap in the thermal container's lid was like a seductive finger beckoning her, stirring her heart. Buy me. Boss, give me a small piece, I just want to taste it. As Han Xiaomei spoke, she couldn't help but slap herself mentally for her gluttony. This mouth of hers was just so greedy, she even wanted to dip a piece of paper in the passing waste truck to taste its saltiness. But in the next moment, he immediately had no regrets, because I lifted the lid, and at that instant the lid was opened. Han Xiaomei's crown was seemingly pried open, and the fragrant steam wrapped in savory aromas rushed into his senses. He felt a sudden panic as if someone was pushing his head underwater, but he didn't want to struggle, he just wanted to open his mouth and inhale deeply. The aroma was incredible. The fragrance made him roll his eyes, as if he could see his great-grandmother waving to him from across the river, so incredibly fragrant, but alas, happiness is fleeting. I quickly closed the lid of the thermal container, and Han Xiaomei's mind returned as well. However, when I placed a piece of amber-colored braised pig's trotter into the packaging box, Han Xiaomei's mind kicked the cage open again, starting to scream and twist in ecstatic transformation. So beautiful. The braised pig's trotter was shiny, as if coated with a layer of honey, glistening with a sheen of fragrant oil. Its color was vibrant and even, with a soft and crispy skin. Between the meat and the skin was a layer of chewy tendons. A whiff of savory aroma mixed with a hint of sweetness, a complex fragrance crafted from countless spices, made people's faces relax in delight. Han Xiaomei keenly sensed countless gazes suddenly shooting in from all directions, and only when I separated the packaging box did the intense stares begin to subside. Do you want chili with that for 60 yuan? Han Xiaomei exclaimed, her face scrunching up in shock. So expensive. Just a small piece for 60? This meat is sold by weight. Well, maybe it's worth it. Add more chili. I took out 2 small bags of pre-packaged chili from a thermal bag and handed them over along with the pig's trotters. As Han Xiaomei walked away with the pig's trotters, she felt a lingering aroma at her feet. The scent was like the wind, always present, impossible to shake off, and continuous. It was so fragrant that she dared not open her mouth, fearing that saliva would spill out. After walking a few more steps, she suddenly felt something was off. Have you ever tried carrying a piece of meat while slowly passing through a group of stray dogs? That's exactly how Han Xiaomei felt right now. Now she understood why everyone passing by was staring at her, their hungry eyes sweeping over her, swallowing hard, and ultimately fixating on the pig's trotters in her hand. Finally, a few brave souls approached and asked, "Hey girl, how much did you pay for those pig's trotters?" 60. The price was like an invisible stick driving the onlookers back. Someone whispered, "So expensive. Is this pig bone made of gold, or the pig skin? What kind of family can afford this?" Hearing everyone's comments, Han Xiaomei suddenly realized that if she brought the pig's trotters back, her roommates would definitely say the same thing. She would be in for a round of teasing. No, she should just finish it off on the way. He quickly found a less crowded spot to stand and eat. When he picked up the food box, he noticed the lid wasn't secured properly, revealing a small opening. No wonder the delicious aroma had been wafting out. Han Xiaomei leaned in to take a sniff, the aroma nearly overwhelming him. Luckily, he didn't fall over again. His great-grandmother waved at him, and he couldn't help but drool. It was unending. He quickly put on a disposable glove, grabbed a pig's trotter, and with a loud wow, he took a big bite. The rich collagen instantly filled his mouth. The feeling of being filled with satisfaction was as if every taste bud on his tongue had found long-lost siblings, tightly embracing one another, ecstatic, crying out, and refusing to be separated again. However, his throat and stomach were frantically expressing their longing for food, begging for it to come down quickly, to reunite in his stomach as soon as possible. An intense craving caused him to swallow the meat in his mouth before he even realized it. His stomach felt satisfied, but his mouth was still empty. He quickly took a second bite, this time biting into the layer of fat beneath the pig's skin. This wasn't ordinary fat, it was high-quality, elastic fat carefully protected between the skin and meat premium grease. Humans have known its wonders for millions of years. After going through the survival of the fittest, our ancestors realized the vital importance of fat for life. Survivors have etched their craving for fat deep into their genes, passing it down to countless generations. It seems like Han Xiaomei has traversed a long epoch of time, conversing with the souls of our ancestors, ultimately agreeing that fat is truly remarkable. Our ancestors had such great taste. On the third bite, he encountered the fascia beneath the fat, the soft and tender tendons that, due to their natural resilience, produced a slightly crunchy texture with each chew. His presence was so delightful that the 60 yuan suddenly felt like a steal. Not every piece of meat contains tendons, they are vital tissues connecting muscles and joints, so rare and precious. It is the tension network established by the fascia that supports a native pig in taking 20,000 steps a day, accumulating 300 kilometers over its lifetime. Thus, the well-fed and healthy pig, with its balanced physique, traverses the mountains and forests, slowly making its way into your stomach. On the fourth bite, Han Xiaomei cried because she bit her finger, but she wasn't crying from the pain. She was crying because the pig's trotter was gone, and so was her joy. Her mind may not accurately discern the value of the pig's trotter, but her tongue can. This trotter is infused with nearly 40 perfectly blended spices. The aftertaste is long-lasting. Yes, just like when that braised food vendor was showing off, mentioning the ancestral skills. The less they have, the louder they boast, and the more insecure they feel, the more they emphasize it. That snack vendor probably just uses a quick-cook seasoning packet, randomly boils a pot, tosses in a few star anise and dry tangerine peels, and dares to call himself an expert. I follow the traditional method for making old marinade, starting with pure water and gradually adding precisely measured spices, simmering them slowly to extract the aroma. All the ingredients are top-notch, the water is spring water, and the cooking wine is Mao Tai. It is said that the finest old marinade can last for 100 years without spoiling or losing flavor, and it only becomes more aromatic with time. This is just my first pot. Once the old marinade is perfected, I could even toss in a shoe sole and it would still taste amazing. With top ingredients and top-notch skills, it would outshine any dish in a 5-star hotel. Moreover, it's just a humble snack stall. Those vendors should be grateful that in my past life, I earned enough fame and fortune, and in this life, I only want to serve the people. Otherwise, who could compete with me for business? I was sitting in my chair, scanning the area for traces of the suspect, when suddenly, everything went dark as a figure blocked the light in front of the snack stall. I looked up and saw the girl who had just bought the pig trotters. She was asking the vendor for another portion, wanting a large piece. So soon, a repeat customer? That's not a good sign. I felt a bit unhappy, but I didn't say anything. After all, she didn't know I was on a mission. She picked the biggest pig trotter and placed it on the scale. 120, paid. I felt a twinge of jealousy. I had hoped the price would scare her off. How come she paid so readily this time? Did she win the lottery in the meantime? Meanwhile, several nearby vendors and diners who heard the price forgot to come over. Selling one for 120 is indeed a bit excessive for a snack stall. How good does it have to be to dare to sell it for such a high price? To be fair, this price isn't too outrageous at some night market food courts, but this is an electronics factory area. How many screws do you have to tighten in a day to earn 120? That pig trotter was so big that it wouldn't fit in the container, so I had to cut it in half with scissors, pack it into 2 boxes, and added 2 packets of chili to hand to Han Xiaomei. Smelling that aroma, the onlookers were practically floating, but due to their tight budgets, they kept their mouths shut, wondering if the sauced pig trotters might be too greasy. Is it really okay to eat this at noon? I don't know if it's good, but I feel like this won't fill me up. That piece of meat had mostly bones. That's a tubular bone, there should be marrow inside. As it shrank, the person didn't continue speaking because their saliva had already reached their throat, and they had to swallow quickly to avoid choking. I watched them whispering among themselves, yet they were reluctant to leave. I pretended not to hear as a courtesy. A few of them nudged and urged their companions to buy, but none of them were truly determined to make a purchase. Just then, the girl who had just left came back. This time, Han Xiaomei's cheeks were flushed, looking completely high on dopamine. "Boss, give me 2 more, and make them big." The reason that prompted her to make such a bold decision was the rich marrow flavor from the last piece of meat. At her age, she finally understood what the taste of marrow literally meant. At first, he felt a bit uneasy looking at the huge bone. Surely, 50 yuan of the 120 yuan price was just for the weight of the bone. He couldn't eat it all, what a waste. Out of concern for the money spent, after finishing the meat, he reluctantly lingered over the bone, only to unexpectedly suck out a big mouthful of marrow, which was simply exquisite. As he sucked the sauce from the bone into his mouth, he was overwhelmed by the aromas of meat, fat, and marrow, all pure essence. The flavor was several times richer than the meat itself. That bite was definitely worth 50 yuan. After finishing, his mouth was filled with the rich aroma of marrow, making it feel like his tongue was almost soaking in flavor. It was absolutely intoxicating. He was determined to spend his entire month's salary just to eat his fill today. However, that won't do, there's a limit of 2. My sudden remark caught Han Xiaomei completely off guard. His eyes nearly popped out, and the flush on his face instantly faded to pale. "What do you mean there's a limit? This can't be a joke." I nodded seriously, not joking at all. "There's a limit on these pigs' feet, each person can only buy 2 per day. Come back tomorrow. I have a task to fulfill, and the quantity of these pigs' feet is limited." Seeing how the girl was eyeing them hungrily, if there were no purchase limit, she might just clear the pot. As soon as she said that, Han Xiaomei became flustered and stammered, "Please don't. The boss has no reason to limit purchases. Who would turn down money?" I shook my head resolutely and said, "Sorry, that's the rule." After being rejected again, Han Xiaomei realized the boss was serious, and tears welled up in her eyes. She regretted choosing the smallest piece on her first purchase, thinking she should have bought a larger one. Suddenly, Han Xiaomei noticed a few people around her. She gathered her courage and asked one of them, "Are you planning to buy? If not, could you help me buy one? I can transfer you the money." The group exchanged glances, clearly puzzled and questioning the absurdity of the situation. It felt too bizarre and illogical. With outrageous pricing, the vendor who didn't want to make money and customers desperate to buy, nothing about this was normal. It felt like a scam, yet it undeniably piqued everyone's curiosity. "I really want to buy one to try," someone replied, "but I can only help you buy one because I want to buy one too." Okay, thank you so much." After expressing her gratitude, Han Xiaomei quickly turned to me and said, "Boss, she's willing to give me her spot. That's okay, right? Quickly get me a big one, the biggest one." As soon as she finished speaking, the others chimed in, "I want one too. Get me one, let me try one." I inexplicably felt like I was shooting myself in the foot. I never expected that after the limit on purchases, it would become even more enticing. The other vendors around were green with envy. Selling fried noodles for 5 yuan a bowl means I need to fry 100 portions to make 500. Here, I can make 500 just from selling 5 big pig trotters. If I sell both buckets, I could earn 4 to 5,000. Fortunately, this stressful situation did not continue, as it was almost time to start work. A few people were carrying their packed pig trotters. They hurried off to their respective factories. Many vendors gradually left, planning to return around 4 p.m. since the factories close at 5. The other vendors saw I hadn't left and didn't remind their fellow sellers. My presence today surely stirred up some jealousy. It's just braised pig trotters, who can't do that? There are recipes all over the internet. I'll go to the market later to buy pig trotters, cook them for a few hours, and bring them here to sell, just in time for the end of the workday. That guy is selling them so expensively, I'll price mine a bit lower. At 45 yuan per pound, I should make a killing. While everyone had their own thoughts, a kind-looking uncle selling barbecue came over and said, "Hey, aren't you leaving? There's no one here now that work has started, and the factory doesn't close until 5. I appreciated the uncle's reminder, but I wasn't staying to do business. I had something important to watch for. I could only say, "It's fine, I'll stay a little longer and leave later." Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on my shoulder. "Finally found you. Why haven't you replied to the captain's message?" Xiao Chen was surprised and turned around to see that it was his colleague. This colleague's name was Leah C. According to his original memories, this Leah C was also his classmate. Back in the police academy, Lia Si always competed with Xiao Chun for the last place in physical fitness tests. Wasn't he also assigned to set up a stall? Why was he here? Aren't you at the East Gate? What are you doing here with me? Did I get it wrong? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Lia Si, panting heavily, leaned on Xiao Chen's shoulder for a while before saying, "No, the captain asked us to regroup and return first." "Didn't you hear? Why are you still here? Did he call out? How come I didn't know?" Xiao Chen took out his phone, only to realize that his old third-hand smartphone had shut down automatically due to the cold weather. "Oh, my phone failed me." Lia Si quickly helped Xiao Chen pack up the stall, muttering as they worked, "Let's hurry. What are you still selling here? We've been exposed. The captain said we can't stay. We have to go back for unified training." Xiao Chen said, "Huh? I think I'm doing fine though." "Don't boast. I don't even know your cooking skills." 1 hour later. In the backyard of the police station, 4 snack tricycles were neatly arranged. In front of them stood 4 people, lined up neatly for reprimand. "You guys, do you know how important this operation is? As the vanguard in this operation, you are the front line. Do you understand the principle of a small spark can start a great fire? You set up stalls, but you are full of flaws. Either your identity is easily exposed, or your phone shuts down and we can't contact you. What should I say to you?" Captain Lao Lu, already with sparse hair, scratched his head frantically, making matters worse. "Our second team, with what ability and virtue, has 4 hidden talents. Are you really going to make our second team a laughingstock at the police station?" Lao Lu, filled with anger, walked over to the snack carts and criticized each one. You can even start a fire while grilling skewers. If the security room didn't have a fire extinguisher, would you want to alert the fire department? Even if you haven't grilled skewers before, have you never cooked meat at a gathering with friends? You, frying stinky tofu without thawing it first, don't you know it could explode? Are you trying to blow up the factory? Are we here to arrest you or the criminals? Especially towards Lia Si, Lao Lu's voice was particularly pained and indignant. You, making Jianbingwazi, who gave you the confidence to challenge Jianbingwazi? I sent you so many instructional videos, and you chose the most difficult challenge, and then failed the most miserably. In all my years in the police force, it's the first time I've seen an undercover agent being easily identified by ordinary people. Can you believe it? After scolding 3 others, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn for his snack cart to be inspected. Why is your cart still wrapped in a layer of quilt? Are you going to sleep or sell snacks? Xiao Chen stood tall and said, reporting to the captain. The quilt is for insulation. Insulation? What kind of? Lao Lu's head tilted back slightly as he looked at the sign above. Soy, exploding, pig, trotters. Did any of the instructional videos I sent you include soy exploding pig trotters? What are you guys doing? Is this edible? It actually smells quite good. The captain muttered as he opened the lid of the insulated container. Instantly, a rich and suffocating aroma gushed out. Almost simultaneously, there was a collective gasp in the police station's main hall. The officers were fine, as they were all professionally trained and maintained composure during work hours. But those who came to the station to report incidents couldn't contain themselves. Reporting person A, I just bought an account and got scammed. Police officer, how much money did you lose? Reporting person A, how much money? Have you smelled that fragrance? It's so good. Who's cooking? Caller B, I told him not to cut in line, and he gave me a big push. Then he said, police, what did he say? Caller B, he said, it smells so good. Is there a restaurant nearby? Strange, it's not even mealtime now. Soon, colleagues followed the scent and found their way to the backyard. What's going on? Is the canteen experimenting with new dishes? Why does it feel like the smell is coming from here? It's so fragrant, the hall is in chaos. Old Lu woke up as if from a dream and quickly closed the lid with a snap. With the hall in such disarray, one can imagine the impact on someone who was bombed at close range. It was a close call that Old Lu's spirit was not blasted away. He could barely stand. He swayed in place, holding onto the thermos for a few moments before turning around with difficulty. At this moment, Old Lu's face was moist from the steam. His perennially furrowed brows now miraculously smoothed out, as if they had just been ironed. He wiped the moisture off his face with his hand. Intending to shake off the water, he couldn't help but bring his hand to his nose for a sniff. How strange, it was just steam, yet why did it smell so good? Even his hands carried the fragrance. Wouldn't his face be infused with the scent then? This mental process, though seeming lengthy, actually only took a few seconds. The colleague who had rushed over from the hall was still waiting for an answer, so Old Lu quickly waved his hand. I don't know either. I'll go ask the canteen later. You all carry on with your work. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled the quilt over and securely covered the thermos, masking the fragrance completely. Now, the noise in the hall subsided somewhat. After everyone left, the captain stood alone by the snack cart, silent for a long time, lost in his thoughts. After a while, he swallowed and asked, "Xiao pig's trotters?" "No, Xiao Chen, did you braise these pig's trotters?" Almost being called by the wrong name, Xiao Chen replied, reporting to the captain, "Yes, I made them." The captain continued to stare at the snack cart with a serious expression. His gaze seemed to penetrate the Quilton thermos, as if seeing the pig's trotters inside. No one knew the temptation he was facing at that moment. To make an inappropriate comparison, he seemed to be facing two gold mountains. One of those where, within his authority, he could take it all for himself without serious consequences. However, after staring for a long time, the captain simply clenched his fists, closed his eyes, turned his face away from the pig's trotters. Yet, there was a subtle hint of resentment in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you rascal, setting up your stall here to test your superiors. You almost corrupted my thoughts. Luckily, my will is strong. I can resist temptation." "Ahem, unexpectedly, Xiao Chen, you have quite a talent for cooking. Well, in that case, you continue to set up your stall in the afternoon. As for the other three, the team has hired a master to teach you, and he will be here soon. You better learn. If you can't master it, don't bother coming back tonight." Turning to Xiao Chen, the captain's tone softened again. "Apply for a work phone. Don't use those fancy phones, they act up at the slightest cold, more delicate than people. If you encounter any problems at work, report to me at any time." Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had a problem now. Reporting to the captain, "I have a question about money." Old Lu smiled knowingly. "I know, you want to ask about reimbursement, right? Don't worry, this operation has a generous budget. Whatever costs you incur will be reimbursed." Xiao Chen, "No, I want to know how to handle the money earned." The captain burst into laughter at his words. "You're still worried about that? How much money can you make? It's good enough if you can recoup your costs. Here's the deal, you keep the money you earn as your mission allowance. Setting up a stall in the freezing cold, standing there all day, it's not easy for you. The rest of you, learn your craft well. If the passers-by report you again next time, your bonuses will be deducted." Meanwhile, inside the factory, Han Xiaomei had a slightly better treatment in the factory than the ordinary assembly line workers, as she was an office clerk. But for her, being a clerk was just like tightening screws in a different place. She earned a few hundred more than the ordinary workers, but the ordinary workers could leave at 5 o'clock, whereas she had to voluntarily work overtime until 8 o'clock, without any overtime pay. Working people have different identities but the same lowliness. Perhaps it was because overtime was too exhausting that she had an especially strong need for food. After all, food was the quickest and most direct way for ordinary people to find happiness. The thoughts of her colleagues in the office were exactly the same as hers, they were all foodies. On this day, as Han Xiaomei walked into the office, all her colleagues stretched their necks like giraffes, sniffing around like hounds. "What's going on? Why does it smell so good? Oh my! It smells so good that my scalp is tingling. Who brought food here?" Han Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed and could only quietly hide her bag, which she had placed on the table, in the bottom drawer. It's not that she didn't want to share the pig trotters with others, but, well, she really didn't want to, but that's not the point. The point was, the pig trotters were already eaten up. What was left in the bag now was the gnawed pig bones, a little sauce she brought, and 2 unopened packets of chili condiments. Since everything was eaten up, why keep the bones? It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. She had a small electric hot pot in her dormitory, so she could take the gnawed bones back to make soup. Add some noodles and vegetables, and she could make a bone soup with vegetables and noodles. After all, the saliva on the bones was her own, and the pot was her own single pot, as long as she didn't mind it herself. Han Xiaomei didn't do this often, it was just that the bones were too fragrant today, she couldn't bear to throw them away. She had 2 containers, one for the bones and one for the sauce. They were all covered with lids, quite airtight. She thought that by putting them in her bag, no one would notice. Never did she expect that her colleagues had such sensitive noses, they could smell it as soon as they entered the room. Even more unexpectedly, even though she had already hidden the bag in the drawer, the fragrance was still not concealed. "It smells so good, oh my, it's getting even better, how is this possible? My stomach is growling, even though I just had lunch. Who brought food to the office? It smells so good, please tell me which restaurant, I'll go there right after work." Some couldn't resist and stood up, sniffing around the whole office with their noses. Starting from the entrance, they sniffed each workstation one by one. Finally, when one person smelled the scent at Han Xiaomei's workstation, they blurted out, "Sister, you smell so good." As soon as the words were spoken, several other colleagues in the office stood up and surrounded Han Xiaomei. Surrounded by her colleagues who were eyeing her like wolves, Han Xiaomei weakly pulled out the bag from the drawer. I can explain. It's not that I don't want to share with everyone, it's just a bit embarrassing. Han Xiaomei hadn't finished her sentence. The moment the zipper of the bag was opened, the exclamations from her colleagues drowned out her voice. Wow, oh my god. It smells even better. It was already so fragrant that my legs went weak. I didn't expect it to get even better. I can't handle it. With this fragrance, I could gnaw on all the desks and chairs in the office. Stop talking. I have 2 cucumbers here, let me dip them in the sauce. Nini, don't make me kneel down and beg you. Watching her colleagues go crazy, jumping up and down in place, as if they had turned into hungry wolves, Han Xiaomei suddenly didn't feel embarrassed anymore. No one minded the few bones that were not clean. Her gaze was fixed on the sauce in another plastic container. Seeing everyone so eager, Han Xiaomei felt relieved. If it were someone else, they would probably be reluctant to throw away the leftover bones just like her. With this in mind, she boldly opened the sealed lid. Dip in if you don't mind. As the lid opened, the fragrance intensified, once again eliciting exaggerated exclamations from the crowd. Xiao Chen's stall was previously outdoors. The open space, coupled with various other snack aromas, allowed the fragrance to exert a powerful influence. Now, they were in an office. The space was confined, windows sealed shut, with only the air conditioning running. The fragrance lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Everyone fell silent, mouths watering. If they didn't eat soon, the office would turn into a flooded workspace. 2 cucumbers were skillfully chopped into several pieces. Each person took a piece and dipped it in the sauce. Hey, don't dip so much. Are you giving the cucumber a bath? Save some for me. Where did I take too much? Delicious. Give me more cucumber. Crunch, crunch, delicious. Oh no. How come there's only 1 piece of cucumber left? You're dipping with potato chips. That's outrageous. Give me a piece. Hey, don't dip with your fingers. Have some hygiene, please. I want some too. The office turned into chaos, resembling a pack of hungry dogs fighting for food. Once the cucumbers were gone, they resorted to using potato chips, and eventually, even their fingers for dipping. Despite the sauce being only a thin layer at the bottom, the group in the office fought over it as if it were a feast. Han Xiaomei found herself at the center of the storm, regretting her slow retreat at first, nearly getting crushed by the crowd. Later, she regretted not acting faster, hesitating due to pride, and only managing to grab a bite late. The fact proved that the sauce from the braised pig's trotters was delicious even when dipped with choux sauce. Eating it with cucumbers added a different flavor, never becoming tiresome. When the sauce ran out, only a bit of oil remained in the container. A colleague swiftly grabbed the plastic container and licked it clean. Using their tongue, they polished the matte surface of the disposable plastic container. After finishing, everyone felt even hungrier. Watching Han Xiaomei with 2 bags of chili condiments that came with the pig's trotters, everyone salivated. Although reluctant, Han Xiaomei understood. If she didn't share these 2 bags of chili to liven up the atmosphere, they would devour her alive. Eat, go ahead. Another frenzy ensued. At this point, no one even needed cucumbers or potato chips, they ate the chili directly. Surprisingly, Xiao Chen's homemade chili oil was different from ordinary chili. Salty, fresh, numbing, spicy, and pungent. The freshly made chili oil, unlike industrial chili powder, had a rich flavor profile, with discernible scallion and garlic aromas, along with a surprisingly delightful braised meat flavor. Some even claimed to taste bits of meat. Wow, this is amazing. Even chili oil from this shop is so delicious. Cough, cough. Leoganma's position in my heart is no longer secure, from first to little brother. Huff, huff, if there was a bowl of noodles here, mixed with this chili, I could eat the bowl in chopsticks. Amidst coughs and praises, everyone continued to eat the chili, talking non-stop with their mouths full. Meanwhile, Han Xiaomei ate while shedding tears. She regretted it. When she ate the braised pig's trotters earlier, she was so amazed that she completely forgot to add the chili oil. Now, upon tasting it, she realized even the chili condiments given by the stall owner were delicious. This chili, paired with the braised pig's trotters, would undoubtedly elevate the taste to another level. Regret. Such deep regret. No, she must buy more after work, buy it all. On the other side, a riot was brewing on the factory assembly line. And, of course, the catalyst for the chaos was Xiao Chen's large pig trotters. When Han Xiaomei bought pig's trotters, many onlookers followed suit, including Song Ho. The aroma of the pig's trotters almost made him swallow the bones whole. Just as he finished eating, it was time to start work, and he couldn't buy a second one in time. Song Ho had originally thought to endure it and buy another one after work. Little did he know, as he worked, the lingering meat scent kept wafting into his nose, making it impossible for him to sit still. In the factory assembly line, everyone only needed to perform simple mechanical labor. One person was responsible for tightening the first screw and then passing it on to the next person to tighten the second screw. No need to use their brains throughout. Many times, with their minds empty, time passed quickly as they worked with their hands. But now, Song-ho couldn't stop thinking about the braised pig's trotters. The chair beneath him felt like needles, each minute in agony. Unable to resist any longer, Song-ho could only lick his lips and savor the lingering taste on his tongue to satisfy his craving. This lick lasted for 2 hours. As he licked away, a co-worker sitting beside him suddenly nudged his elbow. "Hey, what are you eating? It smells so good. You've been moving your mouth for 2 hours, give me a bite." The neighboring co-worker was a rough man, but at this moment, he seemed a bit embarrassed. It appeared he had hesitated for a while before mustering the courage to ask for a taste. However, Song-ho couldn't possibly lend his tongue for a few bites. So, he awkwardly refused. "I'm done, there's none left." The co-worker next to him responded with an "oh," sounding somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. However, after Song-ho rejected him, within 10 minutes, he couldn't resist licking his lips again. This time, the neighboring co-worker was not pleased and muttered under his breath, "Eating alone and unwilling to share, and stop smacking your lips. Eating during work hours is against the rules, did I not mention that? Just asked for a taste, and you lied to me saying there's none left. So stingy, as if I couldn't repay you in the future." Although not naming names, Song-ho knew the co-worker was talking about him. His mind was already restless in this shift, and being confronted by his co-worker like this only added to his frustration. In a moment of distraction, his arm accidentally knocked over the basket of electronic components he was supposed to pass to the neighboring co-worker. With a loud crash, it seemed like the drums of war were sounded. The neighboring co-worker mistook it for a challenge and immediately stood up. "Hey, what's your problem? You get upset over a few words? Are you really that petty?" Hearing this, Song-ho, feeling provoked, retorted, "Who are you calling petty? You ask me for something, and I have to give it to you? Who do you think you are? If I don't give it, I don't give it. What's with the lies? We see each other every day, and you give me attitude over a few words. Why do you have the right to say that about me? Who gave you the right to give me attitude?" When the supervisor heard the commotion, the two were already pulling at each other's collars, about to start a fight. Hey, what are you two doing? Stop arguing during work hours, sit down. Do you want your pay deducted? The supervisor's words poured cold water on the heated argument between the two. It served as a brief moment of clarity for them. The situation could have been resolved at this point, but the issue lay with the neighboring co-worker. After calming down, he suddenly felt that the distance between them was too close, something was off. It is said that the breath exhaled by a beauty is fragrant, with a term specifically describing this fragrance, called fragrant as orchids. But Song-ho was even more remarkable. The aroma he exhaled wasn't just orchid, but also angelica, clove, star anise, fennel, bay leaf, cardamom, Sichuan peppercorn, tangerine peel. With the two so close, dozens of scents overwhelmed the neighboring co-worker, leaving him dizzy. The aroma of the braised pig's trotters tormented not only Song-ho but also the neighboring co-worker for the entire afternoon. Song-ho could still smack his lips to satisfy his craving, while the neighboring co-worker could only swallow his saliva. Even if he were to die, he had to die with clarity. What on earth was Song-ho eating to make it smell so good? Unable to resist, he leaned in closer. "Brother, what are you eating that smells so good?" Unluckily, Song-ho, upon hearing the voice, instinctively turned his face, and their mouths coincidentally met firmly. Dozens of assembly lines, hundreds of people, all witnessed this scene. Everyone gasped in shock. Holy crap! The two involved parties separated as if shocked, one feeling nauseous and retching while the other cursed angrily. "Holy crap, are you looking to die? Who the hell are you cursing at? I curse your whole family." Without a word, the two engaged in a physical fight. The situation escalated, and no one could stop them. They wrestled, moving from the table to the floor. Onlookers scattered in fear. With a hitch in the process, the entire assembly line had to halt. Others were delighted not to work, watching the commotion and even taking out their phones to record the scene. They gossiped, "What's going on? How did it turn into a fight? Do you know? I have no idea. I heard one guy confess to the other guy, got rejected, then forcibly kissed him, leading to the fight. Damn! That's outrageous. So bold. Don't fool me. I'm not kidding, I heard it with my own ears. He said, 'Brother, you smell good,' and then just went for it. Oh my god." Outlandish rumors spread quickly among the co-workers. The live stream inadvertently captured these discussions, allowing every viewer to hear. The barrage of comments read, "We have a model citizen. Brother, you smell good. More and more netizens joined the discussion, and the topic skyrocketed to the top of social news trends. Everyone who heard the reason for the fight found it absurd. Who could have imagined that the truth was even more absurd than the rumors? Two grown men fighting over a piece of pig's trotter was beyond belief. Suddenly, a comment in the livestream caught everyone's attention. Wait, isn't that person lurking in the corner Huang He, the scumbag boss from Jiangnan Leather Factory? He owes the workers 350 million, ran away with his mistress, and people have been looking for him for over a decade. How dare he return to the country and work in the factory as a laborer? Seriously? Not joking? No joke. That's definitely Huang He in the corner. I'm calling the police right away. This bombshell shocked the onlookers. What started as a love affair gossip turned into a manhunt, gaining even more attention. With more related search terms trending, everyone ignored the ongoing fight and focused on Huang He eating melon in the corner. Huang He, dark and thin, blended in the crowd like spoiled bacon, smiling with visible teeth. He thought he was watching a show, unaware that many were quietly observing him. He truly embodied the saying, "You stand on a bridge watching the scenery, while those on the building watch you." More and more people in the livestream chat pointed fingers. That's him, Huang He. I'd recognize him even if he turned to ashes. He won't escape this time. He must pay back my hard-earned money. It's really him. Hey, 110? Upon receiving the report, the police swiftly arrived. After a series of loud sirens, Song Ho and the neighboring co-worker were taken to the police station for fighting. The police also took away several onlookers for questioning. Huang He, who had been watching the scene from the corner, was also escorted into the police car. He was so engrossed in the spectacle that he didn't notice the uproar. He even thought he was being taken to assist in recording statements. When arrested, Huang He almost cooperated without resistance and got into the police car. Little did he know, the police had arrested a group of people as a cover. Their real target was him. Mutual fights at most resulted in public order penalties and administrative detention. For minor cases, once both parties reconciled, it was all settled. The real catch was Huang He, owing a staggering 3.5 billion. However, this big fish was unaware that he had already fallen into the net. While everyone was in police cars, still gossiping, they listened intently to Song Ho and his colleagues arguing. Before Huang He fled the country with the money, the surveillance system was not yet in place, and facial recognition technology had not been introduced. In the police records, there was only a blurry wanted poster photo of Huang He. Ever since his mistress squandered his assets abroad and ran off with her lover, he had been living incognito, traveling the world doing illicit work. Over a decade had passed in the blink of an eye, the hardships of life transforming him beyond recognition, a shadow of his former self. His ex-wife couldn't even recognize him anymore, and he was confident that the police wouldn't either. So, he boldly returned to the country. With the statute of limitations about to expire, he could soon access his hidden domestic assets and resume his wealthy lifestyle. Everything was going according to plan, until it wasn't. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, the police called out his name. Huang He, sit down and confess. Huang He was thunderstruck, completely stunned. Little did he know, he had gone viral. In less than half an hour, hundreds of victims had identified him. His ex-wife had forgotten him, perhaps because she never truly had him in her heart. But those he had wronged would never, ever forget his face. On the other side, Xiao Chen was jolted awake from his dream by a sudden ding. In his mind, detected that Class A fugitive has confessed, arrest successful. Reward of 100,000 yuan, keep up the good work. Reward has been transferred, source has been legalized, feel free to use it. Ding. Limited time mission released, assist in capturing a criminal within 24 hours to unlock points exchange feature. Xiao Chen, still groggy, felt like he was dreaming. What fugitive? What reward? He hadn't done anything, so where did the fugitive and reward come from? Before he could confirm if the system was speaking the truth, Li Asi came over and shook him awake. Wake up, don't sleep, the theory class is over, now it's time for cafeteria training. Xiao Chen rubbed his face, groggily lifting his head. The four of them were in a meeting room, the PPT page above still showing 100 easy-to-make and delicious street foods presentation. This training course was specifically designed for the other three colleagues. Xiao Chen was just there to make up the numbers, and he had fallen asleep during the session. As they moved towards the cafeteria for practical training, they suddenly heard cheers coming from the direction of the first squad. What's going on? Why so happy? Upon inquiry, they found out that the first squad had captured a fugitive. While Xiao Chen and his team were in training, the police station received a report of a fight at an electronics factory. Coincidentally, officers from the first squad were patrolling nearby and were dispatched to investigate. Unexpectedly, multiple reports came in from the public. They discovered a fugitive who had been on the run for over a decade among the crowd watching the fight. Allegedly, the fugitive was completely unaware that his identity had been exposed. When the police took him away, he cooperated cheerfully. And just like that, the first squad effortlessly apprehended the fugitive involved in the 3.5 billion case. Fugitive. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the voice that had appeared in his mind earlier. It seemed to mention a fugitive. Could it be related to him? Before he could ponder further, Lao Lu approached with a stern expression. Apart from Xiao Chen, everyone shot him a glance. This electronics industrial park was originally the jurisdiction of their second squad. If it weren't for the 3 undercover troublemakers causing a commotion with their stalls, leading to a temporary suspension of their mission, the electronics factory would still be under their watch. Who can compete with a team that has hit the jackpot? Look at the proud expression of that team leader, his mouth almost reaching his temples. Every word he says hits hard. Oh, Lao Lu, I'm really sorry. Seeing how busy your second team is with training and meetings, I didn't want to disturb you. Just sent a couple of soldiers over to take a look. Never expected to catch such a big fish. By the way, what are you training for? Oh, barbecue perfect. Grill a couple of plates of ribs and treat the brothers who caught and interrogated the fish. This infuriated Lao Lu, almost pulled out the ribs of his 3 talented subordinates to grill. He had been competing with the first team leader all his life. From elementary school to high school, from police academy to the police force. From comparing grades in the past to comparing achievements now. The main thing was a sense of refusal to accept defeat. Catching a fugitive who embezzled money is nothing. What we need to catch are the real big fish. A whole nest of smugglers. The first team leader chuckled. A whole nest? Well, you better keep a close eye, don't let the fish escape. If you need help, just ask. We in the first platoon have many talents, each one capable of great things. Lao Lu gritted his teeth. No need. There are no useless people under my command. As soon as the first team leader left, Lao Lu angrily grabbed the ears of his 3 subordinates one by one. You better learn quickly. Do you hear me? Follow Xiao Chen to the stall this afternoon. If you get recognized again, you'll see. The 3 nodded repeatedly. After Lao Lu left, the 3 surrounded Xiao Chen. Lan Gu, teach us. Your cooking skills used to be on par with ours. How did you suddenly improve? Who said I was on par with you guys? The other 2 pointed at Lia Si. Lia Si smiled and put his arm around him. It's just a misunderstanding. Back in the police academy, I never saw you show off like this. Here's the deal, Lan Gu, Lia Si lowered his voice, looking secretive. You guide us in cooking, and when the next police physical test comes around, the 3 of us will take it easy. You'll at least be 4th from the bottom. Xiao Chen was speechless. Is being 4th from the bottom really better than being last? Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and said, deal. But since the teacher has been brought in for you, learn from the teacher first, and if you can't, I'll give you some extra help. While the 3 were being trained, Xiao Chen went to pick up the work phone he had applied for. He inserted the SIM card and turned it on. The screen lit up, showing an unread text message. Huagua Bank, last 4 digits 6,666 card received 100,000 yuan, balance 101,886 yuan. Xiao Chen was stunned. Last night when he checked his account after buying pig trotters, he only had 1,886 yuan in savings. How did he suddenly have an extra 100,000 yuan? Could it be really from the system? But he hadn't caught any criminals, right? Out of caution, Xiao Chen excused himself to go to the restroom. He immediately called the bank's customer service to inquire about the source of this money. He was quickly informed that before his grandfather passed away, he had invested in a certain type of family fund for him using his pension. The fund was unfrozen after he started working, and this 100,000 yuan was the first dividend. The source of the money was legal and compliant, with records to prove it. Dividends are irregular and unpredictable, so he couldn't know when the next one would come. But now that he had it, he could use it with peace of mind. This response left Xiao Chen completely puzzled. The source was so legitimate that he couldn't figure out if it was bought by his original grandfather or given by the system. Oh well, the system finally issued a time-limited task. Why not try to complete it and see if there will be a bonus later? Xiao Chen returned to the cafeteria kitchen to see the results of their training. It wasn't that there were none, just not many. Let them fry some stinky tofu, they would love to jump into the oil pan and have a fight with the stinky tofu. Let them barbecue, they would love to skewer a whole pig for roasting. Xiao Chen sighed, rolled up his sleeves, and went to help the master with training. He couldn't let these 3 talented individuals delay his time-limited task. Soon, it was 4:30. It was almost time for the workers at the electronics factory to finish their work. Pack up and get ready to go. With a screech, Xiaochen squeezed the brake pads, and the tricycle appeared again at the west gate of the electronics factory. Before the vehicle even came to a stop, a strong aroma of braised pig trotters wafted into his nose. Xiaochen glanced back. The quilt was well covered, the heat preservation bucket was not opened, and his braised pig trotters did not have any aroma leaking out. So, who was selling braised pig trotters? Xiaochen had a very keen sense of smell. Following the direction of the fragrance, he saw a familiar face. Oh, isn't this the braised flavor vendor from this morning? This guy tried to undermine Xiaochen's business. In front of everyone, he claimed that Xiaochen's pig trotters were a combination of technology and cruelty. He took the opportunity to promote his own braised flavors. How come he hadn't seen him selling pig trotters all afternoon? The braised flavor vendor also kept an eye out for Xiaochen's arrival. Almost as soon as Xiaochen looked over, their eyes met. The braised flavor vendor felt guilty and subconsciously averted his gaze. But he quickly thought to himself, selling pig trotters was not Xiaochen's patent. In business, you had to compete. He just followed the trend and sold them, so what? With this in mind, he straightened his back, raised his chin in a provocative gesture. He arrived early, chose a better location than Xiaochen, and sold at only half the price. This business, he had seized it. Xiaochen chuckled inwardly. He was indifferent to this kind of competition among peers. After all, he didn't really rely on selling at a stall to make a living, but he disapproved of wasting ingredients. Buying pig trotters again in the afternoon, then washing, cutting, chopping, blanching, cooking, simmering, and braising, where would he find the time? The braised pig trotters hastily prepared by the braised flavor vendor could only be a quick-fix product of technology and cruelty. To Xiaochen, it was a pot of cooked garbage. Just by smelling it, Xiaochen could tell the quality. At first sniff, the aroma of the braised pig trotters from the other side wafted 10 meters, seeming very bold and confident. But upon closer inspection, one could detect the cheap industrial flavorings. The fragrance was muddy, pretentious, and lacked confidence. Comparing it to Xiaochen's sautéed pig trotters was like the difference between toilet freshener and high-end perfume. Xiaochen waved his hand in front of his nose. He took out a mask and put it on, trying hard to block out the olfactory pollution. But it was useless. The inferior smell was too aggressive. He had to use magic to defeat magic. He lifted the cotton cover on the heat preservation bucket. With a flick of his finger, he lifted one of the locks on the bucket cover. A rich and mellow aroma wafted out from the gap under the cover, asserting its dominance without reservation, driving away the invading smell. A few seconds later, all the snack vendors in front stopped their hands and turned around one by one. Their eyes showed amazement and confusion. Their pupils darted around eagerly, searching for the source of the meaty fragrance. However, Xiaochen was too low-key, wearing a mask. He was unrecognizable. Without any further action, others couldn't pinpoint that the fragrance was coming from his stall. What's that smell, so fragrant? Damn, it's too fragrant. The vendors who couldn't find the source could only mutter a few words before lowering their heads to focus on their own tasks. It was already 5 o'clock, and the workers would soon be coming out, so he had to get ready quickly. After a while, workers started to come out of the factory gate one by one. The first few were relatively calm. Their workshops were close to the gate, so they came out quickly. A group of people walked while lighting cigarettes, ready to take a puff. Just as the cigarette butt was about to touch their lips, a sudden push from behind made the person in front stumble. Before they could even curse, the person behind apologized. "Sorry, buddy. Just passing through. I'm in a hurry." As soon as the words fell, a dozen more people rushed out of the gate, also saying, "Excuse me, we're in a hurry." Some even ran while dragging their friends. "Hurry up. We'll miss out on the braised pig's trotters." The ones who were pushed trembled, holding the half-broken cigarette, their heads spinning. Are these people haven't eaten in days? The urgency felt like they would starve if they were a second slower. Before they could straighten up, another group of people rushed out from the park. They said, make way, in a hurry," as they hurriedly dashed out. The commotion was like a wild boar charge, or like an elephant being chased by a buffalo. Those who knew understood they were going to snatch the braised pig's trotters. Those who didn't thought they were trying to save their own kind. Wait, what's going on? Are starving ghosts rushing to be reincarnated? I don't know, it seems like they're all talking about buying braised pig's trotters. Braised pig's trotters? Is it that place? It seems quite fragrant. Let's go, let's check it out. The group headed towards the braised meat stall, with many just curious onlookers. The braised meat vendor purposely arrived early to secure the stall closest to the west gate. And it paid off. Many people had seen their colleagues nibbling on braised pig's trotters at lunchtime and got so tempted that they planned to buy some after work. They didn't know Xiao Chen, nor did they know where to find authentic braised pig's trotters. Hearing the vendor shouting, "Braised pig's trotters, fresh braised pig's trotters," they assumed their colleagues bought the pig's trotters here. "Boss, how much for the braised pig's trotters?" 45 yuan per pound. The braised meat stall owner grinned widely. He glanced nervously at Xiao Chen, who was being ignored in the distance, feeling even more confident in his decision to follow the trend. The customers found the price a bit high, but based on their colleagues' descriptions at lunch, the pig's trotters were exceptional, the best they had ever tasted, worth every penny. As they described it, they licked their lips, looking extremely appetizing. They were so tempted that they almost pounced on the food like starving dogs. Since they were already there was no reason to turn back. "All right, give me one. I want one too." The braised meat vendor was delighted. Sure, coming right up." He lifted the lid of the pot and used stainless steel tongs to grab a large piece of pig's trotter, tossing it into a plastic plate. The pig's trotter had more bones than meat, with black blood oozing out from the bone joints. This was a frozen pig's trotter he bought from the wholesale market in the afternoon. He had no idea how long it had been frozen. Perhaps the pig had died long before the braised meat vendor was born. In a rush, he didn't even bother to thaw it. He directly threw it into the pot with ice chips and blood. At first, it was fishy and smelly, bubbling with blood. The whole room was filled with a foul stench, making everyone upstairs and downstairs retch continuously. But no worries, a few extra ingredients could cover it up. Pouring food coloring and concentrated flavorings into the pot, the foul smell vanished. No one could tell if the pig had just died last week or during the Shang dynasty. After coming out of the braising pot, the braised meat vendor brushed the pig's trotter with barbecue sauce, sweet and spicy sauce, sprinkled thick layers of cumin powder, chicken essence powder, covered it with white pepper, black pepper, white sesame, and black sesame, then wrapped it in layers of lard, chili oil, spicy oil, and sesame oil. Finally, garnished it with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cilantro, completing the masterpiece. So many spices, so many cooking processes, not to mention a drop of blood. Even if you sprinkle urine in it, you wouldn't be able to taste it. However, while the nose and tongue can be deceived with spices, if the appearance is unattractive, how can you deceive the eyes? Simple, lack of skill, technology fills the gap. The braised food stall owner turned on the fresh light in advance. The orange-red light shining down was equivalent to giving the food a beauty filter of 10 levels. Under the fresh light, the pig's trotters instantly displayed an enticing caramel color. The darkened blood water even looked like a rich sauce. Wisps of steam carried a strong industrial flavor and surged out. Warm, fragrant, completely enough to confuse the senses. The customers in line were momentarily blinded by their senses, salivating at the braised pig's trotters. Received 65 yuan from the wealth treasure. "Boss, I've paid." "Boss, weigh one for me too." In no time, a long line formed in front of the braised food stall. Meanwhile, Han Xiaomei hurriedly ran out of the gate with a few of her colleagues. Their office hours were already later than the regular workers. Being able to come out now was under the guise of going to the restroom, sneaking out half an hour early. As soon as they stepped out, smelling the aroma of pig's trotters and seeing the long queue, Han Xiaomei stomped her foot in frustration. "Oh no, the treasure stall owner has been discovered. If we had known, we should have sneaked out an hour earlier. How long do we have to wait in line now?" Seeing this scene, her colleagues also wore worried expressions. "It's not about waiting in line, it's about when it's our turn, and the pig's trotters are sold out, then we've waited for nothing." Han Xiaomei, unwilling to have made a wasted trip, suggested, "How about one person stays in line, and the rest go to the front to see how many pig's trotters the stall owner has left. If there's plenty of stock, we'll wait in line. After all, the stall owner has a purchase limit, so we're not afraid the people in front will buy them all." "Alright, I'll stay in line, you guys go and ask." One person went to the end of the line, while the other girls held hands and walked all the way to the front of the line. This line was for the braised food stall owner's stall. The braised food stall owner was constantly picking up pig's trotters, weighing, pricing, confirming payment. Then he vigorously sprinkled various spices on the pig's trotters. The amplitude of his arm shaking was as if he was having a seizure. Standing a meter away, Han Xiaomei felt like the spices were flying into her nose, making her want to sneeze. The girls couldn't help but raise their arms, covering their mouths and noses with their sleeves. Before they could speak, someone beside them asked first, "Boss, with so many people in line, do you have enough pig's trotters to sell? If I join the line now, will it be my turn?" The boss looked up at the line and then happily patted the 6 huge insulated buckets in front of him. "Enough, absolutely enough. I limit 2 per person. If you join now, you'll definitely get your turn." The braised food stall owner copied the whole set. He thought Xiao Chen's limited purchase was deliberately playing with hunger marketing, so he followed suit. At present, the effect of learning seemed quite good. After getting a positive answer to the question, the person went back to the end of the line with peace of mind. The girls pulled Han Xiaomei's sleeve, indicating that she could also go back and wait in line. However, Han Xiaomei took a few steps back, frowned, and shook her head. It's not him. The one who set up the stall at noon wasn't this stall owner. I remember it was a young, tall, and thin guy. The smell of the pig's trotters doesn't seem right either. No wonder this aroma didn't seem authentic, it was just following the trend. After hearing Han Xiaomei's words, her colleagues hesitated for a moment. Although it's not the one you bought from at noon, with so many people in line, this place must also be delicious. Why not try this one? The taste should be similar. Han Xiaomei shook her head inwardly. This taste was far from similar. Although she rarely ate braised pig's trotters, she was confident. The braised pig's trotters she bought at noon were definitely the most delicious in the world. She looked around for Xiao Chen's figure, but at that moment, Xiao Chen was sitting on a folding chair. His whole body was blocked by the table. In front, there was a fried noodle stall, with the stall owner stir-frying vigorously, thick smoke billowing, making it impossible to see anyone. Han Xiaomei couldn't find Xiao Chen and felt a bit uncertain. Since she was already here, she couldn't return empty-handed. Why not try the skills of this stall owner too? At that moment, she noticed a young man who had just bought pig's trotters. The young man seemed impatient, as he took the pig's trotters from the stall owner and immediately lifted the lid. It seemed like he was also a foodie who couldn't wait to eat it on the spot. Like Han Xiaomei before, he stood by the roadside and started eating. He held a plastic container, wearing disposable gloves. Removing the abundant coriander and spring onions from the container, he grabbed the braised pig's trotters at the bottom. The surface of the pig's trotters was covered with thick seasoning, completely concealing its original color, only showing how it was enveloped by the seasoning. In natural light, it appeared black and green, half yellow and half red. However, it smelled very fragrant, highly deceptive. The young man put the pig's trotters into his mouth with anticipation, took a big bite, and started chewing. As he chewed, the light in his eyes gradually faded. It was replaced by confusion, disappointment, and numbness. Just an ordinary taste. These pig's trotters were not bad, after all, with so many seasonings added. Heavy oil and salt covered up any flaws in detail. Along with the numbness brought by the chili, once it went into the mouth, the taste buds on the tongue were directly overwhelmed, making it hard to judge if it was bad. But, it definitely couldn't be considered delicious. It could only be said that the taste of these pig's trotters was just like the taste of most restaurants when ordering takeout. Average, neither outstanding nor terrible. The texture of these pig's trotters did not match the aroma they emitted. Expectations were raised by the nose, but the tongue only found the taste to be average. The nose and tongue each had their own opinions, not giving in to each other. The eyes wanted to mediate, but they couldn't provide any useful information and were directly kicked out of the discussion. Eating these pig's trotters made people's brains shut down, devoid of joy or sorrow. The young man could only mechanically chew and swallow, as if completing a task. Han Xiaomei couldn't see any satisfaction on the young man's face. From this, Han Xiaomei concluded that these pig's trotters were definitely not delicious. She decisively grabbed her colleague's hands. This place won't do, let's go find the stall we went to at noon. Her colleague also noticed the young man who looked disillusioned after eating, and nodded. Alright, let's go find it. In the next moment, Han Xiaomei transformed into a hunting dog, sniffing the air. She caught a faintly familiar scent in the air. She was certain Xiao Chen must be here, she had to find him. On the other side, Xiao Chen was pretending to play with his phone, but in reality, he was observing the people around him. In his phone, there were photos of suspects sent by Lao Lu. Besides looking for the suspects, Xiao Chen was also watching out for any other suspicious individuals. If he could catch one or two thieves, he would complete the time-limited task given by the system. While searching, a pleasant surprise suddenly came from above. Boss, finally found you. Why did you take down the sign? This stall is too inconspicuous. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a familiar face. It was the first female customer who had patronized his business. Why was she here again? Didn't they agree on a limit of 2 purchases per day? Boss, I've brought some new customers for you. Considering how hard I've been promoting, can you sell me a few more pig's trotters? She brought new customers too? Xiao Chen couldn't feel happy at all. However, as a business owner, there was no reason to greet customers with a sour face and drive them away. Pig trotters must be sold, just don't sell out too quickly. He had been so low-key just now, with no one interested in his stall, but the stock was still sufficient. So, Xiao Chen squeezed out a smile. I can only sell you one more. Little girl, Don't just think about pig trotters being able to replenish collagen. Be careful of high blood fat and high cholesterol if you eat too much. Limit of 2 per person per day, also for your health considerations. Han Xiaomei chuckled, happy to buy one more, not in vain for her persistent search. Alright, then I'll take 4. 4? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded, wondering if this girl didn't understand? He could only sell her one more. Han Xiaomei happily counted on her fingers, each person is limited to 2. My sisters said in advance, they only want 1 each. So, I'll take up all the remaining quotas from them, plus the extra 1 you gave me. I want to buy 4. Colleagues were also shocked upon hearing this, their eyes widened. They quickly pulled Han Xiaomei aside and whispered, didn't you say these pig trotters cost 80 yuan per pound? Buying 4 at once will cost you 300 to 400 yuan. Did you win the lottery or something? Xiaomei, calm down. This money is enough for you to eat at a high-end buffet for a day. It's not worth it for a roadside stall. Yeah, it's really not worth it. Oh my, it smells so good. They all tried to persuade her, but suddenly a fragrant breeze swept over, making their tongues twist. Not only them. All the vendors and customers 5 meters ahead changed their expressions to one of shock. Their eager eyes turned towards Xiao Chen's stall. Xiao Chen's precious pot of treasure could no longer be hidden. As the lid was completely lifted, the rich and mellow meat fragrance broke through the seal completely. The braised pig trotters, stewed for an entire afternoon, had evolved into a perfect form. Its appeal had increased exponentially compared to the pig trotters in the morning. Not to mention those standing nearby, even the stray dogs rummaging through trash cans a few streets away suddenly perked up. The ones most affected were undoubtedly the girls standing in front of the stall. They all stared with half-open mouths, retaining the shape to speak but completely losing their ability to form words. The fragrance ravaged their minds like a tornado. Their brains felt blank, shattered by the consciousness. When they heard the click of the lid closing, they suddenly snapped out of it. They felt their mouths moist, and a small part of their clothes collars were damp. It wasn't just them losing composure. Look at the uncle selling fried rice ahead. He had been flipping the wok vigorously, but now, with the pot still in his hand, the rice was scattered all over the ground. The young man selling barbecue behind him stared straight at Xiao Chen's direction. Even though the barbecue in front of him was catching fire, he didn't pay any attention. It was only when the saliva that had escaped his mouth dripped down that the fire was extinguished. Looking around, every vendor who caught a whiff of the fragrance had a mess in front of them. Strangely, none of these vendors' customers reminded them. Because the customers were also completely captivated, their eyes fixed. The power of top-notch cuisine was terrifying indeed. That's 365 yuan for 4. Xiao Chen quickly served up the braised pig trotters, closed the lid of the insulated container, hoping to reduce the impact. But it was already too late. Just as he finished packing, he almost fell over in shock. Countless customers gathered from different stalls, each face filled with curiosity, eagerness, desire, and fanaticism. This scene resembled a zombie siege from a movie. Xiao Chen felt an urge to hop on a tricycle and flee, but he resisted. Boss, what are you selling? It smells so good, boss. Boss, how much for these pig trotters? Give me a portion too. Boss, I want some too. I want it too. More and more people were gathering around. At this rate, Xiao Chen's pot of meat would be sold out in no time. He quickly stated the price, trying to scare off the crowd with a high price. Braised pigs trotters, 80 yuan per pound, limit 1 per person. If you want to buy, please line up in an orderly manner. 80. The stall in front was already selling at 45 per pound, and you're asking for 80. Too expensive, too expensive. As soon as these words were spoken, some of the onlookers who had come from afar were indeed scared off. They hadn't even smelled the aroma. They just wanted to join in when they saw others crowding around. As soon as they heard the price, they dispersed instantly. Seeing the good results, Xiao Chen was just starting to feel happy when Han Xiaomei and her colleagues started to protest. Boss, you were limiting 2 per person before, why is it now limited to 1? Yeah, you can't do this. When we came you said 2, you have to keep your word. Xiao Chen quickly lowered his voice and said, well, that was then, this is now. There are fewer people now. Alright, you can still have 2 each. The others will be limited to 1. What about tomorrow? Xiao Chen made up his mind, only limiting to 1 per person could prolong the availability. 1. From now on, it's 1 per person per day. Hearing this, a few female colleagues frowned, feeling conflicted. They had given up their other pig's trotter quota to Xiaomei, not knowing how good it was at that time. Now that they knew, they, Xiaomei, sorry, I want 2. Wealth treasure received, 365 yuan. Han Xiaomei sensed their hesitation and promptly paid. Boss, I've paid. I'm in a hurry to get back to work, I'll pack them myself. You don't need to bother. With that, Han Xiaomei quickly dumped the 4 pigs trotters into a plastic bag. Without bothering to pack them separately, she just grabbed the plastic bag and ran off. Her appearance, as if afraid that the trotters would spoil if she ran too slowly, stunned the crowd. Her sisters behind her were left speechless by her swift actions. They could only blame themselves for finding the trotters too expensive before, thinking it wasn't worth the price at a roadside stall. Buying one was already a ripoff. Now, smelling the freshly cooked braised pig's trotters, they finally understood. The sauce they had tasted in the office before only retained a third of its deliciousness. Or even less than a third. Regretful, but luckily they could still buy one. These pig's trotters were sure to be a hit, and with more people tomorrow, it would be uncertain if they could get one. As Xiaochen opened the lid again to serve the trotters to a few young girls, he dared not look at everyone's reactions. He had done what he could. If others wanted to buy, he couldn't refuse to sell. The young girls took their packed pig's trotters, scanned to pay, and left together. As soon as they left, a group of people rushed over. "Boss, weigh one for me. I want one too." Xiaochen looked up and saw a long line had already formed in front of him. With so many people wanting to buy, Xiaochen couldn't keep covering the pot every time he served, so he just left it open. The length of the queue grew in sync with the scent wafting through the air. Soon, the aroma reached the area where the braised meat stall owner was. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant. Ah, so fragrant. Where is it coming from?" The people in front of the braised meat stall owner exclaimed. Those further back began to whisper among themselves. The first person had already paid and was about to receive his pig's trotter from the stall owner. But a sudden gust of fragrant wind entered his nostrils, causing him to lose focus for a moment. Even when the braised meat stall owner handed him the packed pig's trotter, he forgot to reach out and take it. And behind him, no one was rushing him. The braised meat stall owner noticed something was amiss, but he didn't dwell on it, just urged, "Your pig's trotter is ready." The person called up seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly took the plastic bag handed over by the stall owner. But his neck kept stretching upwards, as if searching for something. "Next, how many do you want?" The person behind hesitated. "Boss, I'll take 2. "No, just 1. He originally wanted to buy 2 pig's trotters, but as soon as he smelled that wonderfully rich aroma, he changed his mind instantly. He wanted to save some room in his stomach to see if he could buy something else. The braised meat stall owner noticed the second customer also stretching his neck, as if looking for something, and felt something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. In front of him were several pots filled with pig's trotters, infused with technology and hard work, his nose already numb from the smell. Even if it wasn't numb, with so many stimulating spices sprinkled, those powdered seasonings had long coated his nasal mucosa, rendering his sense of smell useless. The third customer followed in the footsteps of the second person, a young lady. When it was her turn to buy, she hesitated. A thought inexplicably arose in her mind. The pig's trotters in front of me don't look that delicious. Clearly, she had been salivating over the smell earlier, willing to wait in a long line to buy and eat them. But suddenly, a special, more intense aroma wafted through the air, surpassing the scent of the pig's trotters in front of her. This scent seemed to awaken her nose, and she suddenly detected a cheap artificial fragrance in the pig's trotters before her. As the saying goes, one who enters the room of orchids, but does not smell their fragrance, one who enters the fish market, but does not smell the stench. Once the nose remembers a more sophisticated taste, raising the threshold, sniffing those cheap compound scents again only feels inferior. However, the braised meat boss was unaware that the customer's mindset had changed. "How many do you want?" he asked, while his hands were constantly busy. But to his surprise, the young lady suddenly shook her head. "Sorry, I won't buy it," and she slipped out of the queue. This surprised the braised meat boss. How could someone who had waited from the end of the line to the front suddenly decide not to buy? Did she suddenly find it expensive and regret spending the money? Oh well, there were still so many customers. If she didn't want to buy, then so be it. Just as the braised meat stall owner shifted his gaze away, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before him. People were leaving the queue one after another. Why are they suddenly not buying? The stall owner muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat uneasy as he glanced at the open insulated bucket in front of him. Had everyone noticed something wrong with his pig's trotters? Were there cockroaches or cigarette butts in them? Had he forgotten to remove the cloth used to clean the pot? He quickly scanned but found no issues on the surface. However, the number of people leaving the queue kept increasing. When the number of departures reached a point where the braised meat stall owner could no longer remain calm, he anxiously shouted, Hey, why suddenly not buying?" A customer kindly informed him, maybe they smelled the aroma of braised pig's trotters from another stall. "It's too fragrant. I saw the long queue, it's too long. I really can't stand in line anymore, so I'll buy from you." That was the reason some people didn't leave. they simply couldn't be bothered to line up again from the back. As soon as the words fell, a sharp cry of a child pierced everyone's ears. Turning their heads, they saw that it was the child of the auntie selling pan-fried buns next door who was crying. He threw his workbook on the ground, pointing at something in someone's hand, and cried out loudly, "I want to eat that. Mom, buy me that. It smells so good." The auntie was not pleased and slapped him. "Eat, eat, eat, always thinking about eating. You dare to think about the pig's trotters that cost 80 yuan per catty, only picking the expensive ones to eat." The child opened his mouth wide. Is there no meat at home? Are you starving? Why cry? I'll make it for you when we get home. The pig's trotters you buy yourself are cheaper. Don't, woo-woo. Your cooking isn't tasty. I want to eat the kind of woo-woo that big brother is eating. The young man gnawing on the pig's trotter felt extremely embarrassed being pointed at by the child. He didn't mean to tease the child. He just loved food so much that he couldn't wait to bring it home and would eat it right on the roadside. He had eaten in front of this child many times before without the child noticing him. He never expected to make someone cry out of food envy today. This young man was the one who had bought a pig's trotter from the braised food stall before. The pig's trotter he had eaten before left him completely indifferent, even making him feel nauseous after finishing it. After devouring one pig's trotter, he felt like he didn't want to eat meat for a month. But then, he couldn't resist the temptation of another stall selling soy-braised pig's trotters and bought one more. The taste of this one was it was out of this world. His dead taste buds seemed to come back to life. The flavor in his mouth was even more delicious than the aroma. For the first time, his mouth and nose were in agreement, and his eyes were no longer wandering. The newly bought pig's trotter was not drowned in seasoning, it was even separated from the seasoning. The surface of the pigskin exuded an amber-like caramel color, and the texture of the meat inside was clear, with distinct tendons and muscles. The moment he took a bite, a satisfied moan escaped his throat involuntarily. This moan was almost a sigh, as if his stomach was expressing grievances. His internal organs had been deprived of good offerings for too long. It felt like all these years of his life had been stuffing garbage into his stomach. The young man felt so good that even his pores seemed to relax. His whole face was radiant with joy. His hair stood visibly on end, a sign of his excitement. He never expected that his reaction would make everyone around him salivate uncontrollably, especially driving the child crazy with envy. Wasn't life supposed to have fewer spectators? Why was everyone watching him? Despite feeling embarrassed, he couldn't stop himself. He could only turn away and bury himself in eating, trying his best not to make any noise. Amidst the child's hysterical crying, more people left the line in front of the braised food stall. Anyone with eyes could see that the pig's trotter the young man held was different from the one the braised food stall owner was generously seasoning. They were not in the same league. The aroma was noticeably more exquisite. Observing the young man's reaction, with his eyes rolling back in delight, one could tell how extraordinary the taste was. If it was an act, it was a performance worthy of an Oscar-winning actor. Even though they heard it cost 80 yuan per kilogram, which was too expensive, they had already decided to buy the 45 yuan per kilogram pig's trotter. So what was a bit more expensive? This was the psychological threshold effect. Once people crossed one psychological threshold, it became easier to surpass the next higher one. The braised food stall owner never imagined that his actions would inadvertently promote someone else's product. Hey, why is everyone leaving? Don't go. The braised food stall owner watched as customers scattered in a panic, jumping up in distress. He had made 6 or 7 tubs of pig's trotters. Despite previously limiting purchases, he had only sold 2 tubs, leaving him with so many unsold. What was he going to do now? On the other side, Xiaochen was already sweating profusely from being so busy. He couldn't keep up, simply overwhelmed. The customers flocking to him were like never-ending zombies in a movie, one after another. Boss, weigh one for me, the biggest one. Xiaochen squinted his eyes, relying on the detective intuition left by the original owner, keenly sensing something was amiss. Did you just buy one? Why are you back again? The person looked around nervously, but still insisted, no. I waited in line for a long time, it's just my turn now. Xiaochen's gaze was sharp, although you wiped your mouth clean, the smell of pig's trotter gives you away. We agreed on one per person, rules cannot be broken. Next. Hey, come on. The man became anxious and pleaded by the stall, boss, running a business means serving customers, not rejecting them like this. I've waited in line for so long, just sell me one more. The one I had before, I ate it too quickly and couldn't even taste it. Xiao Chen had encountered customers like this before. Just now, there was a girl with big eyes pouting and acting cute with him, and he didn't agree, let alone this rough man now. Sorry, that's just how I do things. There are so many people waiting behind, sell one more, and one less person will be behind. The man tightened his jaw. How about this? I'll pay more. I'll pay extra $30 for it. Xiao Chen still shook his head. If he made an exception now, everyone behind would demand the same. The pickled pig's feet could be sold out in less than 10 minutes. How could he afford to delay a little and wait for the suspect to appear? He still had to complete the arrest mission and reach the peak of life relying on the system. Besides, despite what the captain said, all the money Xiao Chen earned from the stall was to be managed by Xiao Chen himself. Making a lot of money wouldn't be appropriate. Being within the system, he had to abide by the rule of not doing business within the system. Making a small profit was like hard work pay, but making a big profit would turn into severance pay. He didn't want to lose his job as a policeman. No, rules are rules. Next, please. The man wanted to argue further, but the people behind started to protest, so he could only leave dejectedly. The man's departure made many others with the same idea give up and regretfully leave the line. As they left, they couldn't help but mutter, "It's really delicious, but so peculiar. How can a roadside stall have such strange rules? Yeah, if they sold freely, a few of us could buy a whole bucket together. Why bother selling them one by one?" Exactly, what's he thinking? Sell out early, go home and rest sooner, right? These words were spoken as they walked away, and they sounded particularly harsh to the pickled meat stall owner's ears. Not long ago, there was a long line in front of his stall, keeping him so busy that he didn't even have time to catch his breath. But soon, everyone dispersed. The place was deserted, leaving him staring at the several large buckets of dried meat in front of him, watching those people, complaining as they passed by his stall without any intention of stopping. The pickled meat stall owner hurriedly called out, "Come and have a look, fresh stewed pig's feet. No limit, 45 per pound, buy some to go with your drinks." Those people glanced at the pickled meat stall but left without saying a word. Silence spoke louder than words at that moment. They didn't say anything, but it felt like they said everything. They cursed so badly. It was enough to infuriate the pickled meat stall owner. He just couldn't believe it. What was wrong with his pig's feet compared to others? He had to see it with his own eyes. The pickled meat stall owner asked the neighboring stall owner to watch his stall and quietly approached Xiao Chen's stall. Walking along the long line, the pickled meat stall owner grew angrier the more he looked. These were all his customers. The closer he got, the stronger the aroma became. The pickled meat stall owner felt like his mouth had turned into a broken faucet, saliva uncontrollably dripping down. He didn't want Xiao Chen to see him and lose face, so he quietly circled around to stand behind Xiao Chen. From afar, he heard, "Don't go. Let go. I won't let go." At first listen, it seemed like Xiao Chen was arguing with a customer. A group of people surrounded Xiao Chen's stall, pulling and pushing, pointing fingers. The pickled meat stall owner's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was a problem with Xiao Chen's pig's feet, and someone had come to settle the score? With a gloating heart, he quickly hastened his steps to join the commotion. Just as he squeezed into the crowd, Xiao Chen's voice of helplessness could be heard. All sold out, nothing left. Not a single one left. Come back tomorrow to buy." Several young people tightly held onto Xiao Chen's tricycle, their eyes shining with greed, regardless of gender. "Meat is sold out. How about this braised sauce? Boss, name your price." Xiao Chen was speechless. These people were truly relentless if they couldn't get their hands on pig trotters. "Oh, the braised sauce can't be sold. It's just not possible." "Why can't it be sold? How about you sell it at half the price of pig trotters, 40 per kilogram, boss, weigh me a kilogram." As they spoke, these people were getting restless, wanting to lift the lid themselves and engage in forced buying and selling. Xiao Chen quickly hugged the two insulated buckets in front of him, afraid that they would be snatched away by everyone in a moment of carelessness. "It can't be sold, really can't be sold. This pot of braised sauce is worth more than meat. Disperse, disperse." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone knew it was hopeless. Disappointed, yet unwilling to leave. "Boss, do you have a phone number? Do you have WeChat? Do you have a fan group? When will you set up your stall? Send a message in the group. I want it too." The braised flavor stall owner felt like he had eaten a dozen lemons upon hearing this. It was a case of being damned if you do, damned if you don't. While no one paid attention to his 5 or 6 pots of meat, everyone was eager to spend money on his braised sauce. His braised sauce could be sold for 10 yuan. No, 5 yuan per kilogram would do, so why wasn't anyone buying it? The braised flavor stall owner had a sudden inspiration and quickly cleared his throat, blending in with the crowd and shouting, "There's another shop selling pig trotters up ahead. You can go there. They're delicious." However, the next moment, people's responses pierced his heart like a knife. "Not going. Even dogs won't eat that stuff." "Exactly, half of it in a kilogram is just seasoning. Only fools would buy that stuff. Once you've tasted really delicious pig trotters, you can't eat any other junk." The braised flavor boss covered his heart full of wounds, wearing a mask of pain, holding back a mouthful of old blood, and silently withdrew from the crowd. What to do? There were still 6 or 7 buckets of garbage. No, pig trotters, how to deal with them? Should he pour them all into his own stomach? After being forced to establish a fan group on the spot, Xiao Chen finally managed to escape the encirclement. The customers were just too enthusiastic, he couldn't handle it. Although Xiao Chen really wanted to stay and continue monitoring. But if he stayed a little longer, the unsatisfied customers might just slaughter a pig on the spot and throw the meat to him for braising. Helplessly, Xiao Chen had to make a quick getaway. Fortunately, the number he used to create the fan group was a secondary one, so it wouldn't affect his daily life. Otherwise, he might be bombarded with hundreds of notifications every day, enough to drive him crazy. It's better to hurry to other places and see if he can catch any thieves or complete system tasks. Xiao Chen called Captain Lao Lu to report his situation. I was unprepared last night, with too few ingredients, so I sold out quickly today. I'll go to the market after work to buy more pig trotters, and double the amount for tomorrow. Lao Lu couldn't help but salivate at the thought of the fragrant pig trotters he had smelled. It was understandable that such delicious pig trotters sold out quickly. He immediately and reasonably said, "No need to wait until after work, go to the market early, it's also part of the job. I'm also planning to have the other 3 come back. After careful consideration, this matter is not urgent. This is a joint operation with the Anti-Smuggling Bureau, we can't act like a team, making a fuss all day long at the slightest achievement. Moreover, one team just went to the electronics factory today to arrest people. I reckon the group involved in smuggling heard the news and will be on high alert. It's estimated that they won't make any big moves in the next few days, so you guys will have a tough time. Keep an eye on them, don't startle the snake." Understood. Old Lu vented his frustrations over the phone, feeling a bit relieved. Just as he hung up, laughter erupted from the other end. Old Lu's mood darkened. Was catching a fugitive really something to boast about? And why the need to show off? With a stern face, he walked over and found not only the first team but also his own second team laughing along. Old Lu grew angrier, laughing during work hours. What a lack of discipline. Several young officers from the first team quickly stifled their laughter, and the second team dispersed sheepishly. When Old Lu turned around, they couldn't hold it in any longer. "Pfft, what are you laughing at?" Seeing Old Lu's completely darkened expression, everyone hurried to explain. "Sorry, we've had professional training. We usually don't laugh unless we can't help it." Old Lu's mouth twitched as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Come on, tell me, let's see if I can hold back." We were looking at the interrogation records of those 2 factory workers. The fugitive was recognized when he was watching them fight. The reason for their fight was hilarious. Old Lu couldn't find it in himself to laugh. He wanted to hear how the duck flew into their mouths. What was the reason for the fight? One of them had pig's trotters for lunch and kept smacking his lips during work in the afternoon. Oh, and then? The other one smelled it and, thinking he was eating something, asked for a taste. Since he couldn't share, they started arguing. Old Lu felt that something was amiss. During the argument, because they were too close, the smell of pig's trotters from the other person's mouth was too enticing. One leaned in to smell, accidentally kissed him, and then they started fighting. Online rumors say they had a romantic dispute, but no one believes their version of the truth. As they spoke, the officers couldn't hold back anymore, shaking with suppressed laughter. They'd rather be labeled as fighting each other than have the police issue an online statement to explain the whole situation. Old Lu struggled to hold back his laughter, but the twitching muscles on his face gave it all away. Ahem. Ha ha. Ahem. Ha ha. Ahem. Ha. Through a fit of coughing, Old Lu managed to mask the laughter. It's not that funny, these young people have no self-control. Pfft, ahem. He stood up, covering his mouth in an attempt to hide his amusement. That's enough, everyone disperse. The crowd scattered, and Old Lu nonchalantly walked back to his office. As he closed the door, the uproarious laughter shook the ceiling with dust falling. After having his fill of laughter, Old Lu suddenly realized what was amiss. Wait a minute, pig's trotters. If I remember correctly, Xiao Chen was selling pig's trotters today, right? Could it be Xiao Chen was the one who inadvertently led to the fugitive's capture? Old Lu felt a mix of anger and amusement. His own subordinates had unwittingly played into the first team's hands. Now the question arose. Just how delicious were Xiao Chen's pig's trotters to trigger such a chain of events? No, tomorrow he must taste them himself. All for the sake of the case, yes, all for the case. Xiao Chen wandered around the market for 4 or 5 rounds, but he didn't spot anyone engaging in illegal activities. He even considered settling for catching a vendor using false scales, but no luck. Perhaps it wasn't that there were none, but rather his investigative skills were lacking. What does a chef know about catching criminals anyway? There's still time ahead, the time-limited task was probably a lost cause. Xiao Chen, having come to terms with it, rode off on his tricycle with 80 pounds of fresh pig's trotters. Little did he know, the market vendors were astute and could read people well. From Xiao Chen's eyes, posture, and ingredient choices, they could tell he was an expert in cooking. Only fools would try to deceive connoisseurs. Back in the rented rundown building, Xiao Chen made sure there was no one around, quickly slipped inside, and closed the door. Fortunately, it was still early after work, and the neighbors had not returned yet. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be questioned about what he had cooked last night. Perhaps he would even be accused face to face, blamed for keeping everyone awake all night. Unfortunately, tonight everyone would also have a sleepless night. 80 caddies of pig trotters, double the amount from last night, meant a longer cooking time. However, the brine was already prepared, saving half the effort. Xiao Chen washed the pig trotters one by one, scrubbing them until they were snowy white. Fresh pig trotters wouldn't have a strong smell, only a faint meaty fragrance after rinsing off the blood. Piled up in a stainless steel basin, they looked like a snowy mountain. The tips of the trotters were slightly red, resembling the last rays of the setting sun casting a warm glow on the edge of the snow mountain. These were already the best pig trotters available in the market, but Xiao Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. According to his personal preference, he preferred bamboo-fed pigs. These pigs were raised on bamboo, mountain spring water, grass, wild fruits, and mountain vegetables. Their meat naturally carried a hint of bamboo fragrance, tenderer and more flavorful. After washing them, Xiao Chen chopped the pig trotters. Each seemingly casual cut was actually deliberate, skillfully avoiding the bones and following the direction of the muscles. With little effort, they were easily split open. In this old building with poor sound insulation, the chopping sound was not harsh but carried a rhythmic sense. To prevent them from being snatched up too quickly, Xiao Chen intentionally cut the pig trotters into smaller pieces. This sacrificed some texture but was compensated by the richer and more fragrant brine. The pig trotters were blanched in cold water with ginger and scallions to remove impurities. Before it boiled, they were removed, quickly cooled in a bucket of ice water to make the skin and tendons crispier and the meat firmer. Then they were drained and added to the preheated brine. After adding the spices, the lid was closed. The next crucial step was to block the refrigerator door. These pig trotters needed to simmer until at least noon the next day. During this time, the high temperature would extract the fat from the trotters, triggering Maillard reaction and releasing an enticing aroma. Simultaneously, the spices in the brine would penetrate the trotters under pressure, enriching the layers of flavor. If he couldn't block this door tonight, this pot of pig trotters would be devoured by the entire neighborhood, even the bucket would be taken. After ensuring the door was sealed, Xiao Chen clasped his hands together and silently said, "I'm sorry." Then quite unkindly, he turned on the range hood, letting the aroma waft out of the house. It wasn't to tease others but for safety. The old house had poor ventilation, and to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, he had to do this. May the poor Taoist not die, Amit Ba, Amen. As the sky gradually darkened, more and more laborers returned home from work. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered around Xiao Chen's home, everyone subconsciously cursed. Damn! What smells so good? This fragrance, tantalizing yet out of reach, was a torture for the hungry laborers. After a day's work, their rationality had long been worn out. They were like zombies catching the scent of living humans, restlessly and eagerly searching everywhere but finding no one. Where is this fragrance coming from? Which shop sells such delicious food? Oh my, with such a strong aroma, has common decency disappeared? The unsatisfied stomach, like a small fist, wildly punched inside them. Their bellies growled in protest, unable to escape. People could only run around aimlessly, grabbing and eating whatever they could find. The roadside snacks were quickly sold out. Meanwhile, causing all this chaos, Xiao Chen was taking a shower in the bathroom, completely ignoring the banging on the door outside. The neighbors had all returned. The children were so tempted by the snacks that they couldn't focus on their homework and ended up crying after being scolded by their parents. Xiao Chen paid no attention to the commotion outside and was solely focused on getting squeaky clean. After finishing his shower, he sniffed his arm and his face fell in despair. No matter how many times I wash, I can't get rid of this pig trotter smell from my body. The poorly ventilated room felt like a large stew pot, filled with a strong aroma that completely marinated Xiao Chen. Luckily, he didn't have to report to the police station tomorrow. Instead, he would go straight to the park to set up his stall. Otherwise, his colleagues might have devoured him. Just as he was about to turn back to the bathroom, he suddenly noticed money being continuously pushed under the door crack. The neighbor outside was shouting in despair, "Take your money and give me my braised meat. I can't take it anymore. I'll pay for it. Just give it to me." Is there anyone inside? If there is, say something. If you don't, I'll break down your door. Damn, the more I smell it, the more enticing it gets. Xiao Chen was so scared that he retreated back into the bathroom, too afraid to make a sound, only daring to push the money out with a clothes hanger. With just a bit of pig trotter, more wolves than meat, he was never worried about scarcity but rather inequality. Either everyone gets a share, or no one eats. Otherwise, with neighbors all around, he feared that those who couldn't buy any would lose their minds and suddenly find Xiao Chen very appetizing, pouncing on him. Meanwhile, at the electronics factory park, in a factory, Wang Defa was working overtime. He was a supervisor whose daily routine involved playing on his phone while overseeing the ordinary workers working overtime. Others only saw him playing on his phone and thought his job was easy. Little did they know how tired his hands were from gaming and the pressure on his neck. This job was too exhausting. If he had known, he would have asked his brother-in-law to transfer him to an easier position. Since the factory was owned by his brother-in-law, changing positions would have been a piece of cake. The position of the general manager looked good to him. The general manager had his own office and computer, now that's comfort. Unfortunately, his brother-in-law was rarely home, and he seldom visited the company, so Wang Defa never had the chance to discuss a transfer with him. It was all because his sister was getting old and unattractive, failing to please her husband. Otherwise, why wouldn't her husband come home? Forget about gaming, he decided to go chat with a pretty female subordinate. With his big belly leading the way, Wang Defa strolled to the packaging room to find the young woman who had been exchanging glances with him recently. Inside the packaging room, the young woman was sitting with her legs crossed, holding a handful of melon seeds. She cracked them loudly in her mouth and occasionally pointed and scolded the female workers under her supervision. Move faster, be more efficient. Why are you so slow? Stop chatting, who has such a foul mouth, thinking about slacking off every day. Let me hear a sound, and I'll slap her mouth shut. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a man with a big belly at the door. The young woman quickly threw away the melon seeds and resumed a ladylike posture. Wang Defa walked into the factory and saw the young woman he liked sitting elegantly. The other ordinary female workers looked tired and sloppy, making the young woman stand out even more. After a few steps, Wang Defa stepped on melon seed shells on the floor and his face immediately turned stern. Why are you eating melon seeds during work hours? Can't you keep your mouth shut? So much work left undone, all you think about is slacking off. Do you want your pay deducted? Poor and lazy, truly despicable. After scolding them, he turned to the young woman with a gentle tone. Xiaohua, this is how you have to manage your subordinates. You are just too gentle. Xiaohua stood up shyly, saying, Oh, Wanggu, I can't be like you, you are too manly. Although it seemed like Xiaohua was maintaining a certain distance from Wang Defa, she had actually extended a finger, quietly hooking onto the belt around his waist. Snacking on melon seeds at work is no big deal. Everyone is happy, and it's easier for me to manage people. With a single hook and a single praise from Wang Defa, his heart swelled infinitely. Well, whether they are happy or not, if anyone disobeys, you come and tell me. I'll just let her go. Since you've become a team leader, Brother Wang will definitely support you. Alright, thanks, Brother Wang. After that, Xiaohua suddenly took something wrapped in a plastic bag from her purse and handed it to Wang Defa. By the way, Brother Wang, there's a pig trotter seller at the West Gate today, business is booming. The line is so long, and there's a purchase limit of one. I finally managed to buy one after waiting in line for so long, and I saved it for you on purpose. With the beauty in front of him, Wang Defa was lost in his thoughts, forgetting all about the pig trotter. He just felt the warmth in his hand, soft to the touch, just like Xiaohua's hand. There's a purchase limit of one, so if you give it to me, won't you have nothing to eat? How about we find a place and eat it together? Wang Defa's words were full of suggestive ambiguity, completely ignoring the fact that there were so many people around. However, Xiaohua seemed not to understand, smiling coquettishly. Whether I eat it or not is not important. Brother Wang has to manage so many people every day and worry about so many things. Look at how tired you are, you need to eat more to replenish yourself. If Brother Wang is healthy, the company will develop better and better. The female workers nearby seemed indifferent on the surface, but in reality, they had criticized them hundreds of times in their hearts. This couple, one worse than the other. What she managed to buy in line was clearly sent to her by her several lovers. There were several more in the bag. Wang Defa had gotten so fat, yet he said he had lost weight. It's a wonder how she could say that with a straight face. Making him eat pig trotters was like letting the same kind cannibalize each other. It was already annoying to work, and now they had to play along with this couple. So annoying. Wang Defa looked at Xiaohua's lovely face, listened to her sweet words, and his thoughts wandered even more. You truly understand what's best for the company. A girl like you, who is clear-minded, insightful, and considerate, must be promoted. I'd like to hear about your career plans. Let's go out and talk in detail. Wang Defa almost explicitly hinted that Xiaohua should accompany him to do something. Xiaohua understood his hint but politely declined in a low voice. Brother Wang, I heard that the boss will come tonight. I remember you said you had something to tell the boss. Your matters are more important, mine can wait. This made Wang Defa realize that he needed to see his brother-in-law first if he was coming to the factory. When his brother-in-law made him the general manager and he had his own office, there would be no need to find a place to chat in the future. He could just close the door in the office at any time to chat. So he changed his tune. I do have something important to discuss with my brother-in-law. Let's talk about your matters another day. All right. As they parted ways, Wang Defa reached around Xiaohua and gave her a firm pat before hurriedly leaving. As soon as he left the factory, he headed straight to the boss's office. His brother-in-law didn't come often, so he had to seize this opportunity for a job change. However, it was indeed strange. Why hadn't he heard about his brother-in-law's visit? But Xiaohua knew. After waiting at the door for a long time, he never saw his brother-in-law. Wang Defa quickly went back to ask Xiaohua where she heard the news from and if it was accurate. Before he could get close this time, he heard Xiaohua's laughter like silver bells. Faintly, there was a man's voice coming out, and a woman's voice coquettishly saying, "You're so bad." Wang Defa felt a green light appearing above his head. Filled with anger, he walked over, determined to teach that wild man a lesson. But as he caught a glimpse of the man's back, he quickly hid behind the door. Brother-in-law. How could it be his brother-in-law? What was he doing here? Still pinching the little flower's butt. From the angle by the door, it's clearly visible. Brother-in-law's wandering hands never stop. So arrogant, in front of so many people, he only dares to touch a little. And brother-in-law is so shameless, once his hand goes up, he has no intention of pulling it back. So infuriating, so infuriating. The last girl he had his eye on. Before he could make a move, the boss took her away in his car and had his way with her. Afterwards, he made him give money to shut the girl up, so she wouldn't report it. What's most infuriating is that he had to front the money to shut her up, and brother-in-law still hasn't paid him back. This time he took the initiative to flirt with Little Flower, and Little Flower is interested in him too. When there's mutual affection, why should brother-in-law meddle again? Wang Defa was furious. Furious. He quietly left, pretending he had never been there. He went back to wait outside the boss's office. Everyone thought he was foolish, but he wasn't. The woman had already been taken. He couldn't afford to lose the position of general manager. Once he became the general manager, he could have as many women as he wanted. Although he had it all figured out, the north wind was blowing outside, and snowflakes were drifting. The scene made him feel indescribably uncomfortable. Perhaps after being hit, people become especially fragile, especially in need of comfort food. In the cold wind, he suddenly remembered the pig trotter he had forgotten. He took it out of his bag, unwrapping several layers of plastic bags and insulation bags. The more he unwrapped, the warmer his hands became, and the pig trotter was still warm. Once the seal was completely removed, a strong fragrance burst out eagerly, like Sunmukong who had been suppressed for 500 years, bursting out impatiently. It even jumped up and hit him on the head. The blow was so intense that it made him see stars. It also made him feel a fiery passion. In the fragrance of the pig trotter, he unexpectedly felt a hot and passionate love. Love dispersed all his pain, filling the emptiness in his heart. The fragrance, so fragrant. How could there be something so fragrant in this world? Without even tasting it, his entire stomach and heart had already been conquered. Suddenly, he recalled the feeling of holding hands with Little Flower for the first time. The same warmth, the same softness, the same fragrance. In a daze, he felt like he was holding not a pig trotter, but Little Flower's fair and tender hand. Originally, Wang Defa was only interested in Little Flower for her looks. He also thought that a woman like Little Flower was probably only with him for career advancement and a raise. But after smelling the fragrance of the pig trotter, he suddenly realized. Such delicious food. Such a fragrant smell with such deadly attraction. Little Flower couldn't bear to eat even a bite, saving it specifically for herself. What was this? This was love. This was true love. In an instant, tears fell from Wang Defa's chubby face. There were many beautiful women in this world, but not many who would fall in love with him blindly. Missing this opportunity, he might have to wait until the next life. Brother-in-law. Spare a thought for others. He immediately transformed into a pure love warrior, shouting as he ran back the way he came. What Wang Defa didn't know was that shortly after he left, Little Flower took out another sealed package of pig trotter and handed it to the boss, and said the same thing. The boss was very touched and decided to give Little Flower a promotion opportunity. He asked Little Flower to go out and find a place to eat the pig trotter together and discuss career planning. The difference was, Little Flower agreed without hesitation. When Wang Defa found brother-in-law's car in the underground parking lot, he paused in his tracks. The familiar scene gave him a sense of foreboding. The car's engine was humming. Probably someone was inside with the heater on. After observing for a while, the car didn't move, the four wheels were still. Wang Defa was overjoyed, there was still time. Just as Wang Defa rushed to the side of the car, the window suddenly rolled down halfway. A man's hand reached out from inside, flicked off some cigarette ash, and then retracted. Wang Defa stopped in his tracks, tears streaming down his face. What a pinch! After the event, he lit a cigarette. The raw rice had turned into rice soup. What's the use now? Through the half-open car window, he saw Little Flower lying in the car, cheeks flushed, with a postcoital look on her face. His suspended heart died completely. The man smoking in the car turned his head and caught sight of Wang Defa's figure, dropping his cigarette in fright. Who's there? Upon closer inspection, the man recognized the familiar face and relaxed. Oh, it's you scaring me like that. The man unabashedly rolled down the car window completely and stuck his head out to speak. Defa, since you're here, go to the pharmacy and buy me some blue pills. There's still time for another round. Wang Defa's heart twisted like a knife. A pure love warrior like him was being treated as a blood and mana supplier. He came to save the beauty. But facing his brother-in-law, he felt a bit discouraged. Did Little Flower also think he was useless, hence the disdainful look in her eyes? Seeing Wang Defa hesitating, the brother-in-law urged him, hurry up. The pharmacy will close soon if you don't go. Oh, and you can front the money for the medicine first, I'll pay you back tomorrow. Double blow. Last time he fronted money, the brother-in-law also said he'd pay back the next day. Yet day after day passed, and the money was nowhere to be seen. Playing with the woman he liked, making him buy blue pills with his own money, it was heart-wrenching. Wang Defa's hand holding the pig's trotter trembled slightly. The brother-in-law caught a familiar scent and sniffed a few times in the air. Suddenly seeing the pig's trotter in Wang Defa's hand, the brother-in-law showed a surprised expression and snatched it. How did you know I was still hungry, and you brought this specially for me? This pig's trotter is so delicious, it gives me strength after eating it. A few are not enough. I was just thinking of having another one, and you brought it to me. How considerate of my nephew. Wang Defa's already bleeding heart was stabbed again. He hadn't even tasted a bite of the pig's trotter, and others were eating several in a row. Am I the clown myself? Damn it! Surrounded by beautiful women outside, not letting go of his woman. With assets worth billions in the company, not letting go of his small change. Attending high-end banquets every day, yet wanting to eat his pig's trotter. If you don't let me go, I won't let you go either. Who can endure this? In a fit of anger, Wang Defa snatched back the pig's trotter and ran off. Hey! What are you doing? The brother-in-law was stunned. What am I doing? Screw you! This time, Wang Defa wouldn't hide and sulk alone, he would seek revenge. He would send his brother-in-law to jail, even if it meant going down together. He took out his phone and dialed a 3-digit number. With determination, Wang Defa made the call. Hello, I want a report. Yongfeng Electronics Company, Ltd., is deceiving people. It claims to produce electronic components, but in reality, it profits from fraudulent lending. The operator who received the police call widened her eyes like copper bells. She suddenly became alert. Can you describe it more clearly? How exactly do they deceive people with lending? Wang Defa spilled everything he knew like pouring out beans. They used the guise of factory recruitment to target older, less educated workers from small towns or those in urgent need of money. Once they arrive, their IDs are confiscated, and they are made to pay 2 months' salary as a deposit, promising higher pay upon regularization. When they can't sustain themselves financially, they are privately directed to illegal online lending platforms. In reality, those lending platforms are developed and operated by Yongfeng Electronics. The company's main source of income is lending. The operator, upon hearing this, understood the importance of the call. To further verify the information, she asked, "How did you come to know about this? Are you one of the workers deceived into borrowing, or?" Before the operator could finish her question, the person on the other end of the line answered, "Of course, I know, because I'm the one in charge of recruitment. This company's unscrupulous boss is my brother-in-law. I know all too well about his actions. Police, come quickly and arrest him." Besides loan sharking, he also engages in drinking, gambling, and forcing women. I will be a key witness. I'm going to prepare all the evidence right now. Hurry up and come, I'll open the door for you. After a brief mental shutdown, the operator quickly reported the relevant information to the command center. The command center issued orders to the police stations in the jurisdiction. It was the Public Security Sub-Bureau where Xiao Chen was stationed. This time, it was old Lu who received the task of responding. He was extremely excited, knowing it was a major case. Old Lu took the entire second team on duty and rushed to the Electronic Industrial Park overnight. With someone leading the way, old Lu smoothly raided the place and apprehended everyone in one fell swoop. Upon interrogation, everything checked out. The evidence was solid, irrefutable. This time, they outperformed the first team by a long shot. While one team boasted about catching one person, their second team had caught a whole bunch. After the initial excitement wore off, old Lu suddenly felt that something was amiss. Wait a minute. Their joint investigation with the Customs Bureau into smuggling cases in the Electronic Industrial Park had just begun and yielded no results yet. In less than a day, they had already captured a fugitive who had been on the run for over a decade within the Electronic Industrial Park. There was also a company posing as a recruitment agency but illegally engaging in loan sharking. In such a small electronic industrial park, there were unexpectedly so many hidden secrets. Upon careful consideration, old Lu speculated that this might be related to the recent establishment of the Electronic Industrial Park. With the park's development in its early stages and lax supervision, all sorts of shady characters took advantage of the situation. The fact that the police station had not received any reports about the loan sharking company indicated how well they had concealed their activities. They operated cleanly, leaving no incriminating evidence. But why would the boss's nephew-in-law risk exposing himself to report the company? When questioned by the police, the answer they received was astonishing. He stole my pig's trotters. He stole my pig's trotters. Pig's trotters again. This was the second case related to pig's trotters. Could it be that the pig's trotters they mentioned were all sold by Xiao Chen? Old Lu wanted to delve deeper, but another bombshell news suddenly hit, throwing the entire police station into disarray. Something big has happened. The father of our sub-bureau chief has gone missing. What? Is it true? Old Lu quickly stood up and stopped the officer who had brought this news. Don't spread rumors. Is there any basis for this? The officer hurriedly replied, it's not a rumor. The team leader had already received a secret mission to find him. He has been out searching for hours and hasn't found him. The old man is getting on in years. The longer he's out there, the more dangerous it is. So the team leader asked me to come back and request support. Old Lu cursed the team leader for being unreliable. How could such a significant matter be treated as a secret mission? If something went wrong, could they bear the responsibility? Old Lu quickly left a few people in charge of interrogation. The rest followed him, setting out together to search for the missing person. Tell me in detail, how did the old man go missing? The officer ran behind him, panting and answering. He had been living in the countryside for retirement. Recently, his health deteriorated, so the bureau chief brought him to the city to see a doctor. Just as they entered the city in the evening, they encountered traffic congestion. The driver turned around, and the old man in the back seat disappeared. Old Lu further inquired about the details. How could a healthy person just vanish? Was the surveillance footage checked? We reviewed the surveillance along the route and found that the old man had opened the car door and walked out by himself. His route took him through a densely populated urban village area with limited surveillance coverage. He simply disappeared there. Old Lu frowned. We might have to go door to door to inquire. The officer immediately replied, that's what Captain E also thinks. That's why he sent me to the police station to get support. On the other side, at Xiao Chen's home. Ding! Detected that a Class B criminal has confessed, effective arrest. Reward of 50,000 yuan, keep up the good work. Ding! Time-limited task, assist in capturing one criminal within 24 hours, completed point exchange function officially open. Ding! A-level fugitive bonus of 1,000 points, B-level criminal 500 points. You can visit the point exchange store ahead to exchange for related items. A series of ding-ding-ding reminders made Xiao Chen, who was drowsy, wide awake. The system sounded again. This time he was sure it wasn't a hallucination. His phone received another message, a transfer of 50,000 yuan to his bank account. Although he didn't know which criminal had been captured, if the system said so, then it must be true. Let's see what's in the point exchange store. Xiao Chen's mind stirred, and a blue translucent interface appeared before him. It was filled with a dazzling array of goods. Genuine emotion big mushroom, 200 points each. Repentance chili pepper, 200 points each. Healthy body small apple, 500 points each. 100% bulletproof Hawaiian nut, 3,000 points each. Are all the items in the store ingredients? But the names are a bit strange. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he browsed through the store's product list. What's this? He suddenly noticed a special item, not an ingredient, but Vendetta snack cart, 1000 points. Isn't this just a tricycle? It's not much different from mine. Let me see how this vendetta thing works. After some exploration, Xiaochen found the page to open the detailed introduction. Vendetta snack cart, very unique, clear distinction between love and hate. Encounter a good person, blue light turns on, encounter a bad person, one-click alarm. The law has gray areas, but in the world of the snack cart, there's only red and blue. After reading this introduction, Xiaochen's heart was set. Where could he find such a unique snack cart? It's practically a walking criminal detector. But here's the problem. The stall Xiaochen received was just a temporary task. After completing this one, the tasks assigned by superiors might not be the same. Buying the snack cart would then be meaningless. But then a thought struck him. Who said buying a tricycle snack cart meant he had to set up a stall? It could be used as a mode of transportation, riding to work every day. How cool would that be? Buy it. Let's buy it. Ding. Vendetta snack cart exchanged, remaining points 500. Following the system's prompt, the snack cart was placed downstairs by the system, even with a license plate attached. With 500 points left, let's see what else to buy. Xiaochen hesitated between genuine emotion big mushroom and repentance chili pepper for a long time. Finally, he chose healthy body small apple. The first two items didn't seem like ingredients that could be eaten raw. Better go for something to keep the body healthy. Ding! Healthy body small apple exchanged, remaining points 0. In the blink of an eye, the apple appeared in his hand. The apple looked vastly different from a regular one. Its shape was irregular, resembling a squeezed ball. The surface was uneven, covered with varying depths of wrinkles. Xiaochen looked at this peculiar fruit in confusion. Is this really not a devil fruit? Can it really be eaten? Since he had already bought it, Xiaochen bravely took a bite. He only intended to taste it lightly, but the apple seemed to grow legs and dive into his throat. With a gulp, it melted in his mouth, impossible to spit out. Soon enough, the reaction came. He felt a warm sensation in his stomach. His body seemed different in some way, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His gaze fell on the tall refrigerator against the door. Xiaochen walked over and attempted to lift it. Something miraculous happened. The once incredibly heavy refrigerator now could be easily moved by Xiaochen. Wow, there's something good in this point store, Xiaochen exclaimed in delight. Out of the corner of his eye, the door suddenly cracked open. Xiaochen then noticed that the latch on the door had been knocked off at some point. With no fridge blocking it, a gust of wind in the corridor could easily blow the door open. Xiaochen quickly set down the fridge and reached out to push the door closed. But it was too late. The door was already halfway open, revealing an old man standing outside. Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing only one person instead of a crowd as he had imagined. On the floor lay a dozen or so crooked bowls, and to his surprise, there were even a few empty buckets with grains of rice stuck inside. It seemed like the neighbors had their fill of the delicious smell at his door and had left. Of course, it was also possible that they didn't have enough to eat and had deliberately brought back buckets to get more food. As for this old man, it was unclear whether he was lucky to have just arrived or stubborn enough to wait for the opportunity. Their eyes met, and at that moment, it would be impolite to close the door in front of him. They were all neighbors, and kicking someone out directly would hurt their relationship. At the very least, a few words should be exchanged before sending the person away. Good evening, sir, what brings you here? Xiaochen greeted softly. The old man seemed somewhat unfamiliar, not like a resident of the building. Perhaps they were from the same neighborhood. The old man's eyes glazed over, and a string of glistening saliva dripped from his mouth. Xiaochen furrowed his brow, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. This old man didn't seem very bright. Could he be suffering from dementia and had been lured by the smell of his cooking? Sir, are you lost? The old man pursed his lips and remained silent, but suddenly thrust something tightly held in his hand into Xiaochen's palm. The hallway was dimly lit, and Xiaochen couldn't make out what the old man had given him, but it felt thick, somewhat like the handwritten contact books used by the older generation. Do you want me to make a call for you? Just a moment, please. Before the old man could utter a word, a rush of saliva poured out of his mouth like a flood breaking through a dam. The saliva overflowed, choking the old man. Cough, cough, cough. The violent cough echoed through the narrow corridor, shaking the entire floor. To make matters worse, it seemed like the neighbors had been alerted. Faint conversations could be heard from the neighboring couple. Honey, do you hear that noise coming from next door? Is that young man opening the door? Let me check. The sound of locks being turned could be heard from both sides. Xiaochen paled in shock, forgetting everything else and hurriedly darted into the room to hide. He closed the door and tried to lock it, only to realize that the lock was broken. Damn, he had forgotten it was broken. Xiao Chen quickly turned around to move the fridge. As he turned back, he suddenly saw the old man standing behind him, startling him. Ah! When did this old man sneak into the room? Wasn't he just coughing violently a moment ago? How could he move faster than Xiao Chen? Hey, how did you? A voice came from outside the door. Honey, does that door look like it's open? It seems so, there's light coming through the crack. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Without time to escort the old man out, Xiao Chen lifted the fridge and pushed it against the door. He pressed his whole body against it, securing the door, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. It was then that Xiao Chen noticed what he was holding. In the light of the room, it was clear that it wasn't a contact book but a stack of banknotes. The denominations vary, with 10, 5, and 50 yuan bills, all neatly folded and bundled together with a rubber band. Why did this old man give him money? Is he trying to sell him pig trotters? Turning back, the old man's figure was nowhere to be seen. Was it just an illusion earlier? Looking again, the old man appeared in the kitchen, heading straight for the braised pig trotters. His intentions were clear: pay and get the goods, planning to help himself to the meal. Xiao Chen hurried over and grabbed the old man's arm. Wait! Don't go in, the kitchen is dangerous. Please sit in the living room. I know you want to eat pig trotters, I'll get them for you. Please wait on the sofa, okay? Xiao Chen coaxed the old man out like pacifying a child. The kitchen had an open flame and a large iron pot over half a person tall. It was filled with boiling braising liquid, and Xiao Chen was genuinely worried about potential accidents. 10 minutes later, the old man was in the living room, devouring 3 braised pig trotters voraciously, his face covered in oil. He was enjoying his meal, but Xiao Chen was starting to worry. How should he handle this lively old man? Xiao Chen didn't dare to take the money the old man gave him. What if his family came and accused Xiao Chen of cheating the old man? Earlier, Xiao Chen tried to communicate with him, asking if he remembered his home address and phone number. But the old man could only mumble ABA and couldn't provide any useful information. Sometimes he would unexpectedly pull out a few more banknotes from somewhere on his person. Other times, he would point at an empty bowl and say, "Dad, hungry, food." It was hard to tell. This man was dressed in tattered clothes with holes and mud stains on his pants, yet he seemed to have money. Could he be a homeless scavenger? It was said that collecting scrap could be quite profitable nowadays. Given the situation, Xiao Chen couldn't just push the old man out the door in the middle of the night, could he? As for calling the police, he was a policeman himself and knew the procedures. Even if he took the man to the police station, his colleagues would have to bring the old man back to the place where he was last seen. That was his home. Then they would have to go door to door, asking neighbors in the vicinity and even throughout the entire neighborhood. Can you imagine if Xiao Chen dared to face the residents of the entire neighborhood now? Xiao Chen sighed. He could only call Leah C., who was on duty tonight, to ask if anyone had reported the old man missing to the police. Leah C. insisted, "No, absolutely not. Trust me, I'm alert tonight. I've handled every report. If there is, let me know. No problem. Leave it to me, you can trust me." Little did Xiao Chen know that the only missing person case that had occurred was so serious that Leah C. was never informed. After hanging up the phone, it seemed that he could only leave the old man at home for now and seek help at the police station tomorrow. Meanwhile, 2 police officers, one tall and one short, were downstairs from Xiao Chen's place, knocking on doors and inquiring at each apartment. "Have you seen an elderly man? In his 70s, slim and about this tall?" "No, thank you. Please contact us if you see him." After questioning the first floor, the 2 officers climbed the stairs, preparing to ask on the second floor. As they ascended, they whispered to each other. The taller officer complained, "Didn't we agree that I would ask the questions and you would observe the homeowner's expressions? Why do you keep zoning out?" The other officer scratched his head in embarrassment. "I didn't mean to, but don't you feel there's a particularly pleasant smell in the air?" "Of course, we smelled it as soon as we entered the neighborhood." The shorter officer hurriedly said, "No, don't you think the fragrance in this building is exceptionally strong? It's so intoxicating." The taller officer licked his lips, agreeing. It's probably coming from a household in this building. Let's stop talking about it, endure it. We're here to investigate, not to beg for food. Doing our job is what matters." The short police officer had a hesitant look on his face. After some internal struggle, he finally spoke up. "Bro, I couldn't ask this back at the station. Now that it's just us, I want to discreetly inquire about." The tall police officer glanced at him. "What do you want to find out?" "About our precinct chief's old man, who came to the city for medical treatment. Is it related to his brain? I'm not insulting him, I mean things like senile dementia. Otherwise, at 70, he shouldn't be confused enough to wander off, right?" The tall police officer walking ahead suddenly stopped, his expression turning serious. With one foot on the stairs, he turned back solemnly and said, "This needs to be handled discreetly. Let me quietly update you on the situation. If the old man really went missing due to senile dementia, our chief wouldn't be this worried. You know, the old man is not at all confused, he's even healthier than some 50-year-olds. As he spoke, his voice grew softer. The last few sentences were whispered into the ear of the short police officer. But the problem lies here. Such a robust person, able-bodied, clear-minded, yet suddenly disappeared, and hasn't contacted his family. The chief is worried that the old man might have been kidnapped, his movements restricted, hence no contact. Ah! The short police officer was shocked and let out a cry, then quickly covered his mouth. His gaze turned sharp, no longer showing his previous greedy demeanor. This elevated the nature of the case. What was initially thought to be a simple case of a missing elderly person now escalated to a kidnapping level. However, he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Wasn't the old man's first day in the city today? How did his identity get exposed so quickly? Wait, who would dare to kidnap our chief's father? What grudge, what resentment, to take such a big risk?" Soon, his questions were answered. The tall police officer said, "It might not be aimed at the chief. You don't know, when the old man was young, he was in the military police. Back in those days, there was no distinction between military and police. He had undertaken many sensitive and dangerous missions, both internationally and domestically. All I can say is, if there's still one enemy alive, it's a mortal enemy. Can you blame the chief for being anxious?" The short police officer fell silent, just gasping for air. He truly hadn't expected the severity of the mission to be greater than he imagined. "I understand, bro, I won't lose focus. When you knock on the door later for questioning, I'll pay close attention to the homeowner's reaction." The two continued upstairs, no longer chatting, keeping the earlier conversation to themselves. Above the heads of the two officers, in a room on the third floor, Xiao Chun firmly refused the old man's request for a 10th pig's trotter. "You're so old, can't you eat with moderation? Can your stomach handle it? Hungry. Burp food." The old man, with a big belly, burped and complained of hunger. Xiao Chun didn't indulge him at all, rolling his eyes on the spot. It wasn't that Xiao Chun was stingy and didn't want the old man to eat. Look at how bloated his stomach is, like a thin-skinned walnut ready to burst. Still thinking about eating more. If something goes wrong, Xiao Chun can't bear that responsibility. Hungry. Burp burp hungry. Seeing Xiao Chun's refusal, the old man started to make a scene, shouting at the top of his lungs. He seemed to have noticed that Xiao Chun was afraid of attracting the neighbor's attention. So he used this tactic, forcing Xiao Chun to compromise several times. But this time, Xiao Chun wouldn't give in again. "If you shout again, I'll take you to the police station right now. Don't expect to eat tomorrow morning." The old man immediately shut his mouth. He didn't want to go to the police station, as going there would mean being taken back by his unfilial son, leaving Xiao Chun, who would still treat him as a fool. Who else would feed him such delicious pig trotters? Even Xiao Chun couldn't imagine that this old man, pretending to be foolish and engaging in forced transactions, was actually the father of their sub-bureau chief. The old man had a phone on him, intentionally turned off, and directly stuffed it into his sock. Hidden securely, it couldn't be found even with a thorough search. No one could contact his family to take him back. This old man, his mind is fine, and his body is healthy. If there's anything wrong with him, it's probably just his insatiable appetite. Not long ago, he had a big argument with his son over the phone. His son forbade him from eating mushrooms. He even ordered that if he wanted to eat them, they had to be cooked thoroughly until soft to remove the toxicity. Does his disobedient son, now a bureau chief, have to intimidate him like this? Does he not know if the mushrooms are poisonous? Last time he was hospitalized, it wasn't because of mushrooms, it was clearly due to his drinking. Just don't pair mushrooms with alcohol next time, and everything will be fine. Overcooking them is unnecessary. If they're too soft, the freshness of the mushrooms is lost, so what's the point of eating them? Every time they argue, his son brings up old issues. He mentioned the time he had stomach bleeding from eating bamboo shoots. Saying that bamboo shoots have a lot of rough fibers that can damage the stomach lining, he forbade him from eating them again. What a joke. When he was young, he spent 3 days and nights in the jungle. Snakes, frogs, scorpions, he roasted them with a lighter and ate them whole. Now, eating a tender bamboo shoot could hurt his stomach? It's clearly an issue with the pot, it must have been too raw, not properly heated. Next time, switch to an old pot, add more oil, and everything will be fine. The old man had already explained everything clearly to his son over the phone, but his disobedient son wouldn't listen. He kept saying that he was worried about him living alone in the countryside and might end up eating himself to death sooner or later. He even wanted to bring him to the city to take care of him. What a joke, does he not know how things are in the city? The city may seem lively, but it's actually a food desert. Fast food is pre-made, meals are leftovers, fried eggs are frozen, meat is synthetic. Living in such a place, even if you live to be 100, you'll be preserved with preservatives. Can anyone look lively in such a place? His disobedient son is already busy with stomach problems, yet he says he wants to take care of him? Clearly unable to argue back, his disobedient son still sent someone to the countryside to forcefully take him away. He was working in the fields at the time, didn't even have time to change his clothes, and was attacked from behind, his mouth covered, and carried into the car. All the way, the old man was planning his escape. It wasn't until they reached the city that he finally found an opportunity. A road was blocked with no way out. It seemed like people from several nearby neighborhoods were out and about, wandering the streets, heads held high, sniffing around as if looking for something. When the driver got out of the car to disperse the pedestrians blocking the road, the old man took off his coat, pretended to lie down with a pillow, and quietly slipped away. As soon as he opened the car door, he smelled the deadly fragrance in the air. He had intended to return to the countryside quickly, but as soon as he caught a whiff of that scent, he was held captive for 30 minutes. Unable to resist, he turned into a fish caught on a hook, swimming against the flow to find the source of the fragrance. While others might be spinning in circles due to temptation, he, relying on the tracking skills he learned in his youth, went straight to the source. When neighbors gave up waiting outside Xiao Chen's door because he was playing dead and not opening it, only the old man, with his iron will, managed to wait until Xiao Chen finally opened the door. However, there was a slight flaw in the plan. He had originally planned to negotiate with Xiao Chen and pay for some food, but he could see clearly that no matter how much money the neighbors tried to push through the crack in the door, it would be pushed back out with a clothes hanger. In the end, the person inside even sealed the door with tape. To his surprise, his own mouth was so unreliable. Just as they met, saliva burst out of his mouth faster than the words he wanted to say. He was even mistaken for a fool by Xiao Chen. But being mistaken for a fool seemed to make it easier for him to get what he wanted to eat, so be it. Shouting "Daddy," hungry at his age didn't make him feel embarrassed. He wasn't greedy for money, nor did he steal. Among eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, he only indulged in eating. Apart from that, he had no other vices. He had suffered all his life when he was young, so why couldn't he enjoy himself in his old age and satisfy his appetite a bit? Even when it came to eating, he relied on his own skills. He would go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots and mushrooms, or go down to the river to catch fish and snails. He never let his son take advantage of his position to get him any precious items. He simply sought fresh and skillfully prepared food. Now, he relied on his own skills to play dumb and act foolish to beg for food. If he could beg successfully, what was there to be ashamed of? The old man had made up his mind to rely on Xiao Chen. No matter how long he could rely on him, at least until tomorrow, after having breakfast. If he didn't have enough money, he could always make up for it later. Missing out on such exquisite food would be a shame. The taste of these pig's trotters was truly exceptional. No matter how much he ate, he never got tired of it. If he weren't getting old and his appetite had decreased, he could have finished a whole pot of pig's trotters. Thud, thud, thud. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden knocking on the door. Both Xiao Chen and the old man were startled. One was worried about being taken back by his son, the other was worried about the pig's trotters being taken away. Both of them froze in place, not moving a step for a while. The knocking on the door became more urgent, and then a stern voice said, "Hello, we are from the East City Sub-Bureau of Fengling City, the police. We need to inquire about a case with the residents of this building. Please cooperate and open the door." It turned out to be a matter from the same department. Xiao Chen visibly breathed a sigh of relief. On the contrary, the old man tensed up. Oh no! It must be that brat's underlings. He had only been on the run for a few hours, and the brat had already arranged for his subordinates to visit. What a waste of police resources, it was truly outrageous. The old man quietly lifted one leg, even preparing to escape through the window. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen walked to the door, ready to move the refrigerator to let his colleague in. Just as his hand touched the refrigerator, the voice of the neighbor next door rang out, "Oh, officers, you need to be careful, I suspect the guy next door is a murderer." The two officers immediately became serious and asked very cautiously, "Why do you suspect he's a murderer? Do you know him?" The neighbor next door lowered her voice, but in this poorly soundproofed building, her words were still clearly audible. She mysteriously said, "Can't you smell that fragrance in the air? It's from that guy's cooking. This guy has been cooking for the past few days, the smell is so strong, the whole building can't sleep at night." The neighbor seemed to have found someone to confide in and continued, "But his door, no matter how hard we knock, he just won't open it. All the residents in the building took turns knocking, but he just pretended to be dead and didn't open the door. Someone in the group just said they saw him sneak out with 2 big iron buckets in the morning. When he came back, he was carrying something in his sack, and there were drops of blood dripping down. Since you police are going door to door investigating, we started to suspect. The female neighbor seemed to be afraid to continue, so her husband took over. Officers, are you investigating a murder case? We think this guy is very likely to be up to something, like killing and dismembering. Officers, you better call in more people, in case it's true. We're afraid you won't be able to handle it. Xiao Chen was speechless. Alright, spreading rumors like this, just because they couldn't have the pig's trotters. Still killing and cooking people. Xiao Chen really wanted to lift the lid and show them. Have you ever seen someone covered in pig trotters? Xiao Chen was ready to move the refrigerator and go out to talk to them. But the refrigerator only moved halfway, and there was a scream outside. The door moved. Officers, quickly cover the door, we need to get out of here first. Soon there was a commotion outside. The couple who were good at imagining things hurried back home and locked the door. Xiao Chen could still hear the sound of sticks and door handles hitting. It seemed like someone outside was using a broomstick to block Xiao Chen's door. Following that was the crackling sound of the walkie-talkie. Received a report from the public, found a suspected murderer and cannibal suspect, requesting police reinforcement. Repeat, requesting. Xiao Chen quickly shouted through the door, wait, it's me, Xiao Chen. I'm also from the East City Sub-Bureau, my badge number is 9527, I'm not a murderer. The voice from the intercom outside the door paused. Then came a skeptical question, really? Xiao Chen was new to the bureau, and these 2 officers were not from the second squad, so they had no impression of him. Yes, really, wait, let me show you my badge. Why did you block my door? Xiao Chen pulled the door, but it didn't open, so he quickly pushed his badge under the door crack. After a full minute of silence, there was movement at the door. The broomstick was removed. The 2 officers pushed open the door and apologetically returned Xiao Chen's badge. We're really sorry, we have to be cautious when there's a public report. It's okay, it's good that the public is vigilant. Xiao Chen waved his hand, showing understanding. The tense atmosphere completely disappeared, and what followed was the overwhelming smell. The 2 colleagues clearly licked their lips and then somewhat awkwardly asked, Buddy, what are you cooking? It smells so good. Xiao Chen felt uneasy when he saw them licking their lips. An old skinny man could take down 10 pig trotters alone. 2 strong men would need at least 30 each to be satisfied. Before they could get too friendly, Xiao Chen quickly closed the door. It's nothing, just cooking something random. If you have things to do, go ahead, I'll check on the fire in the kitchen. Okay, sorry for the disturbance. The shorter officer looked disappointed as he watched Xiao Chen close the door. Before it was shut tight, he quickly stuck out his butt, pressed against the door crack, and took a deep breath of the aroma. Ah, heavenly. Do you think he noticed I was drooling, closing the door so quickly? The taller officer tapped the other's head and whispered, Of course he did, your eyes were practically in his kitchen. Hurry up, we still have people to find. The 2 officers turned and went upstairs to continue their inquiries. Xiao Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly thought. Since his colleagues had come to visit, he could ask them to take the strange old man in his house away. The sooner the old man was sent home, the better, to prevent his family from worrying. Xiao Chen looked into the house and his expression changed drastically. Wait a minute, where's the strange old man? He was just lying on the sofa with a big belly. How did he disappear out of thin air? There were only a pile of gnawed bones on the table, no sign of the man. Xiao Chen rushed into the kitchen in a panic. There was no one in the kitchen, only his large thermos. He opened the thermos and saw nothing but pig trotters. He checked the bathroom, but it was empty, no sign of anyone. The house was less than 20 square meters, and you could see everything from the doorway, so how could someone be missing? While Xiao Chen was away from the living room, the old man hanging on the windowsill straightened up, jumped in through the window. When Xiao Chen returned to the living room, he was shocked. The old man had reappeared. He was still lying on the sofa, smacking his lips, happily rubbing his bulging belly. Seeing Xiao Chen looking over, he immediately shouted, Hungry, hungry, food, food. No, where did you come from? Where did you go just now? The old man, Abba, Abba. Xiao Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, forget it, I'll personally take you to the police station tomorrow. The old man smirked, his plan succeeded. In the moment Xiao Chen opened the door, he immediately jumped out of the window, sticking to the wall to hide. He waited until he confirmed that the coast was clear before flipping back in. The old man had only retired, not forgotten his evasion skills, his military background was still intact. After eavesdropping on Xiao Chen's conversation with the other 2, the old man was even more reluctant to leave. Since he was sure Xiao Chen wasn't a bad person, why leave at all? It was unbelievable that this kid was so good at cooking, not a chef but a cop, and an underling of the traitor. This kid probably had a side job. He had to stay and dig deeper. Late at night, hearing Xiao Chen's steady breathing on the sofa, the old man quietly got up from the bed. He rolled up his pants, revealing the phone hidden in his socks. Then he slipped under the blanket, quietly turning on the phone. Finding his son's number, the old man sent a text message. "I'm safe, no need to look for me." After some thought, he sent another message. "Give me some money, I need it urgently, only in cash. Put it in an envelope, leave it at XXXX, I'll pick it up when I have time." This money was intended for Xiao Chen's food expenses since what he brought wasn't enough. He wanted cash only to avoid any traceable transactions that the traitor could follow. With limited time, he kept his messages brief, unaware of how much his abrupt tone resembled that of a kidnapper. On the other end, upon hearing a specially set alert tone, Director In, who was working overtime, suddenly jumped up from his seat. The screen emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the sharp features of this young precinct director. His brows furrowed. After reading the first message, his brows didn't relax but furrowed even more. Just 8 words, yet Director In read them repeatedly, eventually letting out a long sigh. "He didn't even call me traitor, it seems the sender isn't him. The old man might really be in danger." Director In knew his old man too well. Oh no, the old man. If the old man had escaped on his own, he would definitely call to curse him out upon returning, not send a text so calmly without a single endearment. Something was amiss. There was only one possibility. The old man was currently not acting of his own accord, his movements restricted. Perhaps under surveillance. When the second message arrived, all speculations seemed to be confirmed. Director In clenched his fist, unable to control himself as he pounded the table. "Send my dad's photo and the news of his disappearance to the city's police communication group." He instructed the deputy director in a deep voice. "Have colleagues from other precincts pay close attention while on duty. The criminals who could avenge my dad are definitely ruthless fugitives. Such individuals, once they roam into our Phonling city, pose a huge threat to all citizens. The golden 48 hours of a missing person case, we must act quickly." Understood. At that moment, Lia Si, who had been entrusted by Xiao Chen to keep an eye on the missing person case, had already gone home to sleep after his shift and missed the news. If you leave things to him, you might as well give up, he's bound to mess it up. The next day, Xiao Chen checked the time and estimated that the office workers and students had already left. He quickly brought out a thermos, huffing and puffing as he carried it downstairs. Luckily, he only lived on the 3rd floor. If it were the 7th or 8th floor, it would have been a real struggle. He spotted his uniquely styled snack cart downstairs. Covered in fluorescent paint, with flashing lights all around, it looked oddly cool. Next to the driver's seat backrest was a rain cover, currently closed. If the weather changes while setting up the stall, you can unfold the rain canopy. Not only can it shield the entire vehicle, but it can also accommodate a few small tables around it for customers to sit and eat. Xiao Chen hoisted 2 buckets of pig's trotters onto the snack cart, unable to help but sigh. Thanks to eating a small apple for strengthening the body last night, otherwise, how could he move 2 buckets at the same time without feeling tired or breathless? Just as he was about to go back upstairs to move another 2 buckets of pig's trotters, a lean figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, causing his pupils to shrink in fear. It was the same senile old man from last night, carrying 2 thermos flasks filled with pig's trotters on his shoulders, following him downstairs. No, this old man is quite old. How can he carry such heavy things? Don't strain your back, or your family will hold Xiao Chen accountable later. Xiao Chen hurriedly rushed up. Give it to me, I'll carry it. The old man just gently twisted and evaded Xiao Chen's outstretched hand. I can. Ababa. The old man stopped halfway through his sentence, suddenly remembering to act foolish, and quickly changed his tune. Xiao Chen, helpless, could only escort the brisk old man all the way. Watching him effortlessly place the thermos flasks on the snack cart, Xiao Chen was amazed. This old man had great strength. Then, the old man calmly pulled out a folding stool without breaking a sweat. He placed it on the tricycle and sat down steadily. Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss, unsure if the old man was truly senile or just pretending. Oh well, there's no time to worry about that now. Setting up the stall is the priority. With the electric tricycle, there's no need to pedal, making it faster to set up the stall. When he arrived at the entrance of the electronics factory, there were only a few scattered vendors. Upon closer inspection, some were vendors who had their breakfast stalls confiscated. This time, Xiao Chen directly chose a spot near the entrance. It was almost where the braised trotter stall owner set up last time. It wasn't that he wanted to attract business, but being close to the entrance made it convenient for him to observe the situation. Gradually, other snack vendors started to arrive one after another. Everyone was doing business for lunch, so they were mostly familiar with each other. When they saw Xiao Chen's new tricycle, they were initially surprised. A new person? What is he selling? But when they saw Xiao Chen's face and the familiar signboard, they suddenly realized. So it's him, the one selling braised pig's trotters. The scene from yesterday where a group of customers dragged Xiao Chen's cart, not letting him leave, had already spread among the snack vendors. It was said that the pig's trotters he sold were expensive but incredibly delicious. On the first day of setting up the stall, everyone went crazy for them. Strangely, he had a brand new snack cart yesterday. Why did he switch to a newer one today? Upon second thought, it was probably because business was booming, and he wanted to expand. Seeing 4 huge thermos flasks on the snack cart and an elderly man helping out, many vendors couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. He's only been setting up the stall for 2 days, and he's already overwhelmed by himself? I heard he sells pig's trotters for 80 yuan per pound. With these 4 large buckets, he must be making 5,000 to 6,000 in a day. Other vendors looked on with envy, but they didn't dare to follow suit. The fate of the braised trotter stall owner from yesterday was still fresh in their minds. Even after Xiao Chen left, no one bought his pig's trotters. Lowering the price to 20 yuan per pound didn't attract any customers either. In the end, he left dejectedly, heading off to who knows where for a clearance sale. Without extraordinary skills, how could he expect to snatch business from others? Time flew by, and it was already 11:30 in the afternoon. Some sneaky employees had already sneaked out early to take a break. The early bird catches the worm, and the early runaway employees get to enjoy pig's trotters. After walking out of the gate, they didn't rush to scan with their eyes but sniffed the air instead. It smells so good. The stall owners selling braised pig's trotters must be here. I smell it too. It's over there. Saying that, they rushed towards Xiao Chen's stall. They actually pinpointed Xiao Chen directly with their noses. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Although his insulated bucket was tightly sealed, he unfortunately brought an old greedy cat with him. After setting up the stall for over half an hour, the old man gnawed on 3 pig trotters. Chewing with a smacking sound, the fragrance wafted around. The surrounding stall owners lost interest in their work. Several times, a stall owner swallowed saliva and wanted to come over to buy. Before taking 2 steps, he was dragged back by his wife by the ear. Buy. Can we earn 80 in a day by setting up a stall together? All you think about is buying. Xiao Chen felt sympathetic in his heart and mourned silently for 3 seconds for the other party. At the same time, he secretly decided that after closing the stall, he must send this greedy old man to the police station. Otherwise, no matter how many pig trotters he cooked, it wouldn't be enough for this old man to gnaw on. Boss, give me a pig trotter, the biggest one. The first customer rushed to Xiao Chen's stall in one step. Immediately, his colleague beside him shouted, "Boss, I want the biggest, even bigger than his." His voice was loud, echoing far in the quiet snowy day. The stall owners who hadn't opened yet, upon hearing the commotion, felt envious to the point of teeth sourness. Xiao Chen's pig trotters were priced by weight, the bigger, the more expensive. How come these customers are so wealthy? Are all the hidden rich second generation in the electronics factory here to experience life? The braised food stall owner in the distance, whose face was already turning green, became even greener. Yesterday, despite various price reductions and promotions, he couldn't sell out his pig trotters until dawn. Perhaps the ingredients were not good. On such a cold day, they even started to smell bad. It had only been a day. Ordinary food left out in the open could last for a few days. Seeing that they couldn't be eaten soon, the braised food stall owner, in order to recoup his costs, reluctantly gnawed on a few. That night, he vomited and had diarrhea, ran to the toilet 5 times, and had to buy medicine overnight to stop it. Now, his face was pale. With 2 big dark circles under his eyes, it was obvious he hadn't slept well. After waking up, he hurriedly made braised dishes. When he arrived here, it was already late, and the good spot near the gate had been taken. He could only line up far away, making his already bad business even worse. What a situation! Clearly, when Xiao Chen sold pig trotters yesterday, his location was even further and more remote, so why are customers flocking now? Now that Xiao Chen had taken over the feng shui treasure land of the braised food stall owner, the situation was even more dire. While others hadn't opened yet, there was already a long line at his place. 1 per person, no proxy purchases, everyone line up, don't rush, there's enough for everyone. No double queuing, I'm very good at recognizing people, no repeat purchases allowed. With more and more customers arriving, Xiao Chen's side surprisingly became more relaxed. He didn't even need to do it himself, just stood with his hands in his pockets, watching. Initially, customers wanted to choose the bigger pig trotters themselves to ensure they got a larger one. Xiao Chen didn't mind, as no matter how they chose, each person could only buy one. He handed them the tongs to pick, then they weighed it themselves. The electronic scale would automatically display the price, the payment code was there, they scanned and paid themselves. If they wanted chili seasoning, it was already packed, they could take it themselves. Also, 1 pack per person. Limited quantity, first come, first served, once it's gone, it's gone. Most of these workers were used to working on assembly lines. With great coordination, Xiao Chen's stall quickly turned into a self-service selling model. People lined up, picked, weighed, packed, paid all by themselves. Xiao Chen only needed to glance at the price on the electronic scale. Of course, there were also some unruly customers. They were not satisfied with buying just one and tried to establish a relationship with Xiao Chen. Boss, you got a new car. I bought your pig trotters yesterday, do you remember me? Boss, your pig trotters are so delicious that after eating them, I don't want to eat anything else. Exactly, I even hesitate to brush my teeth. Sleeping with the taste of meat in my mouth, I can dream of eating pig trotters all night. Ah, it's a pity I can only buy one. It's not enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Such a long map of Yen Kingdom. After so much preparation, the yen justifies the means, all for buying one more, right? For such restless customers, Xiao Chen had a single move to deal with them. He picked up the pot lid and directly covered the thermos when someone tried to get too close. Be careful, don't spray your saliva in here. As soon as these words were spoken, almost all the customers queuing behind would glare at the speaker, because they knew that even without speaking, they had to swallow saliva from time to time. Otherwise, drool would uncontrollably flow out of their mouths, and those who spoke were likely to accidentally spray their saliva out, dirtying the pig trotters in the thermos. That would be unacceptable. Death penalty, immediate execution. Pressured from behind, no one dared to waste time getting too friendly, they hurriedly bought and left. Later, Xiao Chen also rejected several customers attempting to buy a second pig trotter by queuing again, trying to disguise themselves or use makeup. Now, no one dared to play tricks anymore. They bought and left honestly. If they wanted to eat more, they had to come early the next day, or take a chance at night, hoping Xiao Chen wouldn't recognize them in the dark. Since it had become an automated purchasing mode, Xiao Chen decided to further optimize the process. He used to squint to check the prices, which made his eyes sore. So, he turned on the voice broadcast of the electronic scale. Every time he weighed, the scale would automatically announce the price. 58. 2 yuan. Then the customer paid, and the payment code would also voice out. Wealth treasure received, 58. 2 yuan. Matching the two prices, his eyes were completely freed, leaving only his ears to work. Snowflakes fluttered, the north wind howled. Countless vendors watched as Xiao Chen's customers kept coming, buying independently. And that damn emotionless mechanical electronic sound kept ringing. Other stalls had prices like 5 yuan, 7 yuan. But every time Xiao Chen quoted a price, it started at least at 20 yuan. As if afraid people couldn't hear clearly, it repeated it twice. The electronic scale announced once, and the payment voice broadcast announced it again. Heartless, Xiao Chen freed himself from the repetitive work and could focus on observing the surroundings. Still, he didn't see the suspect's figure. However, Xiao Chen noticed another interesting thing. He found that on the inside of the snack cart, near his side, 2 special lights were flashing alternately, just as described on the Good versus Evil snack cart's details page. It would light up blue when it encountered a good person and red for a bad person. But Xiao Chen noticed that the color of the lights varied in depth. It didn't just light up with a single color. Instead, it selectively displayed light blue, pale blue, bright blue, deep blue, dark blue. If the customer stayed, the color would remain unchanged. With each new customer, the light color would change. According to Xiao Chen's observation, the snack cart mostly lit up blue. It indicated that there weren't many criminals among his customers. Occasionally, a few lit up red, but the color was very light, almost a pale pink. Xiao Chen speculated that these people might have committed petty crimes, not serious offenders. However, he wasn't sure of the specifics and would have to investigate further in the future. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was startled. He saw the snack cart light up red. And not just any red, it was bright, deep red, almost turning black. The red light blinked rapidly, as if issuing a warning, reminding him to be careful. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he slowly raised his eyes. In front of the stall stood a tall, thin man wearing a black mask and a black hat. It was cold weather, so wearing a hat and mask for warmth was normal and not suspicious. However, the snack cart flashing red lights like this seemed like a serious offense. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that this snack cart's red light had an emergency alarm function. Should he press it to test? But if the alarm went off successfully and there was no evidence, how would he explain it to his colleagues? At this moment, Xiao Chen's mind raced. Despite that, he forced himself to appear calm on the surface. He didn't dare to stare at the tall, thin man for too long, fearing he might become alert. The tall, thin man had already selected pig trotters with tongs, weighed them, and then took out paper money from his pocket, offering it to Xiao Chen. "I don't accept paper money," Xiao Chen suddenly said, tapping the payment code sticker with his hand and loudly declared, "Transfer the money to me via mobile payment, I don't accept paper money." The tall, thin man visibly furrowed his brow. Then, as if reluctantly, he spoke sparingly, "I don't have my phone with me." His voice was deep and seemed deliberately restrained. This made Xiao Chen more convinced of the snack cart's judgment. What a joke, who goes out without a phone these days? Xiao Chen widened his eyes, putting on a rude and unreasonable demeanor. "I don't care, I just don't accept cash." The man hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Refusing cash is illegal." "Don't scare me." "What illegal? I just don't have change to give you." The tall, thin man, hearing the last sentence, thought that the reason the stall owner was causing trouble was because of the change. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay, no need to find change." After saying that, he dropped the money and prepared to take the pig trotters and leave. Xiao Chen was not going to let him go. He quickly grabbed the man's hand and pushed the cash back. "No, it's not about change. I don't want paper money, it's been touched by so many people, it's dirty. Quick, scan the code and pay me." The tall, thin man turned back, his eyes showing impatience and anger. "I told you I don't have my phone. And besides, refusing paper money is illegal." Xiao Chen became even more convinced that this man's resistance to mobile payment meant trouble. Mobile payments are all registered. Once a transaction is made, there's a record. Law-abiding citizens are not afraid of having transaction records. Only guilty criminals worry about exposing their whereabouts. Xiao Chen discreetly pressed the emergency alarm button on the snack cart. He didn't know if the cart could successfully sound the alarm or how long it would take for the police to arrive. Because after pressing the button, there was no response at all. Xiao Chen could only continue to play the role of an unreasonable stall owner, trying to delay the criminal. "Stop scaring me with illegal threats. I've been through a lot. I won't fall for your tricks. Scan the code now." A hint of ruthlessness appeared in the tall, thin man's eyes. The snack cart that hated evil like an enemy would not wrongly accuse a good person, nor let any bad person go. This man was indeed a heavyweight criminal. The tall, thin man's real name was Fengli, who had committed armed robbery at a jewelry store in Shihong City. During the robbery, he stabbed a store clerk multiple times. The latest news was that the clerk did not survive the rescue and tragically passed away. Therefore, his charges were upgraded to robbery and murder. Since committing the crime, Fengli had been on the run, moving from city to city. During his escape, he was extremely cautious, always wearing a hat and mask. He only used black cars for transportation and dealt only in cash. He avoided crowded places and refrained from speaking unnecessarily. It was winter now, and he wrapped himself up tightly, not arousing suspicion. With this strategy, he evaded multiple pursuits and crossed several cities. His goal was to find a secluded small town to hide in. When the wind of trouble passed, he planned to slowly sell the stolen gold jewelry and make a fortune in secret. As long as he didn't cause any trouble and maintained his calm and low-key demeanor, he could continue his escape in secrecy. However, today, as he passed by the electronics factory area, he was inexplicably drawn by the enticing smell of pig trotters. Before he could even process it, his feet had automatically taken him to the end of the queue, or he found himself waiting in line. When he finally snapped out of it and wanted to leave, he realized a long line had formed behind him. The people in front of him were decreasing rapidly, while those behind him were increasing just as quickly. Who could understand this feeling of satisfaction? Moreover, the people queuing behind him were continuously discussing how delicious the pig trotters were. "Once you've tasted these pig trotters, you'll feel like you've wasted the first half of your life." "That's right, I had one yesterday, and I'm still dreaming about it. I woke up with my pillow soaked in drool." Hearing this, Fengli found it even harder to move his legs. During his time on the run, the things he ate couldn't even be called food, they were merely sustenance to keep him alive. His neglected and perfunctory stomach and intestines erupted with immense grievances amidst the tantalizing aroma of the pig trotters. He felt that if he dared to leave the queue, his intestines would crawl out of his throat the next second and tie up his hands and feet. His stomach would also jump out of his mouth and slap him silly. Fengli observed that the process of buying pig trotters was entirely self-service. There was no need for any eye contact or verbal communication with the stall owner. You simply took the pig trotters and paid directly. So, Fengli decided to take a gamble. He bet that he could buy the pig trotters and leave unscathed. However, he never expected that the pig trotter seller, who seemed easygoing, turned out to be stubborn. He refused cash, claiming it was dirty. This infuriated Fong Li, a fugitive who couldn't resist arguing with the stall owner. Onlookers couldn't bear it and tried to persuade the stall owner, just accept the money, he's not threatening you, refusing cash is actually illegal. Come on, stall owner, stop it. I'm afraid you'll get in trouble, just take the money. Someone even offered, how about I pay for him? Stall owner, don't be stubborn, I'm really afraid you'll get caught. I still want to eat your pig trotters. Unfortunately, the stall owner was obstinate, tilting his head back and shouting, I won't accept it. If he says I'm breaking the law, let him call the police and arrest me. At the mention of the police, every cell in Fong Li's body sounded the alarm. Despite his stomach's turmoil, his brain still held absolute control. He tossed the pig trotters onto the snack cart and turned to leave, saying, I'm not buying them. Hold on. Xiao Chen still held onto him, unwilling to let go. You say you're not buying them, so you won't? You've already picked them out, and my rule is, once you've picked them out, you must buy them. This reasoning was too far-fetched. Fong Li's eyes turned cold as he sensed that Xiao Chen was up to something. This wasn't how business was done. Refusing cash, not agreeing when someone offered to pay, not allowing him to leave without buying, it was all contradictory. It seemed like he was deliberately trying to detain him. Fong Li quietly reached into his inner pocket, where he kept a spring knife. If he noticed anything amiss, he would not hesitate to act. Xiao Chen also keenly perceived the murderous intent in the other's eyes. It was as if he had become a chicken, with someone grabbing him by the neck. He could clearly feel his blood involuntarily flowing towards his legs and arms. This was the human instinct for survival telling him, run. Xiao Chen was starting to feel hesitant. At this moment, he deeply regretted not buying the repentance chili pepper from the Point store last night. Although he didn't know its specific function, the name sounded perfect for catching criminals. Just then, not far away, a van slowly pulled up. Inside the vehicle were police officers dressed in uniform. However, they did not rush over because of Xiao Chen's one-click alarm. Instead, they were called for backup by a patrol officer. The patrol officer pointed to the old man next to Xiao Chen and said, I looked left and right, and I feel that the old man looks exactly like the missing father of the East City Sub-Bureau chief. His condition is abnormal, he looks dazed, and he keeps drooling. I suspect he is under the influence of drugs. I'm sure the pig trotter vendor next to the old man is definitely suspicious. He's been sneakily observing the surroundings, not focused on his business at all. I'm afraid that the vendor's true identity is a kidnapper. After hearing the report, the fully armed police officers nodded in understanding. Although Fongling City is not a first-tier big city, it still has around 10 public security sub-bureaus. Each sub-bureau has at least 5 police stations. Therefore, even though they are colleagues, it's normal for personnel from other sub-bureaus not to know Xiao Chen, the newcomer. The fully armed police officers began to deploy, take control of the kidnapper while he's in conflict with the customers. There are many customers, we must take him down in one go, to prevent him from escaping and harming bystanders. Roger. 3, 2, 1, go. Several figures shot out like arrows, pushing open the car door and rushing out. Their speed was so fast that even their afterimages trailed behind. They held steel shields, wore steel helmets, raised steel forks, and gripped steel batons. Like heavenly soldiers descending, they quickly rushed to the pig trotter stall. Xiao Chen caught a glimpse of his colleagues and was pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the snack cart's alarm for help was successful? The next moment, a huge steel fork knocked Xiao Chen to the ground. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded by the fork. A bloodthirsty fugitive is terrifying, but an unexpected attack from a colleague is even more unpredictable. Ah, wait. Why are you forking me? Not only Xiao Chen, even the fugitive was bewildered. When Fong Li noticed the police rushing towards him, he had already drawn his knife. Given 0.3 seconds, he would have pressed the spring, and the blade would have been unsheathed. Unexpectedly, the police went straight for the pig trotter vendor. Fong Li's brain short-circuited instantly. Oh, is refusing cash payment such a serious consequence? Are riot steel forks really necessary? Although refusing cash is illegal, isn't the enforcement a bit excessive? The situation developed beyond expectations. Fong Li never expected that the police were not there for him. He felt like he was caught with his pants down, ready to relieve himself, only to find out he wasn't in the restroom. Could it be? This vendor is also a criminal? And the crime he committed is even more serious than robbery and murder? There was no time to think further. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fong Li tried to slip away quietly. The case on him wouldn't withstand close scrutiny. If the police took him back to the station for questioning, it would be troublesome. Just as Fong Li passed by the dazed old man, his arm suddenly felt excruciating pain. Before he could react, a crisp sound rang in his ears. His arm was broken. The next moment, someone twisted Fong Li's arm and forcefully pressed him to the ground. The hand holding the spring knife was firmly stepped on. Looking closely, the foot pinning him down was wearing old man's shoes. Fong Li's mind was still in a daze. It dawned on him belatedly that his identity had been exposed, so he struggled desperately. The old man decisively aimed a knife hand strike at his carotid artery. Then, he took off his shoelace and skillfully tied up the fugitive's hands like binding a pig. Everyone witnessing this was stunned. Onlookers couldn't help but whisper, "No wonder this pig trotter seller has such a bad temper, turns out it runs in the family." To dare to hit someone in front of the police, the whole family must be ruthless people. Goodness, just because someone doesn't use mobile payment, they end up getting beaten like this. Will the stall owner go to jail? No, I still want to eat his pig trotters in the future. How about you take the blame for the stall owner, say that you forced him to refuse cash. I will definitely buy pig trotters to visit you in prison in the future. The police officers had originally come to rescue the old man. They never expected the old man to suddenly attack passers-by, displaying skills better than theirs. They were stunned. Impressive. Truly a tiger father with a dog son, being the father of the director of the East City Bureau. Wait, why did the old man beat up the passers-by at this moment? Just then, they heard the old man shout, "Stop standing there, come help. He has a knife." The police officers, upon hearing knife, hurried over. Several of them took over the old man's position, subduing the fugitive. Although the old man was aging and not as agile as before, his professional skills were still intact. During the argument between Xiao Chun and the fugitive, the old man keenly noticed something was off about the man's eyes. Not the eyes of a desperate criminal, not stained with blood, not showing that kind of gaze. When the fugitive pulled out a spring knife, the old man completely confirmed his suspicions. He seized the opportunity and decisively struck. The police officers removed the mask from Fong Li's face, and were shocked on the spot. Fong Li. It's Fong Li, the wanted robber and murderer by the police for months. What? How did this wanted criminal end up here? Did he kidnap the old man with the stall owner? The old man rolled his eyes. Kidnap? I just went to stay temporarily at my relative's house. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man saw Xiao Chen being pinned to the ground by two steel forks, unable to move. His eyes widened, and he hurriedly ran over. Hey, you're forking my dad. Oh no, what is my relative's kid doing? Quick, let go, let go. Don't hurt him with the forks. The police officers restraining Xiao Chen were confused, looking towards the patrol officer who called for backup. Their eyes seemed to ask, didn't you say this person kidnapped the old man? How did the kidnapper become a relative's kid? The patrol officer calling for backup scratched his head, his mind also on the verge of short-circuiting. The scene was chaotic, and at that moment, another team of police officers arrived in a patrol car. Leading them was Captain Lao Lu from the 2nd Squadron of the East City Bureau, who was Xiao Chen's direct superior. He had received a police dispatch from the command center, stating that a major fugitive had been found at the west gate of the electronics factory. Lao Lu was in the middle of a meal, not even able to finish chewing his rice, and hurriedly brought his team over. The whole process probably took less than 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, there was a team that responded even faster than him. You are from the Southwest Division? Lao Lu was shocked to see two people pinned to the ground. Two fugitives? You've both subdued them? So quickly? Turning his head, he saw an old man who looked somewhat familiar. Rubbing his eyes, Lao Lu recognized that the old man was the father of the director of the East City Bureau. He was shocked once again. You even found the old man? What efficiency was this? Was the Southwest Division cheating? Solving 2 cases in 10 minutes. Upon closer inspection, one of the suspects being subdued was his subordinate, Xiao Chen. For some reason, Lao Lu's mind raced to a conclusion, and he raised his hand shakily, shocked for the 3rd time. Don't tell me, you found out this kid betrayed the organization, so you arrested him too? No one knew the impact on Lao Lu's worldview in those few seconds. Previously, he had been busy competing with other team leaders, comparing their case-solving efficiency. Who would have thought that, in a place he was unaware of, his colleagues had reached such a level? 10 minutes, solving 3 cases? The police officers from the Southwest Division on the other side awkwardly touched their noses. Maybe. It seems like perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Lao Lu? Anyway, let's discuss it at the police station. This is not the place to talk. That was right, the customers here were already lining up. After the scene just now, more onlookers gathered, many taking out their phones to record videos. Other vendors stopped their business, coming over with ladles to watch the commotion. The 2 teams of police officers were talking on the street, but that wouldn't do, their voices couldn't be recorded. With a wave of his hand, they were all taken back. As for Xiao Chen, he he was also taken to the police car to assist in the investigation. His tricycle and pig trotters were left to the patrol officer who had come to shake him down. Riding the electric tricycle, carrying the 2 remaining buckets of pig trotters, he followed behind the police car. The onlookers witnessed the pig trotters leaving and suddenly realized something was amiss. Oh my pig trotters. I paid for them, but I haven't received them yet. Ah, don't go. I've been waiting in line for so long, finally made it to the front. Police uncle, can you wait for the vendor to finish selling the pig trotters before arresting him? The belatedly aware spectators finally realized they were part of the spectacle. They raised their hands and shouted, "Vendor! Vendor! Will we see you again, vendor? After you're released from prison, you must come back, vendor. Without your pig trotters, how can I survive? Police uncle, take me with you. Vendor! Don't refuse cash payments in the future, vendor." The patrol officer riding the tricycle was so frightened by the uproar that he shifted to the highest gear. Even several police cars followed closely, afraid the several buckets of evidence on the tricycle would be stolen. Seeing the customers behind wailing and howling, Lao Lu looked at Xiao Chen sitting in the back seat with a shocked expression. In doomsday movies, scenes of being chased and gnawed by zombies were probably not much different, right? Wow, young man, are the pig trotters you made really that delicious? Before Xiao Chen could answer, the old man beside him was already proudly speaking. Of course, my son Xiao Chen's skills are top-notch. Otherwise, how could that fugitive willingly take the bait? Wait, how did Xiao Chen become your son? Isn't this old man Director N's father? Could it be that Xiao Chen has some kind of relationship with Director N? How did Xiao Chen's employment pass the scrutiny of family relations avoidance? Lao Lu's temples throbbed. He felt like the misunderstanding was getting bigger and couldn't be explained in a few words in the car, so it was better not to say anything for now. He just wondered if there would be a chance later to taste a pig trotter. At this moment, Xiao Chen's feelings were as complex as they could be. Being assaulted by colleagues after reporting it to the police was bad enough. How dare you pretend to be ignorant and deceive me? With such skills, you could easily work as a security guard, yet you don't want to work and earn money, just deceive for food and drinks. Until now, no one had told Xiao Chen that this old man was Director N's father. Until Director N personally confirmed it, no one dared to speak out of turn. If it weren't for the captain also in the car, Xiao Chen would have pointed at Lao Deng's nose and scolded him, demanding compensation for 15 pig trotters. Yes, in the span of a lunchtime, Lao Deng had already devoured 5 of his pig trotters. The money Lao Deng gave was enough to buy several. Sensing that Xiao Chen had been glaring at him, the old man deliberately praised Xiao Chen's skills, trying to build a rapport with him. Seeing Xiao Chen ignoring him, the old man discreetly touched Xiao Chen's arm and chuckled, "Don't be angry, young man, I didn't mean to deceive you." Xiao Chen turned his face towards the window with a humph. "Now you call me young man, but what did you call me last night when you were deceiving me for food and drinks?" The old man looked around awkwardly, then whispered, "Dad." Xiao Chen let out another humph. "Can't hear you." The old man was too embarrassed to continue shouting. The others in the car knew his identity, so what if they heard him? He didn't mind losing face, but his rebellious son cared a lot about reputation. What if his son made things difficult for Xiao Chen? "Don't worry, buddy, I'll definitely make up for the money from the pig's trotters. Let's just consider ourselves friends." Xiao Chen continued to look out the window, humph. He had suffered so much injustice today, he couldn't be appeased easily. Just as the car stopped in front of the police station, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Ding! S-level fugitive captured, successful arrest. Reward of 200,000 yuan and 2,000 points, keep up the good work." S-level, 200,000 yuan. Xiao Chen was shocked, indeed a big catch. S-level, that's almost a death sentence level. Although he didn't directly catch the fugitive, the system's judgment criteria seemed very lenient. As long as it was related to Xiao Chen, it counted as his achievement. Xiao Chen felt better now, relieved. If getting stabbed a few times could lead to the capture of an S-level criminal, he was willing to endure it. He quickly opened the points redemption store. He spent all 2,000 points, buying 5 pieces of True Feelings Big Mushroom and Repentance Chili each. The incident of encountering an S-level fugitive at the stall made him realize he needed something for self-defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he might die. Southwest Sub-Bureau, Interrogation Room. After fingerprint matching and facial recognition, the fugitive's identity was basically confirmed. Faced with various evidence, Feng Li completely gave up on arguing and admitted his crimes. When asked why he went to buy pig's trotters, he regretted and cursed himself. "I was like possessed at that time, couldn't walk away once I smelled it. I stood in line for an hour." Feng Li pounded his chest and stomped his feet. If he hadn't been tempted by that taste, he would have escaped by now. "Officer, I want to report." There must be something illegal added to the pig's trotters from that vendor, otherwise it wouldn't smell so good. It's so fragrant that people can't walk away. Feng Li also knew that his robbery involved a large amount of money and cost lives. Once caught, he would definitely be sentenced to death. Before he died, he wanted to take a bite out of that vendor. If that stubborn guy had accepted cash, he wouldn't have drawn attention. By the way, that vendor doesn't accept cash. I told him it's illegal not to accept cash, and he said he graduated from Xiamen University. So what if he went to college? Couldn't find a job after graduation, so he had to sell trotters. The police interrogators looked at each other. He still believed that not accepting cash led to his arrest? The police decided to make it clear to him before he died. He didn't go to Xiamen University, he went to police university. He's an undercover cop. He was just doing his job well. You walked into the trap yourself. Could he let you escape? Feng Li opened his mouth in astonishment. It took him a while to react. Not. Your police university teaches cooking? Your skills are so good. The police were left speechless by his question. They didn't understand why someone like Xiao Chen ended up in the police force. They were currently at the Southwest Sub-Bureau. Since Feng Li was caught by the Southwest Sub-Bureau, officers from the East City Sub-Bureau also came to assist in the investigation due to the severity of the case. After separate interrogations, the whole story was finally unraveled. Perhaps not everyone knew the newcomer Xiao Chen, but Captain Liu from the 2nd Squadron of the East City Sub-Bureau did. With Captain Liu vouching for him, everyone confirmed Xiao Chen's true identity as a police officer. With his skill in making pig's trotters, who would believe he wasn't a vendor? I'm really sorry, we mistook you for a kidnapper and delayed your work, we apologize. The police officers who had restrained Xiao Chen on the ground kept apologizing to him. They served tea, bowed, and saluted repeatedly. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade from the Southwest Sub-Bureau came out, holding Xiao Chen's hand firmly. Young man, thanks to you holding on to the fugitive, we were able to make a successful arrest. We owe you a favor. We won't pursue the matter of you refusing cash, there are reasons for it. Old Liu looked on with resentment. What, are you implying we were planning to pursue it? Xiao Chen held the fugitive, and you intercepted the fugitive we from the East Sub-Bureau were going to arrest. You're taking advantage and acting coy? He, how could that be, how could? The captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade was almost smiling from ear to ear. The Southwest Sub-Bureau really hit the jackpot this time. The command center hadn't even assigned them any tasks. Who would have thought that by helping to find a missing old man, they would accidentally catch a fugitive? Such a great achievement, not to mention the possibility of a year-end bonus. Just the sense of honor alone was overflowing. In the future, when attending meetings at the provincial level, they could hold their heads high throughout. Now, everyone from the Southwest Sub-Bureau looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a mascot. Only old Liu was pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Who still remembered that Xiao Chen belonged to him? Why did every criminal Xiao Chen attracted end up being intercepted by others? No, from now on, he had to keep a close eye on Xiao Chen, so he wouldn't be snatched away by others again. Fortunately, this time wasn't entirely fruitless. At least they found their Sub-Bureau chief's father. Just now, they found out that this little greedy old man had been lured away by Xiao Chen's pig trotters. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was better than being sought after by fugitives. With the misunderstanding cleared up, old Liu wanted to quickly take the old man and Xiao Chen back to the East Sub-Bureau to report to the chief. Unexpectedly, they were stopped at the door. Sorry, old man, you can leave, but Xiao Chen probably can't. Old Liu's anger flared, his eyes narrowing. What, are you trying to take him away? Even if you're the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, or even if your chief came, you can't just blatantly take someone away like this. The captain was in a good mood and didn't care about old Liu's rudeness. Why would we take someone away? The thing is, during the interrogation just now, the fugitive accused Xiao Chen of putting addictive substances in the pig trotters. Before old Liu could explode, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade quickly said, of course, we believe in our comrade Xiao Chen. But, since there's an accusation, it's better to investigate. Old Liu, you know how serious our country is about combating drugs. It's better to be safe than sorry, we must investigate. Old Liu pursed his lips, unable to say anything. Some unscrupulous businesses would secretly mix poppy husks into food to attract repeat customers. A surprise inspection in the city had indeed uncovered many businesses operating illegally. The affected customers all said that after just one bite, they felt incredibly strong. And if they didn't eat it for a day, they felt uncomfortable all over. They thought it was due to the skill of the businesses, but it turned out to be a technological advancement. The commotion caused by Xiao Chen's pig trotters was so significant that there was suspicion. Even Xiao Chen's customers were more frenzied than those who ate poppy husks. At least when those businesses were taken away in police cars, there were no customers chasing after them. Regardless of their belief in Xiao Chen, they had to consider the safety of the public. Investigating was just to ensure peace of mind. Old Lu could only agree. Since the pig trotters had been eaten by the bureau chief's father, and he had eaten 15 of them, it was indeed better to investigate thoroughly. Alright, investigate, I'm telling you, at most, let Xiao Chen stay with you for half a day. Tomorrow he must report back to the East Sub-Bureau. The captain of the criminal investigation team smiled confidently. Don't worry, our colleagues at the detection center are fast and skilled. Xiao Chen, just sit here, have some tea, read the newspaper, and by the end of today, everything will be settled perfectly. Old Lu turned to Xiao Chen, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear, quietly advising him, keep your phone close, call me anytime if you feel wronged. Don't forget, you are one of us, the East City Sub-Bureau is your forever home. The captain of the criminal investigation team on the side was speechless, emphasizing forever home again. They must be really afraid of the Southwest Sub-Bureau poaching people. Xiao Chen nodded, then hesitated. What about my supervisory task? Rest for today, we'll discuss it after the inspection report is out. I will report your situation to the chief. Let's see how he arranges your future work. Xiao Chen, oh. Watching old Lu and the old man leave, Xiao Chen was puzzled. Why does his small role require approval from the chief to arrange? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He's just a cook. What does he know about work arrangements? Xiao Chen's colleagues from the Southwest Sub-Bureau were very polite to him. They gave him a phone, 2 bottles of milk, 3 fruit platters, 4 packs of biscuits, and invited him to the meeting room. Buddy, rest here for a while, don't worry about the detection, we'll speed it up, you'll have the results in a few hours. Today, your role as a helpful citizen assisting in solving the case, you'll receive top-notch treatment. Xiao Chen wasn't worried at all, he knew his food safety well. Since he was asked to wait calmly, he decided to rest for a while. He took out his phone and found out they had connected him to Wi-Fi. Xiao Chen scrolled through some short videos and saw that today's incident was already trending. However, the focus of online discussions wasn't on Xiao Chen and the customer but on #PolicyOverEnforcement hashtag. Onlookers commented, the vendor and the customer only argued about accepting cash, no one got physical. The police used force as if dealing with criminals, subdued both with riot gear, suspected of excessive enforcement, and 2 groups of police came just to resolve a verbal dispute, a complete waste of resources, making a mountain out of a molehill. However, soon after the online uproar began, the police responded. They issued a direct incident report explaining the events of the afternoon. The gist was, the online rumors are not true. The police found out that the customer arguing with the vendor was a fugitive robber and murderer who had committed multiple assaults in various cities. The suspect was armed, and to ensure public safety, the police used the most severe measures and handled the situation with utmost caution. The report detailed Feng Li's identity, criminal record, and escape process clearly. As for Xiao Chen, the police didn't mention him at all. It was mainly because of Xiao Chen's special status. If he attracted public attention, he wouldn't be able to continue his undercover work in the future. Moreover, in the videos taken by netizens, Xiao Chen was always shown face down on the ground. He never revealed his face, thus protecting his identity. The attention of netizens quickly shifted to the fugitive. When they learned that Feng Li had robbed a jewelry store and stabbed the clerk multiple times, they were horrified. Everyone present at noon broke out in a cold sweat. The online sentiment changed instantly. Instead of blaming the police for excessive enforcement, they praised them for their decisive action and swift response. As for Xiao Chen, netizens completely ignored him. They just saw him as an unfortunate person caught up in the arrest process, mentioning him briefly and then forgetting about him. On the other side, in the speeding police car, the old man held his phone, pouting the whole way, looking like he could hold a bottle of oil in his mouth. You unfilial child, actually used the fact of my true identity to threaten me to go back to Xiao Chen. This is outrageous, my son dares to threaten me. Believe it or not, I'll become brothers with Xiao Chen in a minute and make him your godfather. Old Lu, who was driving, shook his hands, almost losing control of the steering wheel. Oh my goodness, can he even listen to these words? Over the phone, the old man and the director of the Public Security Bureau started their usual argument. Dad, can't you just stay honestly at my place? I purposely bought a house near the hospital for your convenience in old age. The old man immediately started scolding. I won't go. What's the use of going to the house you bought? You are always busy sleeping in the dormitory at work. I haven't seen you come back. You're not married, you don't even have a pet at home, just an empty house. What kind of family is this? The person on the other end of the phone seemed choked. After a few seconds of silence, he said, but you live in the countryside alone, don't you? If you live here, I can come to see you once a week. Bah! The old man spat. Once a week, are you treating me like a prisoner? Living in the countryside, beautiful mountains, beautiful waters, beautiful heart, and delicious food. Let me live in this broken place in the city, unless what? As expected of the director, he immediately seized the moment when the old man's attitude loosened. The old man's murky eyes turned sharply. Unless you let Xiao Chen move in and live with me. At this moment, in the office of the director of the East City Sub-Bureau, Director In helplessly supported his forehead with his hand, the flickering light almost singeing his hair. Listen to this, listen to what Lao Deng said, is it reasonable? He, a director, working day and night at the office, saved money for 10 years to make the down payment, and still paying off the mortgage now. And this Lao Deng let his subordinate, who had just graduated not long ago, move directly into the new house he bought to enjoy life. Alright, just skip 20 years of hard work, right? He himself hasn't lived in this big house for a few days, he bought it specifically to honor his father. Let Xiao Chen move in, is that even possible? Does he really want Xiao Chen to be like a godfather to him? Xiao Chen, it's always about Xiao Chen. In the past few days, Director In has heard the name Xiao Chen more times than in the past month. In Director N's memory, since he was transferred here, this newcomer Xiao Chen's performance has been quite average. It seems his comprehensive assessment is also below average. Not just mediocre, but even a bit at the bottom. Why is he suddenly so prominent recently, always being mentioned by someone? Heard that this old man is greedy for the pig's trotters made by someone, he followed the scent to Xiao Chen's house. He even pretended to be a demented old man, begging Xiao Chen to take him in. Doing such shameless things, yet still wanting to save face and not reveal his true identity. It could be considered indirectly saving face for Director In, not letting him lose face in front of his subordinates. There is some fatherly love, but not much. Director In extinguished his cigarette butt and sighed. Dad, are you in the car now? Wait for Lao Lu to bring you over, and then we'll talk properly. Hanging up the phone, the old man smirked. Little brat, can an unfilial son really defy his father? As long as Xiao Chen agrees, the old man can make his son consent. Just the thought of Xiao Chen moving in and living with him, making pig's trotters for him every day. He. Old Lu, looking at the rearview mirror, saw the old man with a silly smile and a string of drool hanging from his mouth. His heart skipped a beat. Could there be something wrong with Xiao Chen's pig's trotters? Did they make him lose his mind? At the same time, no one knew how desperate Xiao Chen's regular customers in the electronics park were. The entire park was filled with a faint scent of pig's trotters. Those who didn't buy pig's trotters for lunch regretted it deeply. Just a little bit more and I could have eaten it. Those who bought pig trotters, take a bite and shed tears 3 times. So delicious. What if I can't eat it again in the future? In the first hour Xiao Chen was arrested, he was missed. In the second hour Xiao Chen was arrested, he was missed dearly. Everyone was very worried that Xiao Chen might never come back, so they inquired everywhere. It was unknown who spread the news that Xiao Chen had a customer exchange group, and a large group of people rushed in. In just a few hours, the group members surged from dozens to 200. Everyone crazily mentioned the group owner. At Spicyland person, are you the stall owner? Are you okay now? At Spicyland person, I checked. Refusing cash should only be a verbal warning. Come out and let us know you're safe. At Spicyland person, the stall owner promised me, will you come to the west gate of the park to set up the stall? I'm really craving your food. In the blink of an eye, the group messages turned into 99 plus, all mentioning the group owner. However, what they didn't know was that Xiao Chen created this group with a fake account. It was just a trick, he wouldn't log in with this account unless necessary. When there were nearly 300 messages in the chat, someone finally posted a police notice in the group. I seem to have seen the aftermath of the noon incident. The customer who argued with the stall owner is actually a fugitive murderer. Oh my! So all those police officers weren't there to arrest the stall owner. I told you, refusing cash wouldn't lead to such serious consequences. So the stall owner was implicated by the fugitive and probably taken for questioning. Alright, now I feel much better. I'll wait for the stall owner to come back in peace. The people in the group felt relieved. Those who were not in the group and didn't go online much were not as well informed. There was an uncle who sold barbecue, also setting up his stall at the same entrance as Xiao Chen. He looked simple and honest, a very down-to-earth person. The first time Xiao Chen set up his stall, he bought pig trotters from him once to help Xiao Chen's business. However, he quickly realized that Xiao Chen didn't need any help with his business at all. The pig trotters were simply not enough to sell. At noon today, he saw Xiao Chen being taken away. While other stall owners were gloating, this barbecue uncle was very worried. He had been thinking about buying another pig trotter in the future. His whole family had tasted Xiao Chen's cooking and couldn't forget it, but their financial situation couldn't afford to eat it every day. The last pig trotter they bought had plenty of braised sauce thanks to Xiao Chen. After finishing the pig trotter, his wife froze the leftover sauce. Every time she cooked, she would use a piece of the frozen sauce to stir-fry vegetables. The dishes she cooked were incredibly delicious. Even their son, who didn't like vegetables, ate half a plate. By using the sauce sparingly, they could enjoy it for at least a week. The barbecue uncle's son, Xiaoji, was currently in elementary school. Nowadays, elementary schools were letting out earlier and earlier, with dismissal at 3:30 in the afternoon. However, regular company work hours ended no earlier than 5 or 6 o'clock. In order to pick up and drop off their child, the uncle and his wife divided the tasks. His wife went to work at the company, while he chose to set up the stall. They took turns picking up and dropping off their child at school. Initially, the uncle wanted to set up his stall at the school gate, but later, he thought that barbecue, being junk food with no nutritional value, was unhealthy and decided not to feed it to children. Moreover, this job was not respectable, and if his son's classmates saw him, it would be embarrassing for the child. Today, as usual, the uncle went to pick up his child from school. As soon as they met, he noticed a change in Xiaoji. His son, who used to be quiet and reserved, was now lively and talkative. When they left the school gate, he was surrounded by a group of classmates. Xiaoji got on the electric bike, his legs swinging with excitement. "Xiaoji, why are you so happy today?" "Dad, you don't know, Mom's cooking was so delicious." At lunchtime, when I took out my lunchbox, the whole class exclaimed loudly, while even through the helmet, I could imagine how radiant my son looked. They rushed to my seat, offering to exchange their beef and ribs for my stir-fried vegetables, and even wanted to call me Big Brother. "Dad, I made so many friends today." The child's vivid and excited storytelling. The barbecue uncle responded as he drove, but his eyes behind the helmet began to well up with tears. He remembered his wife mentioning it to him. During the parent-teacher meeting, the teacher said their child was too withdrawn, always sitting alone at school, not interested in playing with other kids. The uncle had thought that his son just naturally preferred quietness. The child was also quiet at home. Not every child is naturally outgoing. But now he suddenly realized that his son didn't dislike playing with other kids. It was that he couldn't blend in with the other kids' group. They all attended the same public elementary school, wore the same style of uniforms. At first glance, every child seemed to have the same starting point. But this was completely misleading. Each child's starting line in life was different. And this difference would manifest in some details, like school ending at 3:30. Wealthier classmates would go straight to after-school programs after leaving the school gates, costing tens of thousands per semester, with tutors to help them with homework and review the day's lessons, while kids from ordinary families could only do their homework at home. With no supervision, they didn't know how well they were learning. Another example is lunchtime, where the school allowed students to bring their own meals. Those who brought their own meals were generally two types of people, those from poorer families and those from very wealthy families. The former found the school cafeteria too expensive. The latter found the school food not up to their standards. According to occasional hints from his son in the past, the other kids in the class who brought their own lunches had beef, salmon, prawns, pigeon eggs, and organic vegetables. A meal costing over 100, solely focused on nutrition and health, without considering the price. And little G brought the most ordinary fried rice and vegetables. There was meat in the dish, but it was pork, which wealthy people looked down upon. The uncle could tell that his son envied those wealthy classmates. Who wouldn't envy these children born with a silver spoon in their mouths? But with their family's circumstances, all he could tell his child was not to compare and just eat until full. After saying this a few times, little G never mentioned school matters again. The stomach could be filled, but what could fill the empty pride? The age of elementary school is when one yearns to be the protagonist, to fit into a group. No one at school excluded him, he was just a supporting role who couldn't fit into the circle of protagonists. Some people had to experience the harsh realities of society, only realizing in their 20s that they were just supporting characters. But little G understood this truth at the age of 7. Was this premature understanding fortunate or unfortunate? But today, things suddenly became a bit different. When little G opened his lunchbox, the lively discussions in the class about hip-hop all stopped. Countless envious and longing gazes were fixed on him. Many who had treated him like air before now eagerly approached him to chat. It ended up with a piece of green vegetable being fought over by the whole class. With just a mouthful of fried rice, everyone was willing to trade it for steak and prawns. Little G suddenly became the star of the class. No, calling him a star was more fitting. Because students from other classes also came over, wanting to exchange food with him. Little Ji finally got to taste the meals of his classmates that he had always envied and admired. Only after tasting did he realize that the taste was just average. A $200 steak was just meat. A $100 per pound shrimp was just a shrimp. Looking at the uniquely shaped rocket tube squid, it was just a slightly crispy and fishy fish. The lightly salted and oiled cooking method was nowhere near as delicious as the home-cooked dishes his mother usually made. Moreover, the lunch she brought today included stir-fried dishes and fried rice with the addition of braised pig trotter sauce. The taste was so fragrant that it made the young masters and Mrs. drool and talk in their sleep during nap time. Every now and then, someone would raise their hand with eyes closed, saying, me, let's swap. At the age of 7, still making friends based on feelings, not yet at the stage of judging people by their actions. During lunch, they chatted. Xiaoxi discovered that everyone had the same favorite animations and extracurricular books. Suddenly, Xiaoxi became familiar with everyone, and they would walk home from school together, shoulder to shoulder. It turned out that some circles were not as exclusive as imagined. Instead of shutting others out, it was like drawing boundaries for oneself, assuming the door was locked without even trying to push it open. Today, Xiaoxi successfully pushed open a door. Even if countless doors were closed on him in the future, he would not despair, because he knew that as long as he found the right key, the door would open for him. Through the rearview mirror, the uncle saw his son's wide smile, feeling a tug at his heart. He wanted to make it up to his son, but he didn't know if the pig trotter seller would come back. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the barbecue uncle was getting ready to set up his stall. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard his son shout, "Dad, what's wrong? Dad, look, why are you in this news video?" Taking the tablet handed to him by Xiaoxi, the barbecue uncle looked down at the screen. He saw a video showing what happened at the entrance of the park at noon. In the footage, the pig trotter seller was pinned to the ground, and the barbecue uncle, as a passerby, was also caught on camera. The video was not just a recording, it also had a voiceover. This afternoon, our city police arrested a fugitive murder suspect. It is reported that the fugitive was apprehended while buying from a roadside stall and got into an argument with the stall owner. The barbecue uncle was stunned for a moment, scratching his head before understanding. It turned out the police were not specifically there to arrest Xiao Chen. Thankfully, the commotion earlier had scared everyone. They thought refusing cash was a serious offense. Some stall owners were so frightened that they tore down their payment QR codes on the spot and displayed some cash to prove their innocence. The barbecue uncle's gloomy mood vanished. He could finally laugh heartily, ruffling his son's head. "Son, behave at home and do your homework, and in a few days, Dad will buy you a big pig trotter." "Really?" "Yay, Dad, I want a big one." "Alright." Southwest Public Security Sub-Bureau. That afternoon, every person who came to report a case witnessed a strange scene. The police officers receiving them, for some reason, had their shirt fronts soaked. It was truly strange. In the cold winter, no matter how hard the work, it shouldn't lead to such profuse sweating. Moreover, the room had no heating on, and they even deliberately opened the windows for ventilation. Upon entering, they felt a chill, with a draft from all sides, so there was no reason for the sweat to be from heat. However, as the reporting individuals stayed longer, they got closer to the truth of the matter. What is this? Why does it smell so good? The reporters twitched their noses, sniffing the intoxicating scent in the air, saliva flowing uncontrollably. It was a thick, gelatinous aroma. Taking a deep breath, the dispersed molecules slowly filled their nasal cavities, flowing along the senses in their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The pig trotters cooked in the second batch of braised sauce could be called an upgraded version. The upgraded aroma was even richer, solid, closing one's eyes felt like it was tangible. Taste buds were activated on the tongue, and the hunger pangs in the stomach were awakened. If they hadn't remembered they were in a police station, the reporters would have surely opened their mouths wide, crazily chewing on the air. "Slurp officer, does your canteen food taste this good? Or did you order takeout? Which restaurant did you order from? Please share the name." Another person reporting a case inquired in the same manner, and the police officer was already accustomed to it. This afternoon, almost everyone who walked in, no matter how deeply aggrieved they were at first, couldn't help but be distracted by the scent of incense. "Ahem, let's get back to business. Tell me where your electric bike was stolen." Seizing the opportunity to cough with a clenched fist, the police officer discreetly wiped away the saliva that had overflowed from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The noticeable saliva was wiped away, while the unnoticed ones were absorbed by the front of his uniform. As the person reporting the case opened their mouth, a series of saliva drops fell onto the table. Sorry. Startled, the person hurriedly used their sleeve to wipe it off. "It's okay. The police officer receiving him still had the same nonchalant expression. Silently, he took out a roll of paper and wiped away the water stains on the table. Looking at this small roll of paper, who would believe that it had just been torn half an hour ago? When no one came to report a case, they would tear off a piece of paper and fold it several times. Then they would tuck it into the collar of their clothes, serving as a disposable saliva pocket. The person reporting the case just needed to endure until the statement was completed. Meanwhile, they had to endure the torment of this pig trotter scent until the end of their shift. The front hall had already been tormented to this extent, not to mention the offices closest to the pig trotters. An hour ago, in order to reduce the disturbance caused by the pig trotters, everyone worked together to move the thermos into the evidence room. However, the penetrative power of this scent was stronger than Wi-Fi, and it couldn't be blocked even by walls. In the archive room next to the evidence room, 2 female officers had 3 masks tightly secured to their faces. Yet, the effect was minimal. "Oh my, I can't take it anymore, these masks are useless. It's just too fragrant." One of the female officers ripped off her mask, revealing 2 tissues stuffed into her nostrils. It was evident that she was making a real effort to block out the scent. "I mean, can't we just sneak a bite? Can't we eat one without anyone noticing?" The female officer opposite, wearing glasses, quickly moved away from her keyboard. "You better put your mask back on. Your saliva is spraying over here. Do you think masks are for blocking odors? They're for blocking saliva. And how many times do I have to say it? These pig trotters are evidence. They're evidence. Eating the pig trotters would be destroying and misappropriating evidence. Can you handle the consequences?" "Wah, I was just kidding. I wouldn't really eat them." The female officer with tissues in her nostrils wiped away tears and then put her mask back on. "It's just too fragrant. It's so fragrant that my saliva is flowing out of my eyes. Tell me about it." The female officer with glasses wiped off fog from her glasses every few minutes. "I feel like my salivary glands have moved to my tear ducts. It's unbearable. When will we get the test results? Just make that plainclothes officer take his pig trotters and leave. I suspect he might not be able to leave." The female officer with glasses swallowed her saliva before continuing seriously. "I've lived for 30 years and never seen a food with such power. Although I don't want to doubt my colleague, but..." There was no need to finish the sentence, as those nearby understood. Indeed, this scent was too extreme and abnormal, not even dissipating when the windows were open. "I bet he must have added contraband in there. If not, I'll eat those 2 buckets of pig trotters as a punishment." The female officer with glasses was so angry that saliva sprayed as she pointed her finger at her colleague's head. "Is this a punishment? You're just teasing me with those pig trotters. I can't even be bothered with you." And the instigator of all this, Xiao Chun, was calmly displaying his 3 fruit platters in the meeting room. The scent of pig trotters had no effect on him. To him, it was just a side dish. He hadn't even brought out the main course yet. If he were to bring out a Buddha jumps over the wall dish, it would truly make the Buddha jump over to feast. I don't know how the test results turned out. I still need to go to the market to buy pig trotters. Don't delay me from getting off work. Muttering to himself, the door of the meeting room suddenly opened. "It's out. The results are out." The person who came to report the news was extremely excited, their hands trembling as they held a paper of proof. "There's no issue with the results. The illegal items reported by the suspect were never there. As for the other bacteria like E. coli, Staphylococcus aureus, we'll investigate slowly. You go back quickly." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to react, they hurriedly pushed him out. Xiao Chen still wanted to take the half-drunk milk with him, following the principle of not wasting. However, his colleagues from the Southwest Sub-Bureau were in a rush, almost taking turns to carry Xiao Chen out. By the time Xiao Chen came to his senses, he was already outside the police station. In his hand was the key to an electric bike, next to it was the electric bike with a thermos. The gate of the Southwest Sub-Bureau suddenly closed, even the previously open windows were shut. Xiao Chen was puzzled. What's going on? They were so warm when they asked him to stay before. Why are they now kicking him out like he's a plague? Do they think Xiao Chen ate too much in the meeting room? If they had said the fruit platter in their bureau was for display only, not for eating, Xiao Chen wouldn't have insisted on eating it. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen got on his snack cart, filled with resentment, and drove away. Watching Xiao Chen's figure leave, the police station erupted in cheers. Finally free. He's finally gone. We don't have to endure that smell anymore. The victims are finally free from the torment of that smell. They each pulled out the paper balls stuffed in their nostrils, like launching fireworks. Another person ripped off the napkin stuffed in their collar to dab at their mouth, waving it like a ribbon. Finally got rid of the pig trotters. I was going crazy from that smell. The most painful day at work since I started. Smelling and eating is enjoyment. Just smelling without eating is torture. The The people from the Southwest Sub-Bureau were tortured by this torture all afternoon, their spirits on the verge of collapse. If they had known, they wouldn't have kept Xiaochen there, they would have sent him back to the East Sub-Bureau for testing. But after the celebration, there was endless disappointment. Someone clicked their tongue and asked, since the test results are fine, why can't we ask him for a taste? I think Xiao brother has a good personality, he shouldn't refuse. Before they could finish, they received a smack on the back of their head. You have the nerve to ask, those are tools for official duties, do you really think he works in the canteen here? We delayed his work all afternoon, if he didn't get angry, it's already good, and you still have the nerve to ask for food. The person who got hit knew they were wrong. It made sense, but their craving for food didn't listen. I mean, is there a possibility that one day when we finish work, we happen to pass by Xiao Chen's stall? Just when we're hungry, just when we see his stall close by, just when he has a lot of stock, just when it's my turn in line. So many justs, it's obvious what they're thinking. While others didn't respond, the gleam in their eyes suggested it wasn't impossible. As they daydreamed, a voice sighed softly, I envy the colleagues from the East Sub-Bureau, working with Xiao Chen, they must have all tasted his pig trotters. Fortunately, their thoughts couldn't reach the East Sub-Bureau. Otherwise, they would surely be outraged. It's all because you guys kept Xiao Chen here. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would have brought the pig trotters back to the East Sub-Bureau, and we would have eaten them already. Now it was late, by the time Xiao Chen got back, it was already after work hours. Xiao Chen still had to buy pig trotters for tomorrow. Lao Lu understood his tight schedule and heavy tasks, so he let him go directly without returning to the police station. Anyway, the test results have been confirmed by the Southwest Sub-Bureau. The electronic file of the test report has been sent over and printed out in front of Director In. Director In picked up the printed pages. He couldn't fully understand them, but had professionals explain it to him. The simplified version was, safe but not without consequences, overreading can lead to adverse effects, commonly known as feeling stuffed. These adverse effects were vividly displayed on the old man. 15 pig's trotters, he sure can eat. He didn't feel stuffed while eating, but once he returned, he groaned in discomfort. When taken to the hospital for a checkup, he hadn't even reached his turn. After a visit to the restroom, he came out saying he was fine and asked to go back. The director really wanted to send this old kid back to the countryside, but he couldn't just ignore him. However, if Xiao Chen could handle it, it seemed like letting them live together might work. Director And rarely relaxed, is Xiao Chen's cooking really that good? Old Lu, feeling wronged, said, I don't know, I haven't tried it. If this got out, who would believe Xiao Chen was his subordinate? They almost got to eat it today, but it was intercepted. Director And, how is his character and work performance? His character is good, polite and humble, always eager to help colleagues, and very proactive in his work. Although his physical test results are average, he can carry a thermos, so his physical strength is definitely sufficient. The old man beside them couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Chen called him old man all the time, and you call that polite and humble? He effortlessly lifted a refrigerator as tall as a person, and you call that sufficient? Forget it, as long as his son agreed to let Xiao Chen move in with him. By the way, Director, Xiao Chen has been helping solve 3 cases while running his stall these past 2 days. Later, old Lu detailed the cases of Huang he recognized at the scene. Wang Defa reported his brother-in-law, and Feng Li was arrested for buying pig's trotters, and explained Xiao Chen's role in them. After hearing old Lu's report, Director In made a decision. Alright, Dad, if you want to live with Xiao Chen, go ahead. But I won't use my authority to order it, you have to invite him. If he doesn't want to, then so be it. And I've made it clear, if you live with him, don't overeat. If you end up in the hospital again, you can forget about it. Before he could finish, the old man was already jumping with joy. Of course, he'll definitely agree. Giving him a free big house to live in, how could he not agree? I'll go find Xiao Chen now and tell him the good news. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back and instructed, Oh, son, I haven't told Xiao Chen that you're my son, so don't go home if you don't have to avoid exposing us. Watching the old man snatch the keys and transform into a lively figure, Director In felt stifled with anger. For a moment, he didn't know who the old man's real son was. He used to come home less often, due to his busy work schedule. Occasionally, when he wasn't busy, he preferred to relax in the big house he bought for himself. Now, he was forbidden from going back. So, the director ended up sleeping on a hard bed in the unit's dormitory every day. His eyes were either open, working, or closed, thinking about mortgage payments. In the end, the new house was for his subordinates. Forget it, old kid, that's how it is when you're old. Director, just bear with it, don't get angry. No one will take care of you if you fall ill. You still have to work overtime tonight. Old Lu's attempt to comfort him only made the director's lips tremble in anger. This comfort made him so angry that he couldn't even stand properly. If you have nothing good to say, then don't say anything. 7 o'clock in the evening. Xiaochen carried the 2 remaining barrels of braised pig trotters he had sold, along with the 80 caddies of fresh pig trotters he had just bought at the market, and sneaked into the residential area. With his cautious and wary look, and the way he took a step back whenever he saw someone, it was no wonder others suspected him of being a deranged killer. He applied all the anti-surveillance knowledge he had learned at the police academy here, hoping to avoid his neighbors. Today, he hadn't sold all the pig trotters in the 2 barrels, so he could continue selling them tomorrow. The current weather wouldn't let the braised pig trotters spoil. But once his neighbors found out, those 2 barrels of pig trotters would be in jeopardy. Xiaochen looked around once more, making sure no one was watching him. He quickly grabbed a thermal bucket from under the blanket and swiftly climbed the stairs. Everything went smoothly along the way. He didn't encounter any neighbors coming down the stairs. He was about to reach the 3rd floor and slip into his apartment smoothly. Suddenly, he paused. Halfway up the stairs, he saw that the corridor on the 3rd floor was crowded with people. Everyone stood, squatted, or sat, all staring straight at Xiaochen. Their eyes gleamed as if they were evil wolves in the forest. "He's back, he's finally back. We've finally caught him," someone shouted, followed by another voice. "Quick, quick, catch him. Don't let him escape. I must find out what he's cooking today. I haven't slept for 2 nights. Xiaochen finally understood why he hadn't encountered anyone downstairs or in the hallway. It turned out that everyone in the building had gathered at his door. Almost instinctively, Xiaochen turned and ran. Thanks to eating the health-boosting little apple, he managed to run with a big iron bucket in his arms. How could he escape? Seeing Xiaochen about to run, the crowd wasn't worried. They had been prepared for him. They had a plan in place. They took out their phones, opened the WeChat homeowners group, and sent a voice message. "Attention! He's running downstairs now, intercept him. Intercept him." Hearing the voices behind him, Xiaochen almost stumbled down the stairs. What on earth? Why were they chasing him like a thief? Didn't they remember he was a cop? Little did he expect his neighbors to have self-taught tracking, ambush, and capture techniques just for a meal. As expected, as soon as Xiaochen reached the 1st floor stairwell, he saw 2 groups of people downstairs, moving to surround him. Xiaochen braked suddenly. Looking back, he saw another group on the 2nd floor chasing him. Trapped between them, Xiaochen seemed to have no way out. But Xiaochen wasn't one to give up easily. Holding the thermal bucket, he rushed to the end of the 1st floor corridor, pushed open the window, and without hesitation, jumped out. The crowd was shocked. They hadn't stationed anyone outside the window because they never expected Xiaochen to jump out with such a big bucket. Was the bucket empty? Before they could think further, some agile young men followed Xiaochen's footsteps and climbed out of the window. Another group circled around from the front door, attempting to intercept him. As soon as Xiaochen landed, he quickly got up, lifted his legs, and ran like mad, his feet almost on fire. The pursuers behind him shouted, "Why are you running? We're not refusing to pay you." Xiaochen knew they would pay him, of course. But that wasn't the point. The point was, with so many people, the meat in his bucket wouldn't be enough to share. If there wasn't enough meat to go around, everyone would be dissatisfied returning empty-handed, and they would target his precious braised meat. This pot of braised meat had absorbed the essence of 120 caddies of pig trotters, producing a super concentrated version of the broth. This broth was more precious than the pig trotters themselves, and he couldn't let everyone share it. He had to run, no time to negotiate. Once they got a taste, he would never have peace again. The whole building would come looking for him every day, not letting him out until they were satisfied. Just as Xiaochen was rushing towards where he parked his tricycle, he saw a figure at the front of his vehicle from afar. Xiaochen's heart sank. Someone had actually occupied his tricycle in advance, cutting off his escape route. Goodness, were the residents of this building really just ordinary people? Were they all retired Special Forces reconnaissance soldiers? Just as Xiaochen was feeling hopeless, the person sitting at the front of the tricycle suddenly saw him and excitedly waved at him. "Come over, hurry!" Upon hearing that familiar elderly voice, Xiaochen's eyes lit up. It was the old man, not another resident. This old man owed him a favor. Although this old man also ate a lot, feeding this one old man was much more feasible than feeding the whole building. Xiaochen quickly rallied, taking 2 steps in one, and dashed over as if flying. He jumped onto the tricycle with a thermos in his arms and shouted without straightening up, "Quick! Drive! Fast!" The old man cooperated seamlessly. In the next second, he stepped on the accelerator, shifted to the highest gear, broke through the forming encirclement directly, and dashed out. These residents were only looking for a meal and lacked the determination to fight to the death. They watched the tricycle approaching and quickly made way. Watching the tricycle speeding away, everyone stomped their feet in frustration. Damn it! He escaped. The monk may run away, but the temple won't. He will come back sooner or later. Let's continue to take turns following him. Once anyone sees him, immediately inform the group. Oh my, this kid runs too fast, carrying such a big bucket. Even if it's empty, it's still heavy. How come he's running like nothing's wrong? Why can't anyone catch up with him? Xiao Chen's neighbor who knew the truth said, can't catch up with him? He's a policeman, for sure he has better physical fitness than an ordinary person. Really? Absolutely, my husband and I heard him reveal his profession last night. Hearing her confident words, everyone was shocked. What? Such great skills, and he's actually a policeman. I guess he must be working in the police station's canteen, right? So young, yet his skills are better than a master craftsman's. Someone in the crowd sighed in regret, stomping their foot. Oh, if I had known that the police have such good food, I wouldn't have stopped my daughter from joining the police academy. Amidst the discussions, the tricycle decisively went far away. Xiao Chen on the tricycle wiped the sweat off his forehead. Running like this in the dead of winter really exhausted him. Settling down, Xiao Chen finally had the mind to inquire, "Old man, how come you're here? Do you also live in this building? Did you see from the owner's group that they were going to target me?" The old man drove ahead, chuckling, "Not at all. I don't live in this neighborhood." "Then why are you here?" "Hey, young man, I just saved you, can't you be a bit polite to me? I'm here to repay you." "I've said it, I didn't eat your 15 pig's feet for free, I'm not here to freeload." Xiao Chen was skeptical, shrugged his shoulders, and reached out from behind, "Then give me the money." "I don't have any." The old man replied evasively, sounding confident. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, "Old dang, are you fooling me?" The old man glanced at Xiao Chen through the right mirror, seeing that he wasn't really angry, and then said with a smile, "I won't give you money directly, but I have another way to compensate you. I came to the city this time because I have a relative who is going abroad. He has a house near the city hospital. He's thinking that once the house is empty, it will easily deteriorate. He's also worried about renting the house to some clumsy tenants, so he called me over to help him look after the house, and if I can find some reliable tenants, even better." "Young man, we seem to have a connection. Since you can't stay at your previous place anymore, why don't you move in with me?" "Old man, I'll give you a discount on the rent, half price for you. You just need to take care of my meals." Xiao Chen was a bit tempted when he heard the first part. But when he heard the last sentence, he frowned directly. "Take care of your meals and still pay you rent? Isn't that like becoming your maid and paying you on top of that? You wish. Do you even know how much I sell the things I make for outside? Just the 15 pigs trotters you ate would fetch nearly 800. How dare you ask me for money?" The area near the city hospital where Xiao Chen currently worked at the police station was even closer, and he was a bit tempted. But as soon as he thought about how much the old man loved to eat, he gave up. The old man opened his mouth to retort but seemed to have nothing to say. Today, he went out to sell goods with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was right, pigs trotters sold for 80 per pound, really expensive, and business was still booming. Roughly calculating, those 15 pigs trotters would cost 7 to 800. "Then, I won't charge you rent, okay?" "No way." Xiao Chen flatly refused. "You eat too much." The old man gritted his teeth. "It's my first time eating, can't control myself a bit. I'll be more restrained in the future. I won't eat as much in the future, just 5 at a time, okay?" Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. 5 at a time, 3 meals a day is 15, do you think I'm stupid? Are you bad at math, or do you think I am? The old man pouted in grievance. "Then how many do you suggest?" "At most 5 a day." Xiao Chen set the limit. "And it doesn't have to be pigs trotters. I might make something else in the future. Whatever I make, you eat, no more complaints." Okay. The old man was afraid Xiao Chen might change his mind and quickly agreed. Standards are set by people, but rules are meant to be broken. How many he could sneakily eat in the future would be the old man's skill. If Director Ren were here and heard their conversation, he would probably be infuriated. He had to pay 4 to 5,000 in mortgage every month, and even if the old man let Xiao Chen chip in 500 for rent, it would be helpful. But unexpectedly, he didn't charge a penny, just gave it away for free. Xiao Chen took advantage and acted coy. Seeing how easy the old man was, he even started to suspect. "Old dang, you wouldn't have ulterior motives, would you? Want to steal my kidneys? Let me tell you, I'm really a cop. My kidneys are not something you can covet. If you really want to do something bad, you can surrender now, or else when I get to your lair, I'll capture all of you." The old man laughed in exasperation. In his youth, even international criminals feared him. Now that he was old, he was being suspected of being a villain. "Do I look like a bad guy to you? What use do I have for your kidneys? I can't eat them. I only want your big pigs trotters." You better be. They bickered all the way. Unknowingly, the car arrived at a small community near the central hospital. Xiaochen could see clearly that they had just passed a large market. Now he was really tempted. This location was indeed good, closer to work and near the market. If the living conditions were also good, no rent, then he could really live here. The old man saw Xiaochen's expression through the rearview mirror and smirked to himself. It was not in vain that he deliberately took a detour past the market. It seemed there was a chance. A few minutes later, a three-wheeled vehicle with flashing lights entered the elegant community under the astonished gaze of passers-by. The security guard outside wanted to stop them, but seeing they had an access card, he silently stepped back. After the three-wheeler drove away, the security guard couldn't help but mutter a comment. What's wrong with being able to afford a house here and still using a tricycle for transportation? As the old man stepped into the elevator, Xiaochen suddenly turned on his phone's camera. What are you doing? The old man asked, puzzled. Xiaochen replied, I'm cautious. I'm recording the whole journey to have my colleagues supervise. If you turn out to be a bad person, my colleagues will immediately alert the police. Just a friendly reminder, I am a policeman, and so are my colleagues. The old man was speechless. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, what a coincidence, I used to be a policeman too, and my son is a policeman, and he's even your police station chief. Exiting the elevator, Xiaochen still held up his camera. I'll also film when we enter the house, who knows if you have an ambush. The old man thought about how his son had OCD and had never brought his police colleagues home for dinner. Even if he was filmed, he wouldn't be recognized. So he waved his hand, alright, go ahead, film as you please. Xiaochen wasn't just talking. He indeed filmed the entire time and sent the video to Leah C. Leah C., one of the 3 talented individuals who went undercover with him to set up a stall, was curious when she saw the video and asked, what's going on? Why are you suddenly sending me so many videos? Xiaochen replied directly with a voice message, I'm here to look at a house, planning to move to a new place. Okay. Your new rental looks nice. How come it looks a bit like a residential area? Xiaochen replied, it is a residential area. Leah C. was astonished. Oh my, that must be expensive. How much is the rent? Xiaochen deliberately raised the volume, and Leah C.'s voice echoed through the corridor. As long as the old man wasn't hard of hearing, he could hear their conversation. It's free, the homeowner is going abroad. They want a reliable tenant to come and stay, clean up the place. Is there such a good thing in this world? It's not a scam to lure people into pyramid schemes or something, right? Look, even someone like Leah C knows that good things don't just fall from the sky. Xiaochen smirked, yeah, I also suspect it's a scam. But I'm a policeman. If they dare to approach me, they'll be in big trouble. As Xiaochen spoke, he deliberately observed the old man's reaction. Seeing that he wasn't afraid at all, Xiaochen slightly trusted him. The old man opened the door and let Xiaochen in. Xiaochen started filming from the entrance. From the living room to the bedroom, from the bedroom to the bathroom, from the bathroom to the kitchen. There were no ambushes, everything was normal, just a bit lacking in daily necessities. However, all the essential furniture was there, with a refrigerator and air conditioning. Leah C on the other end of the phone kept exclaiming, oh my, fully furnished. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a balcony. Is it really free to stay? Could it really be a stroke of luck? Xiaochen, you've been really lucky lately. How come I never come across such good fortune? Xiaochen was also puzzled, wondering if such unexpected good fortune truly existed. When Xiaochen finally put down his phone, the old man looked helpless. You, young man, are too suspicious. Xiaochen retorted, that's because you, sir, are not honest enough. You pretend to be senile, yet hide the skill to subdue armed criminals with a single move. If you were in my shoes, would you believe it? Who exactly are you? The old man's eyes flickered for a moment as he quickly came up with an explanation. Half true and half false, he said. Well, I was in the military when I was young, and later worked as a security guard for decades. It's reasonable to have some skills, right? This explanation seemed quite reasonable indeed. Xiaochen did notice some military habits in the old man. Despite his age, his posture was still upright. Due to his natural trust in military personnel, Xiaochen's guard against the old man slightly lowered. Alright, it seems I misunderstood you, but you were the one who deceived me first. Anyway, thanks. This house is nice. I'll stay here. On the other side, Leah C repeatedly watched the videos sent by Xiaochen, becoming more and more shocked as he watched. Unable to resist, he forwarded the videos to 2 other key figures. The caption read, Xiaochen is really having a stroke of luck lately. Not only did he catch a criminal red-handed today, but someone also offered him a free place to stay. I heard that the owner of this house is going abroad. afraid that it would deteriorate without anyone living in it, so he asked Xiao Chen to help look after the house. Unintentionally, this message was sent to the large group chat of the East City Sub-Bureau, and he didn't notice at all. At the same time, Director N, who was dizzy from working overtime, was about to get up for a breath of fresh air when the work group chat lit up. Before he could open it, he saw a string of texts popping up one after another. Director N's face darkened by half instantly. Upon watching the video, he realized that the house in the video was his own. The other half of his face turned black as well. Well, disappear for a while, and he would be forced to go abroad. He thought his own father would at least charge a few hundred in rent, but he didn't expect not to charge a single penny. Could it be that Xiao Chen doesn't even have to pay for utilities? It's not that Director N is stingy, even in the staff dormitories, he has to pay for utilities. This comparison made him feel so desolate. For a moment, he couldn't even distinguish who was the director. What's even more infuriating is that someone in the group, unaware that it was a large group chat, excitedly replied below, "Oh my, Xiao Chen lives so well. Tomorrow, let's go to his place to buy groceries and have hot pot. The balcony seems perfect for barbecue too." Director N, who was a clean freak, suddenly felt his eyes go dark and plopped back into his seat. "Hot pot? Do you believe I'll throw all of you into the hot pot? And barbecue? You're putting me on the grill." Fingers flying, Director N typed many words of scolding. Just as he was about to send it, he noticed the other party retracted their message. Probably realizing they sent it to the wrong group, they retracted the message before many people saw it, pretending nothing happened, leaving Director N alone. His finger hovered over the send button, trembling for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to press it. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh and delete all the words he had typed. Oh father, you really know how to trick your son." That night, Xiao Chen cleaned the pig's trotters he had just bought. That old man had quite an eye for talent, not just a freeloader. Seeing Xiao Chen busy, he quickly came over to help. The old man worked swiftly. With an extra pair of hands, the speed increased significantly. The ventilation in this building is good. Unlike Xiao Chen's previous house, which was cramped, the distance between the buildings is also spacious, preventing the scent from lingering and spreading throughout the entire neighborhood. However, no matter how spacious it is, this scent will only be diluted, not disappear. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Everyone in the neighborhood could smell the enticing aroma. They opened their windows, trying to locate the source of the fragrance. However, the scent didn't come in waves but diffused, like moonlight enveloping the entire area, seemingly omnipresent. It infiltrated every crevice of every home, tirelessly tormenting everyone. Even when the windows were tightly shut, it would sneak in through the heating pipes, along the door cracks. If the scent felt by Xiao Chen's old neighbors was like a big knife slashing directly at their faces, then, the scent felt by Xiao Chen's new neighbors was like being tortured by a nail clipper, slowly and painfully. It was impossible to get a good night's sleep. At 2 a.m. that night, countless people sat up in bed, scratching their heads frantically. What the hell is this smell? It's so fragrant. They pondered all night but couldn't figure it out. It would be a long time before they could. The next day at noon, when Xiao Chen's familiar figure appeared again at the west gate of the electronic park, the news spread like wildfire through countless private chat groups in an instant. Breaking news, reliable sources claim that the pig trotter seller is back. Oh my, really? Don't lie to me. Last night, some crazy person tricked me into thinking he was setting up a stall, so I skipped work to buy, only to be caught by my boss. I feel for you. Did your boss scold you? Hopefully, you didn't get your pay deducted. Don't worry, I wasn't scolded or had my pay cut, because I was caught by the boss at the entrance, and he had skipped work to come by too, hee hee. There's still half an hour until the end of the shift, I can't stay a second longer. After eating a pig trotter yesterday, I finally understand why everyone is so obsessed. Same here, it's the first time I realized how sensitive my taste buds are, being able to discern so many layers of flavor. I used to reward myself every night before bed, but after eating the pig trotter, my mind was filled only with that, completely forgetting about the reward. Hey, did you post in the wrong place? This is a work group, not a deserted area. Explain reward. Message retracted. The people in the group were still anxiously waiting. Meanwhile, those closer to the action had already gone to buy. The uncle selling barbecue was the first customer to rush over. Hey, little brother. It's great to see you back. Quickly weigh me a pig trotter, a big one, my son loves it. Xiao Chen saw him running over from the barbecue stall and knew he was also a vendor. Alright, but are you sure you want it now? Don't you usually sell until 2 o'clock? It might get cold if you buy now. The barbecue uncle shrugged. Let it get cold, I'll heat it up at home later. I'm afraid your business will be too good later, and I won't get one if I don't buy now. Xiao Chen's expression stiffened. Well, caught off guard again? Another curse? Can't he just wish him well? Like hoping his pig trotters won't sell out until late at night, so no one will buy them. Oh well, forget it. Soon, the barbecue stall owner took a supersized pig trotter back. It was so big that it couldn't fit in a bowl. The lid flew off, and it had to be tightly wrapped in 2 plastic bags. Other vendors clearly heard the electronic voice announcing the price. Wealth Treasure received 110 yuan. Envy and jealousy filled the air. One sale made over 100. Wasn't this pig trotter seller taken away by the police just yesterday? Why was everyone not avoiding him but rushing to support his business? A lady selling fried skewers couldn't help but ask the barbecue uncle, "How can you afford something so expensive? Did you win the lottery?" The uncle chuckled, "No way, it's just that my wife and kids love it, so I bought it." The lady still looked incredulous, exclaiming, "So expensive, 2 pig trotters could cover a meal for your whole family at a restaurant. Isn't that more cost-effective?" Cost-effective? Definitely cost-effective. In the whole city, no, in the whole world, there's nothing tastier than these pig trotters, I'm not lying to you. Seeing the uncle praise it so much, the lady also felt tempted. You wouldn't believe it, in just a few words, the aroma of the pig trotter he packed kept wafting into the noses of the surrounding vendors, making them restless and itching to try it. But due to the high price and professional jealousy, no one made a move. Unaware that other vendors were eavesdropping, the uncle continued chatting with the lady, "We're all in the food business, our hearts are as clear as a mirror. I sell barbecue, you sell fried skewers, different methods but the ingredients are all pre-made frozen skewers bought from the wholesale market. Those restaurants, takeout places, they all use pre-made ingredient packs. Where can you go to eat and not taste the same flavor?" This statement really hits home for everyone. Everyone present here is in the same line of work, and no one understands the industry's secrets better than them. When you work in a field, you either love it or hate it. It's not just talk. The more you know about the industry's secrets, the more you feel deep disgust. They sell things that they would never feed their own children. Even they themselves can't bring themselves to eat it. The neighboring stall owner selling shredded chicken couldn't help but join the conversation. They say life is getting better now, no worries about food and drink. But I always feel that things nowadays just don't taste as good as before. The big sister selling hand-grabbed pancakes nodded along. I remember when chicken and duck meat used to be sweet, beef had a milky flavor, frying an egg for the kids would fill the house with fragrance with just a few flips. The auntie selling skewers also chimed in with emotion, nowadays, whether it's chicken, beef, or pork, it all tastes like synthetic meat. Even when eating fried eggs, it feels like chewing on plastic. It seems like nothing tastes good anymore. The uncle selling barbecue didn't mind others eavesdropping on their conversation and smoothly continued, "So it's really hard to find a good place to eat now. I don't have that skill myself, so if I come across a master chef, I better buy quickly, or else I won't be able to find it in the future." The surrounding stall owners became anxious and asked in unison, "Why won't we be able to find it in the future?" The barbecue uncle explained, "Think about it, if that young man's business is doing so well, will he still set up a stall in the future? He will definitely open a chain store and become a big boss. Eating at chain restaurants won't be at the same price as now, it will at least be several times more expensive. And now that he's a boss, he definitely won't be cooking himself anymore. By then, the prices will be even higher, and you won't be able to taste authentic craftsmanship anymore." Others thought this made sense, but some couldn't contain their jealousy towards Xiaochen and coldly said, "It's not that easy to become a boss and open a chain store. Running a stall doesn't require store rent and can still make money. Once you open a store, regardless of whether there's business or not, you still have to pay rent every month. Many people close down shortly after opening a store, lose all their savings, and come back to run a stall." Everyone thought the barbecue uncle would argue, but he actually nodded, looking very approving. "You're right, the rent for storefronts is high. That's why more and more businesses can only lower the quality of ingredients to save costs, and the quality is even worse than our street food stalls. How many of us, when we first started our business, wanted to use better ingredients to make delicious food to attract customers? But as we went on, we found that the cost was too high, and we couldn't make a profit at all. In the end, we had to resort to frozen wholesale." At this point, the barbecue uncle nodded towards Xiaochen's back. "That young man, he's just a beginner, that's why the ingredients in his pig's trotters are so genuine, all good quality. Customers aren't fools, they are willing to buy at such a high price, indicating that customers know his pig's trotters are worth that price. If in the future, that young man also becomes an experienced hand like us, knowing how to reduce costs and increase profits, then customers will truly never be able to taste it again." Before he could finish speaking, the stall owner making hand-grabbed pancakes suddenly threw down his spatula. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he rushed directly to Xiaochen's stall. "Boss, give me a pig's trotter, a big one." Damn! Everyone was stunned. Indeed, only those in the same line of work truly understand each other. When just starting out, the portions are often the most generous and the quality the best. Afterwards, it will keep decreasing, prices will get higher, and quality control will become more perfunctory. The words of the barbecue stall owner woke everyone up. If you want to eat, don't hesitate, don't worry about losing face. Cherish Xiaochen now, because the future Xiaochen may not necessarily be able to make the pig's trotters like now. The surrounding stall owners no longer held back, no longer hesitated. They all threw down what they had in hand, untied their aprons, and rushed over. "Boss, I want one too." Before long, a line formed in front of Xiaochen's stall. The number of people was not large, but each person waiting in line was unexpectedly familiar. The workers were about to finish their shift, preparing to welcome customers. The other stall owners even neglected their own stalls to come to Xiaochen's stall to buy pig trotters. This strange scene made other stall owners unable to resist joining in, leaving their work behind to see what the fuss was about. Although they didn't know what was happening, everyone clamoring for the same thing meant it had to be something good. Xiaochen was stunned. He seemed to have guessed something and glanced at the uncle selling barbecue. Meeting his gaze, the uncle proudly puffed out his chest, as if to say, "Look how many customers I brought you." Xiaochen was full of question marks. "No way. Uncle, what grudge do you hold?" Even the braised snack stall owner who had been against Xiaochen quietly joined the queue, keeping his head down, thinking he could blend in. Xiaochen was too exhausted to even comment. "Hey, wearing a mask doesn't make you unrecognizable. What kind of disguise is this?" The other stall owners caught on, they understood it was self-service. They didn't need Xiaochen to attend to them, everyone had already paid and left with their pig trotters. When the workers finished their shift and rushed out of the gate, this was the scene they encountered. Xiaochen leaned against his snack cart, watching one pig trotter after another being snatched away. A crowd had gathered around his cart, contrasting sharply with the other snack stalls. Not a single customer was there, not even a single stall owner. All the stall owners were at Xiaochen's stall. The regular customers gasped in shock. "Wow, I thought I was fast enough, but not only do I have to compete with all the workers in the park, now I have to compete with other stall owners too. It's over, the treasure trove shop can't be kept a secret anymore. Even our peers know how good it is." And those new customers who had never bought pig trotters were also stunned by the scene. They just wanted to come out and buy some fried rice or noodles. Why were the fried rice and noodle stall owners not working and instead lining up too? If you go to other stall owners, what about the customers who come to your stall? Are you going to let the customers cook for themselves? Now only Xiaochen's stall was open for business. Those who hadn't planned to buy anything had to change their minds and join the queue at this one and only stall. As Xiaochen's customers grew in number, the fame of the pig trotters spread. The other three gates were almost out of business because all the customers were heading to the west gate. Sometimes, before Xiaochen's snack cart even arrived, customers had already lined up, saving a spot for him. The other stall owners had no objections because they also wanted to buy. For the next 3 days, the scent of pig trotters filled the air over the entire electronic park day and night. The customers who got some were jubilant, while those who missed out lamented. Finally, the police couldn't sit still waiting to catch the suspected smuggler. Inside the plastic factory in the electronic park, it was only 11 in the morning when Sun Xiaohu wanted to sneak out. This strange behavior caught the attention of his brother, Sun Dalong. "Stop! Where are you going?" Brother, I really want to have those pig trotters one more time." Sun Dalong was very alert, his eyes full of hostility. "Can't you send someone under you to buy? Do you have to go yourself?" Sun Xiaohu got angry at this point, his round chubby face turning red. "None of the people under me can be trusted. They all lied to me, saying they couldn't buy any, that it was sold out. But when they speak, their mouths are oily, clearly they've been eating on the way. I have to go myself." Last time, Sun Xiaohu snatched half a pig trotter from a subordinate. After eating it once, he couldn't stop thinking about it. But since then, his subordinates were all wary of him, always returning only after finishing their meal. When asked, they would deny buying it, refusing to admit they had eaten it. It was said that the stall owner who sold pig's trotters had many rules. No cutting in line, limited to one purchase per person, no proxy purchases, and no cash accepted. Therefore, even if one wanted someone else to buy it for them, it was very difficult. No matter which subordinate was sent, no matter how much they were paid for their trouble, they would return with the taste of pig's trotters in their mouths, refunding the money to Sun Xiaohu, saying, couldn't buy it. Sun Xiaohu didn't mind going to buy it himself. However, his older brother, Sun Dalong, was very cautious and always prevented Sun Xiaohu from going out, saying they needed to reduce their visibility. You can't go. Have you forgotten that the stall owner was just released from the police station a few days ago? If the police are watching him closely, there's a good chance they'll start watching you if you go. Listening to this, it sounded absurd. It was all what ifs. Where did all these what ifs come from? Sun Xiaohu always thought his brother was overly cautious. Although they were engaged in illegal activities, they were very discreet about it. It had been over a year, and the police had not discovered their smuggling activities. Rounded off, what was the difference between that and legitimate business? He didn't understand why his older brother was so nervous. Recently, they had a big deal to make. However, just when they heard that a fugitive named Huang Yi had been caught in the area, someone they had no connection to, his brother insisted on postponing the deal, citing safety concerns. Well, Sun Xiaohu didn't understand business matters anyway. Whatever his brother said was final. However, when it came to indulging in food and entertainment, he was an expert. After becoming successful in business, Sun Xiaohu had tried almost all the famous delicacies in the city. Whether it flew in the sky, ran on the ground, or swam in the water, legal or illegal, he had tried them all. It was exciting at first, but as he continued, it became less enjoyable. Until he caught his subordinate nibbling on pig's trotters. There was only half a trotter left, covered in saliva. Sun Xiaohu couldn't resist and snatched it, stuffing it into his mouth. Instantly, he rediscovered the feeling of eating exotic delicacies for the first time. It was so delicious that he chewed the bone scraps finally and swallowed them. He even broke a tooth, but he thought it was worth it. His brother wouldn't let him go out to buy it, but his stomach protested faster than his mouth. He could listen to his brother on other matters, but not on this one. He could skip lunch. At worst, he would sneak out at night. In a blink of an eye, it was 5 in the afternoon. Since moving, Xiao Chen had an old man helping him, and with the convenience of the market, his efficiency in making pig's trotters had greatly increased, doubling the quantity. Now he sold a round at noon and another in the afternoon. Each round lasted at most 2 hours before he had to close up. Selling pig's trotters wasn't tiring, but it was mentally exhausting. When would he attract those smugglers over here? With the aroma of his pig's trotters, the entire area should have flocked to him. Why hadn't his food cart attracted any attention yet? Xiao Chen sighed softly, and as he lowered his head, he suddenly saw a flash of red, his pupils shrinking. Oh no! I just said the red light wasn't on, and now it is? Xiao Chen tried to remain calm, casually looking up to see who was standing in front of his food cart. It was a round-faced chubby man. Many people looked cute and endearing after gaining weight, but this chubby man was different. His eye bags were deep, and his fat eyelids squeezed his eyes into slits. With a big red nose, he looked like someone who had been drained by vices. There was even a tattoo on his arm, vaguely resembling a tiger's head, although it looked more like a hippo at first glance. The chubby man's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the pig's trotters, completely oblivious to Xiao Chen's changing expression. He licked his lips, a sly glint in his narrowed eyes. After reaching down with a pair of tongs, he picked up 4 or 5 pig trotters. He tossed them onto the scale, quickly glanced at the price that appeared, scanned the code to pay, thinking no one had noticed. Little did he know, Xiao Chen had been watching him closely the whole time. Hey! Wait a minute! Xiao Chen had just been pondering how to strike up a conversation. This gave him a reason. Sir, there's a limit of 1 pig trotter per person. It seems like you've picked up more than that. Sun Xiaohu's face stiffened, stubbornly saying, No, I only took 1. Besides, even if I took a few more, I'm still paying for them. Sorry, the limit is to consider other customers. If you buy more, others will miss out. Please double-check if it's just 1. Sun Xiaohu muttered a curse under his breath. He truly hadn't expected the stall owner to be even more eccentric than rumored. It would have been fine to turn a blind eye to him taking a few extra pieces, but pointing it out specifically, refusing business that came to him. He really wanted to grab the stall owner by the collar and force him to sell all the pig trotters to him. But he was a smuggler, not a gangster. And with so many customers around, if he dared to cause trouble for the stall owner, the hungry customers could tear him apart. His boss had always ordered him to keep a low profile, so Sun Xiaohu could only curse a few times, then obediently put back the extra pig trotters he had taken. He couldn't just leave them all behind and shout, I'm not buying anymore. Fortunately, the stall owner knew to give him a way out, put on a smile, and handed him a packet of chili peppers. Sir, it seems like it's your first time buying here, not knowing the rules is normal. This is my secret sauce, it tastes even better with the pig trotters. Take a whiff, isn't it fragrant? Xiao Chen deliberately opened the packet of chili condiment, discreetly adding a repentance chili into it. He crushed it inside the packet, then held it in front of the suspect to smell. The pungent and savory aroma instantly made Sun Xiaohu's mouth water, extinguishing all his anger. He. Fragrant, really fragrant. The red chili pepper didn't seem out of place among the packet of oil chili peppers, instead adding a touch of color. Xiao Chen smirked, if it's delicious, come back next time. Once the suspect had completely disappeared, Xiao Chen immediately took out his phone. Report to the captain. Successfully lured the target suspect over. He also summarized the suspect's personality, bad temper, but quite reasonable. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't mention that he had also given away a repentance chili. The captain's reply came quickly, very good, keep it up. Surveillance work can't be rushed, stay composed. Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, when are we going to arrest the criminals? The rewards given by the system for catching a robber and murderer last time were just too tempting. Xiao Chen was intrigued. Old Lu replied, you don't need to worry about catching criminals, just pass on the information, our action team has more to consider. Xiao Chen. Alright, stick to the formula, huh? Since the captain said so, Xiao Chen decided to completely let go. As long as he participated, the system would reward him. He just didn't know how powerful the repentance chili really was. Let's test it on that suspect. That night, at 2 in the morning, Sun Xiaohu suddenly sat up from his bed, slapping himself hard. I really deserve to die. For some reason, a wave of remorse surged in his heart. He felt guilty for living a carefree life with money earned from illegal activities. It was a disservice to the country, the people, and society. After living for decades, this was the first time his moral standards had reached their peak. He began slapping his own face, muttering, I really deserve to die. How could I become a despicable smuggler? I'm a parasite of society. My brother and I are colluding, we both deserve to die. The commotion woke up the two glamorous women sleeping next to him. One of the women half awake complained, you two are at it again, not grown up yet, but the cravings are strong. The other woman, puzzled, opened her eyes and said, aren't you with him? Suddenly, she saw Sun Xiaohu slapping himself frantically and exclaimed in surprise, ah, what are you doing? The scream made Sun Xiaohu notice the presence of the two women in bed. He hesitated for a moment, then let out a sharper scream than the women. Sun Xiaohu grabbed the bedsheet, wrapped it around himself, and dashed into the bathroom in a single leap. Turning on the shower, he cried while vigorously scrubbing his body with cold water. Whoa, I'm so dirty, I actually solicited. And solicited two at once, whoa, I'm impure. I'm sorry to my future wife and children, chastity is a man's best betrothal gift, whoa. The two glamorous women stood outside the bathroom, clenching their fists tighter and tighter. They wanted to beat him. What was going on? Where was that boldness from the boat just now? How did he suddenly become so chaste and righteous? After crying and washing 3 times, Sun Xiaohu wrapped himself in a towel, his eyes swollen, and walked out. Seeing the two glamorous women smoking and looking at him with disdain, he broke down again. Leaning against the doorframe, he cried like a lump of over 200 pounds of rotten feces. Get out! Get out! I don't want to see you. The glamorous woman took a puff of smoke and sneered, fine, nowadays you don't want to pay for services and yet put on a show. I saw you splurging earlier, didn't ask for payment up front, now you want us to leave, trying to skip out on the bill? Sun Xiaohu retorted, it's not about skipping out on the bill, I can't give you money, once I do, it's really soliciting, which is illegal, I can't do it. Nonsense, you've already done it, don't give me that. You think not paying means it's not soliciting? Sisters, teach him a lesson. The two women picked up their high heels and started hitting Sun Xiaohu all over. Despite being a sturdy man, he didn't fight back, just cried and covered his head, shouting, I can't give you money, it's dirty money. I have to hand it over to the country. I can't spend it, woo-woo. After a severe beating, they pressed his fingerprints and transferred money using a phone. Before leaving, they spat at him, skipping out on the bill and still pretending to be a moral model. Nerve! Let Mama Sang deal with you. After the two glamorous women left, Sun Xiaohu covered his face and cried for a long time. Looking at his phone, he suddenly thought of something, I need to call the police. I need to confess. I need to make my brother face justice and make those two women turn over a new leaf. He quickly dialed the emergency number, just as a voice on the other end said, hello? Suddenly, his mind jolted, as if a balloon had been deflated. All those feelings of shame, guilt, regret, and self-blame vanished. Hello, may I ask what happened? The voice on the phone continued, but Sun Xiaohu looked down and saw those 3 dreadful numbers on the screen, and hastily hung up. Oh my goodness! How could a criminal like him voluntarily call the police? What were those inexplicable thoughts just now? Why did he want to atone, even feeling that the money he had was dirty? How could money be dirty? Sun Xiaohu shivered all over, not daring to tell his brother about this. If his brother found out, he almost confessed voluntarily, even implicating his brother, it would be over. Dragging his aching body, Sun Xiaohu limped back to bed. In the trash can behind him, there was a disposable takeout box licked clean. The box contained a few pig bones gnawed clean, and half of an uneaten red chili pepper. Xiao Chen had miscalculated. Who would have known that Sun Xiaohu had hemorrhoids and couldn't eat spicy food? However, because the chili peppers given by Xiao Chen were just too delicious, he risked aggravating his anal fissure and finished a bag of chili condiments. Only this whole red chili pepper, he really didn't have the courage to eat. After mistakenly eating half of it, he directly threw away the rest. This resulted in the repentant chili not being able to fully exert its effect. It was so close, the culprit almost walked into the trap. The next day, Xiao Chen encountered Sun Xiaohu again, who came to buy pig's trotters. To his surprise, Sun Xiaohu had a swollen face this time, as if he had been beaten by someone. Especially on his face, there were very obvious palm prints, so large that even a mask couldn't cover them completely. Xiao Chen didn't ask much, just glanced silently at the red warning light on the snack cart, confirming that it was indeed the suspect from yesterday. While the other party was packing, he enthusiastically took out a packet of processed condiments. Inside were the repentant chili he had chopped in advance, mixed into regular chili oil. Pig's trotters taste even better with chili. But the other party extended a big hand, directly blocking Xiao Chen's attempt to add more. No, I can't eat spicy food, thanks anyway, stall owner. Sun Xiaohu drooled while firmly rejecting Xiao Chen's additional offering. He knew that pig's trotters paired with secret chili would enhance the flavor. The spiciness was tolerable for his upper mouth, but unbearable for his lower mouth. It was enjoyable to eat, but a fiery ordeal during digestion. It was truly like breathing fire, almost needing to call emergency services. To avoid experiencing such pain again, he decided to refuse directly, not challenging his ability to resist temptation. Xiao Chen, however, was unaware of Sun Xiaohu's thoughts and thought he had somehow revealed his true intentions. His heart skipped a beat, his face calm while a storm brewed in his mind. Did he really not like it after trying it? Or did he discover something about the chili? Was this chili really effective? Was the suspect's facial injury related to the chili? He didn't know, and if he wanted to find out, he could only verify it. Xiao Chen looked at the chili in his hand that he hadn't given away, thinking of the gluttonous old man at home who was as strong as a bull. It's decided then. This is a valuable item worth 500 points, don't waste it. That night, under Xiao Chen's ulterior care, the old man successfully consumed the packet of chili. Xiao Chen observed his reaction all along and finally found out that the old man just patted his stomach after eating and said, "I'm still hungry." Xiao Chen's expression changed. It's not working. This old man, he was still the same. It seemed that the effect of the repentant chili was not very obvious. Late at night, at 2 in the morning, Xiao Chen was suddenly awakened by crying. He turned on the light to see the old man not sleeping, sitting on the sofa, holding a tissue and crying bitterly. What's wrong? Xiao Chen hurried over, asking with concern. Sob. I suddenly feel so guilty, my conscience is so heavy. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that the repentant chili was taking effect? He quickly asked, why do you feel guilty? Tell me. The old man had no idea that his current emotions were being manipulated. He just felt the need to confess all the wrongs he had done. Sob. I remember when I was young, I made some mistakes. I let my family down. Oh my. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be surprised, feeling that this old man had some incredible secrets. Could he handle what he was about to hear? Xiao Chen quickly grabbed a pack of sunflower seeds, found a trash can, and placed it between his legs. Come on, keep talking. The old man wiped his tears with a tissue, crying and confessing, when I was young, one winter was so cold that even urine would freeze. I took my son to visit my brother's house, had a few drinks, and got half drunk. When we were about to leave, my brother's wife stopped me. She said not to go home, it's cold on the road. To prevent the children from getting cold, let me and the couple sleep on his kong at his home. Xiao Chen's speed of cracking melon seeds increased, exclaiming how extravagant the older generation played. And then. The old man cried intermittently. I made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Xiao Chen couldn't help but wonder if it was the kind of mistake he was thinking of. Go on. I had a sudden urge to pee in the middle of the night, too lazy to go to the toilet, couldn't hold it and peed in the bed. I thought I was dreaming, but when I felt a chill underneath me, I realized I had wet the bed for real. In a moment of inspiration, I quickly blamed it on my son, woke him up and beat him. Wah, I'm sorry to my son. Sorry to my brother. I dirted 2 quilts in his house, making them sleep under urine-soaked blankets all winter. Xiao Chen's melon seed cracking paused, a seed stuck between his teeth. Is that all? You really? Xiao Chen looked at the remaining melon seeds in his hand, unwilling to give up and asked, don't you have any other wrongdoings to confess? I do, wah, I deserve to die. Xiao Chen handed all the melon seeds in his hand to the old man in excitement and grabbed another handful for himself. Don't rush, take your time. The first time I went to the city, I was dazzled by the prosperity of the big city and did something foolish. This time Xiao Chen didn't speculate further, he knew the old man liked to catch his breath while speaking. Calmly continuing to crack melon seeds, he asked, what foolish thing? I had never seen funeral wreaths in the city, didn't know that in the city, people don't hire opera troupes for the dead, they send flowers instead. I thought it was a waste to see so many flowers thrown away, so I picked up a funeral wreath and brought it home, planning to surprise my wife with it. But when my wife finished work and saw those things, she scolded me harshly, accusing me of being immoral and heartless, playing such a prank. I sensed something was wrong, quickly took off my shoes and beat my son, demanding to know why he brought those things home. Xiao Chen, 6. This old man's son must have been his enemy in a past life. Having such a father, he really suffered. Unexpectedly, the old man hadn't finished confessing, one guilty act followed another. Also, one New Year when I went back to the countryside, I saw other kids playing with firecrackers and felt the urge to join in. I wanted to play too, but being older, I felt embarrassed, so I played secretly by myself. Imitating those kids, I threw the firecrackers into the pit toilet. It was a dry toilet with good ventilation, so it wouldn't cause an explosion. But little did I know, just as the village head was relieving himself inside, the firecracker landed in his pit and exploded, covering him in feces. Luckily, he thought it was my son's doing, pulled up his pants and came out to beat my son directly. I didn't dare to tell the truth, so I joined in beating him. And so, to the accompaniment of Xiao Chen cracking melon seeds, the old man recounted his daily routine of tricking his son for over 30 years. Each incident could practically fill a book titled Scheming Son, Tricked Father. Xiao Chen sighed repeatedly, it's not easy for your son to survive this. Others trick their fathers, only you trick your son. The old man, having tasted the bitterness of reform, finally realized his conscience and wanted to confess to the police. Xiao Chen quickly stopped him, no need to involve the police, this doesn't constitute a crime, don't disturb the police comrades' rest. After some persuasion, the old man gave up the idea, but kept crying until dawn. Xiao Chen felt both sympathy and a sense of deservedness. At the same time, he was relieved to see the strong effect of the repentance pepper. A small-time criminal, caught red-handed. The next day, the old man cried himself into dehydration, unable to get out of bed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat guilty and specially made food for the old man. He stayed to observe, making sure the other party was okay before leaving. Because of the delay, he set up his stall later than usual. When he arrived at the scene, the diners looked at him with eyes full of resentment. Stall owner, why are you like this? We've finished work, and you haven't even started. Exactly, we've been waiting for half an hour on empty stomachs for you. I came early. I've been waiting for an hour. Promise me, stall owner, you must be on time in the future, okay? If not, can you bring the stall over and then go home to sleep? Upon closer inspection, Sun Xiaovu was also among the group of diners, joining in the chorus of accusations against Xiao Chen. A suspect even joined in urging Xiao Chen to set up his stall. Xiao Chen almost burst out laughing. On the day he was caught, if he found out Xiao Chen was an undercover police officer, who knows what expression he would show. Other diners continued to complain, indicating that Xiao Chen's lateness this time was even more serious than standing someone up on a date. And stall owner, are you not checking the group chat? You have hundreds of notifications. If you can't set up the stall for some reason, just announce it in the group chat. Before this person could finish speaking, he was immediately interrupted by others. Bah. How can the stall owner not set up the stall? Absolutely not. Without the stall owner's pig trotters, my job loses its meaning. People around echoed, exactly. Stall owner, take your money and leave my pig trotters. Can I get a monthly pass here? No, a yearly pass. Xiao Chen nervously touched his nose and glanced at Sun Xiaovu in the crowd. If he successfully captured Sun Xiaovu and the people behind him, Xiao Chen wouldn't have to set up the stall anymore. I'm really sorry, everyone. Xiao Chen cleared his throat. I'm sorry, I was wrong. To make it up to everyone, I specially made some secret sauce. It tastes even better with the pig trotters. Limited quantity, line up to get it. Of course, this was specially prepared by Xiao Chen for Sun Xiaovu. He knew Sun Xiaovu didn't like spicy condiments. So Xiao Chen crushed the chili peppers to make the sauce, which he included with the pig trotters. A dark sauce with a hint of chili flakes, no problem at all. To give it to one person, Xiao Chen gave it to a group of people. Others received regular sauce, only Sun Xiaovu's bag was the enhanced version. When Sun Xiaovu finds out the truth later, he will surely be touched. Under Xiao Chen's friendly gaze, Sun Xiaovu happily took away his special edition sauce. Stall owner, you really know how to handle things. Selling pig trotters with occasional surprises. I waited for you for an hour in vain. Xiao Chen responded with a smile to Sun Xiaohu's gratitude, as long as you like it. Late that night. Round 2. Sun Xiaohu, who was enjoying himself, suddenly shuddered. He rolled off the bed in a panic. Helplessly covering his chest, he pointed shakily at the woman on the bed. How could you do this, woman? Sun Xiaohu covered his face and cried, this is immoral. It's illegal. Get out of here, or I'll call the police on you. Woman, are you speaking human language? My legs are still spread, and you want to skip out on the bill? Enough. Sun Xiaohu covered his ears in despair, shaking his head vigorously. So disgusting. I won't listen. I won't listen. The woman was so angry she trembled. Fine, fine. Look at you, so engrossed in debauchery, yet pretending to be innocent. If you dare, call the police. Go ahead. Hey, 110? I want to report, Hua World Foot Massage City provides extra services. The woman was stunned, her eyes almost popping out. No. Are you really reporting? Are you crazy? You're willing to incriminate yourself just to avoid paying the bill. A woman wanted to steal a phone, but she was too drunk to move properly, with her hands and feet tied together. She had to crawl off the bed sideways like a crab, attempting to escape. Sun Xiaohu grabbed the rope tying her up and spoke with a righteous tone, comrades, I'm in the 3rd floor private room. Hurry up and come here. I've locked the door and won't let any criminals escape. Let me take care of myself. Don't worry, as a scumbag with such moral corruption, I deserve to be beaten to death. That's right, I just finished whoring around, and now I feel so righteous. Come and arrest me. I can't wait to go to prison for reform. The crab-like woman on the floor looked hopeless. No, brother, it's time for wisdom. Have you really become wise? A series of V5 sounds echoed, and the Hua World Foot Bath City welcomed a surprise inspection. A chubby figure stood proudly at the door, shaking hands with the familiar uniform and immediately said, comrades, you finally arrived. I've locked all the stairway doors for their escape routes. None of them can get away. Also, there's a secret door inside, specifically for the prostitutes who couldn't escape in time. I've been there, I'll show you the way. Old Lu, whose arm was held by him, was dumbfounded. He vaguely felt that Sun Xiaohu resembled a suspect from another case, but his righteous demeanor made him hesitate to acknowledge it. Forgive me for asking. Are you an undercover officer from a police squad? Or an undercover journalist? Sun Xiaohu shook his head, neither. I'm a former sinner who has repented of my past whoring ways. Everyone present, except for the deaf, had their expressions split open. Then, in unison, they exclaimed, huh? As for those who remained silent, their silence was deafening. Guided by Sun Xiaohu, the police successfully apprehended the owner, staff, and prostitutes hidden in the secret room at the Hua World Foot Bath City. Several police cars were filled up. In the end, there wasn't enough space, so they had to borrow a bus to transport everyone. It wasn't until this moment that old Lu felt a sense of reality. He realized that the self-proclaimed repentant former sinner wasn't mocking them. Suddenly, old Lu's heart was filled with gratitude, and he asked, do you know of any other places involved in illegal activities? Sun Xiaohu patted his chest loudly, of course, I do. I used to indulge in all kinds of sinful activities, including visiting those places. Those places have informants. Every time the police conduct a large-scale crackdown, they notify each other in advance and hide in safe places. They only return after you leave, that's why you can't catch them. I'll add you to their group chat, it's full of informants, catch them all at once. Old Lu forced a smile, his face contorting. Where are these safe places, do you know? I must know. Who do you think I am looking down on? Old Lu trembled as he reported the information to his superior captain. The captain was ecstatic, nearly falling off his chair. Oh my goodness! A big fish! A gift delivered to us! Quickly coordinate with other police stations for a citywide crackdown on illegal activities. Prepare 5 buses. Ha ha ha! With the advancement of technology, information spread rapidly. In recent years, the police faced many new obstacles in combating illegal activities. They would catch a few small fish, and the rest would flee upon hearing the news. The places involved in illegal activities were like cunning rabbits with multiple burrows. No matter how many times the police cracked down on them, they only suffered superficial wounds. It wouldn't be long before they resurfaced. There might even be situations as Sun Xiaohu described, just as the police leave, the clients continue their activities, the music and dancing go on. Nowadays, technology could make or break a situation. With the cooperation of Sun Xiaohu, the police first raided the place with special services, capturing a group of people. Then they released smoke bombs and spread false information in the group, claiming there would be a large-scale surprise inspection in the early hours of the night, prompting everyone to hide in safe houses. The police waited in advance at these safe houses and captured another group. When they had caught enough people, they spread new false information, saying that the police had left and wouldn't return, encouraging everyone to continue with discounted services. Once the illicit establishments relaxed their guard and resumed operations, the police swiftly struck, arresting one after another. That night, the police were unstoppable, making significant progress. 5 large buses were almost not enough to transport everyone, and even the detention centers were overcrowded. The clients had to wait outside, hoping for their families to come and collect them. The entire city's police force achieved outstanding results, securing their performance evaluations for the year. As dawn broke, they had barely finished one operation before gearing up for the next. Lao Lu was pleased and patted Sun Xiaohu on the shoulder, saying, "Kid, well done. Although you made mistakes, it's good that you turned yourself in early. Here's the deal, there's nowhere to detain you now, and you can make amends for your actions. Register, pay a fine of 5,000, and you'll be released without detention. Be a better person from now on." Sun Xiaohu nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go back for now. When you have time, I'll tell you more about my smuggling activities." Lao Lu's mind buzzed, and he quickly stopped him. "Hold on. Smuggling. Wait, why do you look so familiar to me?" Sun Xiaohu was about to confess all his illegal activities honestly. Suddenly, as the day broke, his repentance and transformation seemed to lose their effect. Struck by a sudden realization, he lost his previous calm demeanor, revealing a sense of slyness and fear. Lao Lu immediately noticed Sun Xiaohu's change in demeanor. In a few seconds, Sun Xiaohu recalled everything he had done that night. How he had bravely led the police to capture his friends. The sweat poured down his back. Brother. Sun Xiaohu's previous composure vanished, leaving behind a sense of panic akin to a mouse facing a cat. I should go now." Lao Lu grabbed his wrist. "Hold on. Didn't you say you wanted to confess about smuggling? Now that I have time, we can talk slowly." Sun Xiaohu was on the verge of revealing his true self under the light of justice. He forced himself to say, "Sir, I was just joking earlier. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Didn't you say you would let me go earlier? You can't go back on your word." Lao Lu coldly smiled. Initially hesitant to acknowledge, he now recognized the change in the other person's demeanor and immediately identified him. This was one of the 2 big fish they were after in their joint operation. Previously lacking evidence and not wanting to alert their target, they refrained from making an arrest. Now, the fish had come to them willingly. Moreover, this fish seemed talkative and easy to crack. How could Lao Lu easily let him go now? There's no rush to go back. You worked hard all night last night, stay and have a cup of tea. Lao Lu could barely contain his smirk. Someone, prepare a separate interrogation room for our friend Xiaohu, we need to entertain him properly. Sun Xiaohu trembled, on the verge of tears. "Please, brother, please, I want to go home, I'll make tea for myself at home." On the other side, Xiaochen repeatedly called Lao Lu's phone, but a woman's voice kept saying, "The number you have dialed is switched off." What's going on? Even Lao Lu's phone is unreachable sometimes? Xiaochen still wanted to ask if the criminal had called to turn himself in last night, but then he thought, probably not. If Sun Xiaohu had turned himself in, Lao Lu should have called to inform him, telling him he didn't need to set up his stall anymore. The criminals had been brought to justice. Moreover, the system remained silent. Strange, could it be that the repentant chili peppers were ineffective against real criminals? Or did the suspects not even take them? Just as he was thinking, a sudden sound of ding rang in his mind. Detected 30 Class D criminals captured, successful arrest. Reward of 150,000 yuan and 1,500 points, keep up the good work. Detected 300 Class E criminals captured, successful arrest. Reward of 300,000 yuan and 3,000 points, keep up the good work. The sudden notification didn't give Xiaochen time to be shocked. The text message arrived on his phone. A total of 450,000 yuan was directly deposited into his bank account. Together with the previous 350,000, Xiaochen now had 800,000 in savings. This should be enough to buy a house in the city center with a down payment. Xiaochen couldn't believe it. He felt like he hadn't done anything, just set up his stall for a week. If he had to say he did something, it was feeding 2 repentant chili peppers to the suspects. Could the results be this good? Who are these 30 Class D criminals and 300 Class E criminals? There are too many of them. Whatever. Since he didn't receive any notification from above, he would continue to set up his stall. After all, he had already done it. At 11:30 in the morning, Lao Lu and several professional interrogation officers had been questioning Sun Xiaohu for a whole morning, but he still hadn't spoken. In fact, Sun Xiaohu's willpower was on the verge of collapse. He hadn't slept all night, and from 6 in the morning, he had been interrogated until now. He could barely hold on. However, the officers were also reaching their limit. They had also stayed up all night and had dealt with over 300 cases of vice. It could only be said that both sides were equally exhausted. It all depended on who would finally let out a sigh of relief. On the wall, the second hand kept moving, and the hour and minute hands were gradually approaching 12 o'clock. As time passed, Sun Xiaohu became more and more restless. After reaching a certain threshold, his emotions collapsed. He held his head, crying in pain, howling, pounding the table, tears streaming, kicking and thrashing with his feet. I confess to everything. But before I confess, please let me eat one more pig's trotter. Just one, please. I'm afraid that after I confess, I won't be able to eat it again. Please let me have one. Just one. Even a bite is fine. My heart is itchy. It feels like ants crawling. What will I do if I can't eat it again in the future? Please. It's time for the pig's trotter stall owner to set up. Hurry up, or you won't be able to buy it. This sudden commotion startled the officers interrogating him. Those who didn't know thought he was having withdrawal symptoms. One of the officers, puzzled, asked the person next to him, "Is pig's trotter a code name for a new type of drug?" Another officer shook his head. He didn't know either. But looking at Sun Xiaohu, convulsing with tears streaming down his face, drooling and sniffing, wasn't this the appearance of someone experiencing withdrawal symptoms? So the officers slammed the table sternly. You're already in the station, and you're still thinking about using that stuff. Let me make it clear, forget about it. You honestly confess about smuggling, or confess about your drug use first. Sun Xiaohu said with a face full of grievances, Sir, you can't wrong people. Who's using it? I have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. I just want to eat a pig's trotter sold at the entrance of the park before going to jail. What's wrong with that? Can't I have a decent meal before facing the music? Outside the interrogation room, old Lu, who was dozing off, suddenly jolted awake at the sound of the monitoring. Pig trotters. He hurriedly rushed into the interrogation room. You mean, as long as I give you pig trotters, you will confess everything you know, right? Sun Xiaohu wiped away some saliva, tears in his eyes, and said, Yes. Hurry up, or they'll be sold out. Old Lu quickly took out his phone, intending to call Xiao Chen to bring them over. But when he took out his phone, he realized it was out of battery. It was all because they had been working so hard catching the Johns last night, using walkie-talkies the whole time, and completely forgot to charge their phones. After returning, they had to register the prostitutes and interrogate Sun Xiaohu, leaving no time to check their phones. Old Lu muttered, Wait here, then hurriedly ran out to charge his phone. As soon as the phone turned on, he saw over a dozen missed calls from Xiao Chen. Old Lu quickly called back. The call went through, but no one answered. Judging by the time, it was when Xiao Chen was setting up his stall. He must be extremely busy now, with no time to play with his phone. Old Lu's guess was not entirely correct, but not entirely wrong either. Xiao Chen was actually quite free, as the customers were buying willingly without him needing to worry. However, he indeed had no time to play with his phone. He was fully focused on observing his surroundings, waiting for Sun Xiaohu to arrive. It didn't make sense. Why hadn't he shown up at this time? Since Sun Xiaohu had come in person once, he had been coming promptly afterward. He didn't need to clock in for work, often arriving half an hour early to queue up. Unable to reach Xiao Chen, old Lu called Leah Si, who was also selling at the entrance of the park. Are you selling there? Good, stop and go to Xiao Chen's place immediately, buy a few pig trotters and bring them back. Leah Si, huh? Should I stop selling my fried pancakes and fruits? Old Lu was exasperated. Tell me honestly, do you have any customers coming to you? Still selling, day by day, but hardly making any sales. You've eaten all the ham sausages and lettuce yourself. Do you think I don't know? Leah Si quickly begged for forgiveness. Please stop scolding me. I'll go right away. He had wanted to ask the captain why he had to go to Xiao Chen's place to buy pig trotters, but now he didn't dare to. Hurriedly hanging up the phone, he rode his tricycle to Xiao Chen's place. Leah Si's stall was located at the east gate of the park. As far as he could remember, the east gate had always been deserted and business seemed to be getting worse day by day. Even the number of vendors setting up stalls was decreasing. He had never thought about the reason for this. He just assumed that the workers in the park didn't like buying food outside. However, when he arrived at the west gate of the park, about 100 meters away, he was stunned by what he saw. So many food stalls. It seemed like all the stall owners from the other three gates had come to the west gate to do business. It wasn't an illusion because Leah Si found familiar faces inside. Surprisingly, one of the vendors selling fried pancakes and fruits at the east gate was there. Because Leah Si's skills were so poor, That vendor had even given him some guidance. When the vendor saw Leah C riding over on his tricycle, his expression became complicated. He took the initiative to greet him, saying, "You've come to set up a stall here too." Leah C scratched his head. Yeah. The vendor hesitated, then finally said, "Young man, let me seriously advise you, consider changing your profession soon. Your skills, no matter where you set up your stall, won't attract any customers." Leah C chuckled awkwardly twice, didn't respond, and asked, "Are you selling here? Your location is too far from the entrance. Will customers come all the way here? Why wouldn't they?" The vendor pointed with his hand. "You see, the line has extended all the way here," Lee ASI exclaimed. "What are they buying to queue up for so long?" The line seemed endless. Lee ASI couldn't even make out what they were queuing up for. The vendor kindly explained, "They're buying braised pig's trotters. Every lunchtime, everyone in the park rushes here to queue up for pig's trotters. The line is always long. There's a limited quantity of pig's trotters, so some people won't get any and will just go to other stalls to eat. We rely on those who can't get pig's trotters to come and buy other things from us. Some people get so hungry waiting in line that they end up buying something to eat while still queuing." Lee ASI was dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Could it be that the pig's trotters these people wanted to buy were the ones sold by Xiaochun? No wonder every time Lee ASI called Xiaochun this week to invite him for barbecue, he said he was too busy. With business booming like this, how could he not be busy? For a moment, Lee ASI was at a loss whether Xiaochun's main business was being a policeman or running a stall. He had no time to ponder this, he had to go up and see for himself, as his curiosity was overwhelming. The closer he got, the more shocked he became. The line was just too long. He thought there was only one line, but it turned out there were two lines, each heading in a different direction. The vendor wasn't exaggerating when he said the whole factory came to queue up for pig's trotters. The number of people almost circled the entire park. It was only because Lee ASI's stall was at the east gate, facing the opposite direction, that he hadn't seen the end of the line. Wow, how much money will be made in a day? When he finally confirmed that the end of the line was Xiaochun, Lee ASI panicked, suddenly feeling like he was about to lose Xiaochun. With his business acumen, would he still be willing to be a policeman? Without Xiaochun trailing behind in the police force, wouldn't Lee ASI be left at the bottom? It's a dilemma of fearing for a brother's hardship yet also fearing a brother's success. Just then, Xiaochun locked eyes with ASI not far away. He had been observing the unusual activities around him and upon seeing a familiar face, he immediately recognized him. Xiaochun looked puzzled and quickly sent a message to ASI, "What are you doing here?" ASI's phone vibrated, and he replied hastily, "Lao Lu sent me. He wants to eat the pig's trotters you made." Xiaochun typed a question mark. It was only then that Xiaochun noticed the missed call on his phone. Did Lao Lu call him just to buy pig's trotters? Didn't Lao Lu forbid us from revealing our identities and relationships to each other? ASI was also puzzled. Before he could respond, Xiaochun messaged again, "Forget it, just come over and take them. We only need to follow orders. Lao Lu has more to consider." ASI thought Xiaochun made sense and quickly rode his cart over. But just as he had ridden 2 meters, he was stared at sharply by other snack vendors. "Hey, newcomer, do you understand the rules of doing business? Those who come early get the front stalls. You came late, so go to the back of the line." ASI hurriedly explained, "I'm not here to set up a stall. I'm looking for someone." Tisk, who would believe that? Aren't you the one who sells fried pancakes? ASI realized he had no credibility riding his snack cart. He quickly found a place to park and walked towards Xiaochun. Before he could even take 2 steps, he was stopped again. This time, it wasn't a vendor but a customer. "Hey, newcomer, do you understand the rules of buying pig's trotters? Those who come early get to be at the front of the line. You came late, so go to the back." ASI hurriedly explained, "I know the vendor." Tisk, who would believe that? I might as well say I'm the vendor's brother. No cutting in line. The surrounding customers all looked at ASI with disdainful eyes. It seemed like if he dared to take a step forward, he would be torn apart. Lee ASI struggled to move an inch and could only send a message to Xiaochun, "Forget it, you keep a few for me, I'll queue up at the back. Your customers are too fierce, I'm afraid cutting in line will cause a brawl." Lee ASI didn't want to risk his life for Lao Lu's craving. Let Lao Lu wait a bit longer, it shouldn't be that urgent. Little did he know that after waiting for about 10 minutes, he received a series of urgent calls from Lao Lu. "Did you get the pig trotters? Are you almost at the police station? I've been waiting for you at the entrance for a long time." Sweat dripped from Lee ASI's forehead. I'm still in line. Still in line." Lao Lu's voice was almost breaking. "Brother, it's urgent. The culprit is waiting to eat." Lee ASI, huh? Since when did our police station provide such good food for criminals? This is a bit too humane. almost to the point of irrationality. But Lao Lu didn't give him a chance to question, just urged him like his life depended on it. Hurry up and get it from Xiao Chun, within 10 minutes, I want to see you at the police station. Otherwise, you'll deal with the consequences yourself. After saying that, he hung up. Li Aci exclaimed in his heart, damn it, and rushed towards Xiao Chen. The customers who tried to stop him didn't react in time and were left far behind. The police force was indeed limited by the physical fitness of ordinary people. Xiao Chen, give me the pig trotters quickly. No time to explain, hurry. Li Aci was panting as he spoke, and Xiao Chen couldn't make out what he was saying. He just saw the other reaching out, so he handed it over directly. Li Aci snatched the bag of pig trotters and ran. The customers in line saw him jump onto a tricycle in one swift motion, pedaling away rapidly. They exclaimed, damn, has the boss's pig trotters become so popular that people are robbing them? I've heard of motorcycle robberies, but this is the first time I've seen a tricycle robbery. Should we call the police? This jerk. He took 3. That's a whole 3. It takes 3 days to buy them. Now I feel like robbing too. What should we do? Xiao Chen had no idea why Li Aci was in such a hurry. However, 20 minutes later, the system's voice gave him a clue about what was happening. Ding! A-level criminal has confessed, arrest successful. Reward of 100,000 yuan and 1,000 points, please keep up the good work. The system mentioned confession, not arrest, indicating that the police interrogation had yielded results. Sun Xiaohu still hadn't come to buy the pig trotters, maybe he had been arrested early in the morning. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaohu, who had finished 3 pig trotters in one go, finally broke down in tears and confessed, I don't know much, our factory's main business for external dealings is the import and export of waste plastics. At first, we were doing legitimate business, but later someone contacted my brother to help with smuggling. Those people deal with optoelectronic materials, and they asked us to smuggle some optoelectronic materials each time we imported or exported waste plastics. After 2 or 3 years, probably a few thousand tons, we made a few billion. I'm not sure about the exact amount. My brother was in charge of contacting them. I just yelled at the people under me to get things done. As Sun Xiaohu spoke, he suddenly paused and repeatedly confirmed with the questioning police officer, Sir, you're not deceiving me, right? As long as I confess honestly, I have a chance to reduce my sentence, and I can go out early to buy pig trotters to eat? Lao Lu was about to reply when a stream of saliva trickled down his mouth. Luckily, he reacted quickly, wiped it off, and even made a cool chin-supporting contemplative gesture. We never deceive people. Confession leads to mitigation, resistance leads to severity. The more you confess, the clearer it is, the more beneficial it is for your parole. Old Lu said as he spoke, swallowing saliva frantically. There was no way around it, the interrogation room was just too small, and the smell of pig's trotters inside couldn't dissipate at all. His colleague sitting next to him was even more tightly pursing his lips throughout, not daring to relax for a moment. God knows how much willpower they exerted to resist grabbing after watching Sun Xiaohu flaunt 3 pig's trotters right in front of them. Sun Xiaohu didn't notice their strangeness, still immersed in the sorrow of not being able to eat pig's trotters every day after being caught. Alright, I will definitely cooperate fully with the police comrades to apprehend my brother and his accomplices. As long as I can fight for a reduced sentence and get out early, I am willing to do anything. In the electronics industrial park, Sun Dalong suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and muttered softly, strange, who's talking about me? Suddenly, his phone rang, showing a call from his younger brother. Without hesitation, he answered directly, hello, why didn't you come to the factory today? Even if you don't need to work, the people under you still need your supervision. Sun Xiaohu suddenly interrupted him, brother, where are you now? Where else could I be? In my office. Okay, brother, stay in the office and don't move, I have prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? So mysterious. Not long after, the office door was kicked open. Don't move! Police! Sun Dalong wanted to run, but found it impossible to escape. Until he was handcuffed, Sun Dalong couldn't believe that the surprise his brother gave him was this thing. Rose gold handcuffs, huh? He was actually betrayed by his brother. The two brothers met at the police station. Sun Xiaohu lowered his head. Brother, don't blame me, I had no choice. They offered, pig's trotters, too much. The police controlled the entire plastic factory, seizing all the information and workers inside. However, the caution level of Sun Dalong and his brother was completely different, with the whole family's attention focused on him alone. The information that could be found could incriminate Sun Dalong, but there was no evidence of his collaboration with others. Despite repeated interrogations by the police, Sun Dalong remained tight-lipped, refusing to give up his accomplices. He wasn't doing this out of loyalty. It was because if he gave up his accomplices, the amount they stole would be combined and accumulated with his, leading to a heavier sentence and more fines to pay. Criminals are not scary. What's scary is when criminals also understand the law. Sun Dalong was a tough nut to crack. No matter how the police tried to reason with him, even resorting to threats, he remained silent, severely hindering the progress of the case. Old Lu stormed out, chain-smoking one after another. Seeing this, the team leaders seemed to want to comfort him, but couldn't find the right words. It's okay, Old Lu, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Catching a few is already good. Although this joint operation with the Anti-Smuggling Bureau may not sound good when it leaks out, the police station can't afford to detain too many people now. Old Lu couldn't help but feel something was off about their words. Don't celebrate too soon. I still have an ace up my sleeve. What ace? To be honest, Old Lu didn't even know what ace he had. But the method to make Sun Shouhu confess might just work for Sun Dalong too. So Old Lu took out his phone and dialed Xiao Chen's number. Xiao Chen, hurry back to the police station now. Alright, I'll be right there. When Xiao Chen received the call, there was still a long line in front of him. He hadn't finished selling half a bucket of pig's trotters. Although Old Lu didn't clarify what the matter was over the phone, his tone was urgent. Xiao Chen didn't delay any longer, immediately packed up and prepared to leave. Vendor, are you closing up already? Isn't it too early today? I'm sorry, there's an urgent matter at home, so I have to go back first. Xiao Chen made up an excuse and left amidst everyone's reluctant gazes. Stall owner, make sure to come early tonight. We'll be waiting for you. At the East City substation, when Xiao Chen's tricycle was about 5 meters away, a strong fragrance stormed into the station. Some patrons, embarrassed to have their families pay fines, remained locked up in the station. Today, he had only managed to fill his stomach with some steamed buns and mantou. Tears welled up in his eyes at the scent of pig's trotters. Wow, is this our afternoon tea? The police station treats us so well? I'll come back next time. Some patrons joked, only to receive disapproving glances from others. What are you thinking? Do you still think you're a VIP from heaven? Just be grateful for what you get to eat. You want gourmet food too? Some were more aware that they could only smell the pig's trotters but not eat them. Some officers didn't recognize Xiao Chen at first and were surprised when they greeted him. Excuse me, are you here to report a case? Hearing thunderous growls from his colleague's stomach, Xiao Chen kindly didn't correct the officer's address. I'm looking for Captain Lau. Upon hearing this, the officer finally looked up at Xiao Chen's face. Ah, Xiao Chen. It's you. Captain Lau has been waiting for you for a long time. The officer, embarrassed and avoiding eye contact, quickly led the way. When Xiao Chen saw Captain Lau outside the interrogation room, he immediately asked, Captain, why did you urgently call me back? What's going on? Captain Lau felt a gust of fragrant wind as Xiao Chen approached, causing his throat to tighten. In that moment, all anxious feelings were cast aside. Even his thoughts were scattered, and he didn't know what he was saying. I called you back because there's a situation. This situation is not simple, but how complicated it is, we need to analyze it specifically. Seeing everyone looking exhausted and worn out, Xiao Chen realized it was their weakest moment of willpower, so he didn't push them to stay rational. Have you all had lunch? If not, I have half a bucket of pig's trotters outside, let's have it for lunch. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Normally, they might have exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Chen, but after a day and night of hard work without rest, they needed energy. Captain Lau's mouth almost watered instantly. Finally, they could eat the pig's trotters they had been craving for so long. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Captain Lau was the first to rush out. First come, first served, pick the biggest one. The other officers were slow to react at first, but seeing Captain Lau and a few others diving in, they joined in without hesitation. In less than 5 minutes, the whole police station was filled with a strong aroma. People several streets away couldn't help but crane their necks and look up. Where is that smell coming from? Some innocent passers-by near the police station were caught off guard by the sudden burst of fragrance. After straightening up, they couldn't help but mutter, should I go in and report to see what's so fragrant? The inmates locked up in the station were undoubtedly the most impacted. They thought being caught for soliciting and then informing their families was the worst thing that could happen. Little did they know, the police had another trick up their sleeves. It was too cruel to eat delicious food in front of them. Watching others eat pig's trotters while they were locked up. What kind of new torture was this? Leading with kindness, not violence or insults, just pure mental torment? Those with weak wills are already kneeling, repeatedly kowtowing, tears streaming down their faces. I was wrong, I truly was. Please, stop torturing me like this. Just let me have a bite. Just one bite. I'll do whatever you say. I'll start anew, I promise. Hearing the prisoners' pleas, the officers felt helpless. How could there be enough pig trotters for everyone to eat? Some police officers couldn't even get a bite. It only takes a few minutes to gnaw on a pig trotter. When the captains caught a whiff of the aroma and stepped out of their offices, the lucky ones who had snagged pig trotters were already gnawing on the bones. What's going on? What are you all eating? A captain restrained his urge to rush over and take a bite, asking. Old Lou emerged, his spirits lifted after eating the pig trotter, his face flushed. With each step he took, he swayed, showing off as much as he could. I didn't eat much, just grabbed some to treat them for their hard work. It's nothing, really, nothing at all. In fact, Old Lou was also eating for the first time, but he insisted on acting like he was a regular. All the team members had gotten some, except for one captain. Thinking about this, Old Lou felt pleased. Then he realized that Xiao Chun was his subordinate, making him even happier. He patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, when you were assigned to our second squadron, I strongly supported it. I said you were talented, even though your assessment scores were a bit low, you must have hidden talents that others don't know about. Xiao Chen chuckled. Really? I don't believe it. In the original host's memory, it wasn't like this. When Old Lou was assigned to receive 4 newbies, he barged into the Criminal Police Brigade chief's office. It was said that after he came out, the floor of the chief's office was polished to a shine. Forget it, let's not expose that. Now that Xiao Chun had eaten the strengthening little apple, he was confident that he wouldn't be at the bottom in the next assessment. At least his scores in physical tests would improve. So, Captain, did you call me back for something urgent? Ah, urgent matter. Right. Old Lou finally remembered why he had called Xiao Chun back. Pointing at Sun Daolong in the interrogation room through the one-way glass, he said, This is the big fish we're trying to catch in our joint fishing operation. We've caught the big fish now, but he's not talking. He refuses to reveal his accomplices. We plan to use pig trotters to entice him to talk. Damn it! Where are the pig trotters? Only then did Old Lou remember that the crucial interrogation prop, the pig trotters, had already been devoured by everyone. He dashed out in a single stride, lifted the insulated bucket, only to find it empty. His heart sank completely. Ah, why are you all so greedy? How did you eat them all? Everyone remained silent, giving him a sidelong glance. Who took the lead and didn't say anything? Luckily, Xiao Chen had kept a few, specifically to take back for the old man to eat. Given the special circumstances today, they could make do with a little inconvenience for the old man. Following the same routine, he took out a repentance chili pepper from the bag. Crushing it finely through the bag, he evenly spread it on the pig trotter. Subsequently, this pig trotter was brought into the interrogation room and placed in front of Sun Daolong. Want to eat? As long as you confess, this pig trotter is yours. Old Lou almost drooled on the pig trotter as he spoke. Having already indulged in meat, he now found it even harder to resist the temptation of the pig trotter. However, to everyone's surprise, Sun Daolong only showed a slight change in his expression, then coldly chuckled. How could I put myself at a disadvantage just for a mere pig trotter? Sir, are you all naive, or are you trying to crack a joke and lighten the mood? The two interrogating police officers looked at each other in disbelief. How could this be? The pig trotter was so irresistible to them all. Sun Daolong's strong will remained unaffected. What they didn't know was that Sun Daolong suffered from severe rhinitis. His nose was basically just for decoration. While others might find the fragrant pig trotters intoxicating, to him, they were merely aesthetically pleasing. Let it be fragrant, let the breeze brush the hills. Sun Daolong had never tasted them before, so he had no idea how delicious they could be. It's terrifying, his willpower is at a monstrous level. Old Lou's eyes revealed fear. Xiao Chen was a bit puzzled. How could there be someone in this world not tempted by his culinary skills? How about forcefully feeding him to try? Xiao Chen suggested. After a brief consideration, Old Lou accepted his suggestion. 3 more police officers entered the interrogation room, looking imposing. Sun Daolong sneered, no matter how many people there are, I won't talk. Old Lou ordered, hold him down. The 3 policemen each held Sun Daolong's shoulders, while another pressed his head, forcing him to tilt it back. What are you doing? Are you trying to extract a confession through torture? This is illegal. I'll sue you. Sun Daolong finally showed a hint of panic, struggling desperately, his eyes revealing a hysterical madness. Come on. Hit me, and I'll sue you. You're breaking the law. Even if I go to jail, I'll make sure to. A police officer directly stuffed a shiny, hot, soft, and sticky pig trotter into his mouth. Woo-woo, you can't. Woo-woo, I won't eat. Woo-woo, 1 minute later. Chew chew chew. Wow, it's really delicious. He. Sun Daolong chewed the meat in his mouth contentedly, a foolish smile on his face. He slumped in the chair, completely relaxed, his whole body taking on the shape of a pig trotter. The 3 officers holding him had let go, and he eagerly grabbed the trotter with his handcuffed hands, indulging in eating and sucking on it. The 5 onlookers were salivating madly. After finishing the pig trotter, Sun Dalong's satisfied expression faded, replaced by pain and regret. No, the drug's effects hadn't kicked in so quickly. His regret was that if he had known how delicious the pig trotter was, he should have queued up with Sun Xiaohu to buy it in the first place. No wonder his brother was so obsessed. This pig trotter was truly addictive. He really wanted to eat another one. Seeing Sun Dalong's expression of unfulfilled desire, they all burst into laughter. Want another one? If you do, confess your accomplices. Confession brings a lighter sentence, resistance brings severity. Admit your guilt, earn merit, and you can get out of jail sooner to buy more pig trotters. This was how they made Sun Xiaohu confess everything. However, Sun Dalong just licked his lips and coldly snorted, "It's useless. I'm not my foolish brother, I won't." The next moment, tears welled up in his eyes. Shame, pain, regret, remorse, reflection, guilt. Various complex emotions appeared on his face simultaneously. Suddenly, a hot impulse surged in his heart, wanting to confess all the wrongs he had done. I deserve to die. I'm guilty, Hearing the familiar beginning, old Lu's eyes lit up, quickly turning on the recording and instructing his subordinates to take notes. Xiao Chen was also there, witnessing the effective process of repenting for past mistakes with chili peppers up close. Of course, only he knew that Sun Dalong had eaten the chili peppers for repentance. Everyone else thought he had suddenly had a change of heart. Over the next 2 hours, Sun Dalong recounted all the wrongs he had done since childhood, like pouring out beans. At first, everyone listened attentively, but as it went on, they grew impatient. Can't you get to the point? Talk about your smuggling activities. All right, sir. It took another hour. Sun Dalong detailed how he planned to expand and strengthen his smuggling business. He spared no details, sharing his entrepreneurial journey. Listening to him made one feel like they could immediately take action and become wealthy quickly if they followed suit. Ahem, that's enough. You shared more than enough details about smuggling. Now, tell me about your partners, Xiao Chen interrupted. Just at this crucial moment, Sun Dalong fell silent. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Had the effect worn off? It didn't make sense. The old man had talked all night initially. After much probing, Sun Dalong spoke again. Sir, I just got a sudden urge to confess. I haven't turned stupid. Revealing my partners wouldn't be in my best interest, so I won't do it. Damn! The police officers present were stunned. This was indeed a tricky situation. Xiao Chen was also shocked, realizing something. This pepper for repentance had a bug. After consuming it, a sense of guilt did arise, prompting a desire to repent and start anew. However, it didn't guarantee that the criminal would confess. Just like many people who, after rewarding themselves, were filled with regret and vowed never to repeat their actions. But when asked to delete the videos from their computers, they refused, saying self-deceiving things like "I won't delete them, I'll just leave them there, I won't watch them." So, the pepper for repentance wasn't foolproof. It couldn't ensure 100% conviction of criminals. Xiao Chen hurriedly wanted to test the effectiveness of the mushroom of true feelings. According to the product description, the mushroom of true feelings could make a person shed their disguise and reveal their true self. He wondered if Sun Dalong would tell the truth after consuming the mushroom. So, Xiao Chen quietly went out, took out a large mushroom, crushed it in a plastic bag, and spread it on a pig's trotter. After spreading it, he remembered that peppers could be eaten raw, but mushrooms might be toxic when eaten raw. Since it was a product of the system, it shouldn't be poisonous, right? Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat guilty, took the pig's trotter back and placed it on the table. Before he could say anything, Sun Dalong, seeing it so close, snatched the pig's trotter and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating, he said, I'm guilty, I deserve to die, but it's so delicious, sob. Lao Lu wanted to stop him but was too late, angrily stomping his foot. Damn it. I haven't made any demands yet, how could he eat it? Xiao Chen cleared his throat and silently looked up at the sky, reassuring himself. He snatched it and ate it himself. If he gets a stomachache, it's not my problem. It wasn't until almost the end of the day that the mushroom of true feelings seemed to start taking effect. Sun Dalong's guilt vanished from his face, and he suddenly put on a different demeanor. He laughed heartily, leaned back, and arrogantly challenged the police. Hey, I heard you only make 2,000 to 3,000 a month. Why bother with me? I know you want to get information from me, but you won't. You damn cops, you're so anxious. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, come and fight me. Ha ha, I consulted a lawyer long ago. Even if you have evidence against me, at most, I'll sit in jail for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll be a free man again. I've arranged everything abroad, money in a virtual account that you can't trace. Once I'm out, I'll continue living carefree, and you can envy me. The The people present clenched their fists. Damn, I really want to beat him up. How can he be so arrogant and conceited? This is infuriating. Was his previous demeanor all an act? Is this his true self? He's saying everything on his mind. Xiao Chen finally understood the effect of that mushroom of true feelings. It truly made one stop pretending, but it seemed to have no effect on the interrogation. It just made everyone's blood pressure rise even higher. It was getting dark. After a long interrogation, everyone was starting to feel the strain. But this was a major operation deployed by the Joint Anti-Smuggling Bureau, the importance of which was self-evident. Initially, the Bureau discovered smuggling cases of optoelectronic materials in multiple locations. They painstakingly followed every lead, day and night, sifting through various clues until they identified useful ones. Then, they simultaneously handed over the most likely suspects to the Chengdong Sub-Bureau in Fengling City. The groundwork had been laid, the toughest part had been tackled. Let old Lu and the others tie up the loose ends. If they couldn't handle this, they would become a laughingstock in the industry. Even if it meant working overtime tonight and pulling an all-nighter, they had to extract information about accomplices from Sun Dalong. At this time in the past, Xiao Chen would have been setting up his stall. But now that the suspects had been apprehended, there was no need for him to do so. The priority now was to get Sun Dalong to talk. Little did he know, amidst the biting cold, how many mouths were eagerly waiting to be fed. In the electronic industrial park, workers sniffled as they stood in orderly lines. Why hasn't the pig trotter vendor started work yet? Last time he was late, he compensated everyone with a special sauce. I wonder what he'll give us this time. He. I was about to leave, but now that you mention it, he, I'll stay in line. Countless people, wrapped up in their fantasies and hopes, tightened their clothes and waited optimistically for Xiao Chen to arrive. They didn't know that for some, one turn could mean a lifetime. At the police station, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a stroke of luck and accessed the Points Redemption Mall again. He had thought of buying more repentant chili peppers to see if consuming more could lead to a qualitative change. However, upon opening the store, he was surprised to see new items. Oh my! Xiao Chen exclaimed excitedly, startling his drowsy colleague. What's wrong? Did the suspect confess? No, I just shouted randomly. After brushing off his colleague, Xiao Chen quickly focused and browsed the Points store. Airtight steamer, 3,000 points per set. Eternal gas cylinder, 3,000 points each. Garlic paste Q&A, 1,000 points per serving. Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention to other items. As soon as he saw garlic paste Q&A, he couldn't contain his excitement. Just from the literal meaning, he knew it was exactly what he wanted. Opening the details confirmed his expectations. Garlic paste Q&A crisps, ask me anything, I'll tell the truth. In a world full of lies, I am the real man. Bonus, gained bad breath aura, lasts 24 hours. Xiao Chen almost instantly redeemed one. Although he had a substantial amount of points, a total of 5,500, other items were expensive, and he couldn't afford to splurge. After purchasing the garlic paste Q&A crisps, he was left with 4,500 points. He had initially planned to buy one set each of the airtight steamer and eternal gas cylinder. But he didn't have enough points. He decided to hold off and wait until the case was closed to have enough points. He then sprinkled the garlic paste Q&A crisps on the third pig trotter. When he went to find Sun Dalong again, he discovered he wasn't in the interrogation room. Old Lu impatiently said, he went to the toilet. Don't know why, he's been there 5 times. He's a lazy ass, goes to the toilet so many times, and I haven't seen him eat anything, just straining himself. After hearing this, Xiao Chen dryly chuckled twice. In his heart, he thought, I hope it's not because he made Sun Dalong eat mushrooms that caused his diarrhea. Hopefully, it's not too serious. Just a near-death experience would be fine, but not actually dying. Old Lu's nose twitched, catching a whiff of the pig trotter in Xiao Chen's hand, and his tightly shut eyes widened even larger than a cow's. Oh, how did you know I didn't have a full dinner and specially prepared this for me? I love you so much. Xiao Chen quickly stopped his reaching hand. Hold your horses, it's not for you, it's for Sun Dalong. Old Lu's mouth drooped. This Sun Dalong is probably a picky eater, can't handle any meaty smell, eats only a little. Feeding him pig trotters would be a waste. Xiao Chen coaxed persuasively, didn't you say Sun Xiaohu was subdued with 3 pig trotters? Maybe if Sun Dalong eats the third one, he'll be willing to confess honestly. Old Lu gritted his teeth, he better. No sooner had Sun Dalong been mentioned, he came rushing over. I knew I smelled pig trotters. After eating them twice, I feel like my sinusitis has cleared up. Ha, this is also for me, right? I won't be polite. In a flash, Sun Dalong dismantled and devoured the pig trotter. Old Lu, green-eyed with envy, said, have you washed your hands before eating? It was just a casual remark, but to everyone's surprise, Sun Dalong suddenly paused. He actually put down the pig trotter and earnestly replied, "I haven't. I was afraid the pig trotter would be snatched, so I rushed out." Ugh! As soon as these words were spoken, sounds of disgust filled the air. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel nauseous, sensing a foul odor in his words. No, not just a feeling, there was indeed a stench. A strong garlic smell emanated from Sun Dalong's mouth. The garlic crisps with Q&A itself had a very subtle taste, almost negligible. But once eaten, it emitted such a strong foul smell. Old Lu was also shocked, covering his nose. "Goodness, why does your mouth smell so bad? Did you eat feces?" Sun Dalong hesitated again, then replied seriously, "Probably. I wiped too hard just now, tore the paper, I guess there might be feces on my hands, and I..." "Stop! Stop!" Everyone hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Are you crazy? Why describe it in such detail? Are you deliberately trying to disgust us?" Sun Dalong said solemnly, "No, I'm just answering questions. You asked, and I answered, not trying to disgust everyone on purpose." Old Lu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly beamed with joy. "So, you really answer any question truthfully?" "Yes, try asking me. Can you tell me the list of your smuggling accomplices?" "Of course, the people I smuggled with are Wan Shang, %*, and Yuan hashtag." Old Lu's eyes nearly popped out in shock. After a full 9-hour interrogation, he hadn't budged for 9 hours, and now he confessed so easily? "Wait, let me record this." Old Lu grinned widely, laughing wildly, and called someone over to take notes. The interrogation that followed went smoothly beyond imagination. Sun Dalong answered every question truthfully, and each statement he made matched the clues the Customs Bureau had gathered over the years. After verification, everything aligned perfectly. Old Lu stayed up all night, having not slept for a day and a night. He was as excited as if he had taken chicken blood. He handed over the neatly organized information, and as for what happened next, Xiao Chen didn't know. He had finished work. After a good night's sleep, Xiao Chen heard that there was a major operation in the bureau. They collaborated with the Customs Bureau and police from multiple provinces and cities, launching a crackdown operation that spanned 5 provinces and cities. They eventually captured all the accomplices Sun Dalong had worked with, apprehending a total of 58 criminals, big and small. It was truly a thrilling and satisfying capture. It was said that when old Lu returned home, he laughed out loud in his dreams. Xiao Chen felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. Unable to participate directly, he felt a sense of loss and regret. However, the rewards the system gave next instantly filled Xiao Chen's heart. Listening to the continuous sound of ding, 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 Xiao Chen's heartbeat accelerated like crazy. 58 people, all smugglers, not the kind of small fry like Johns who get released after a few days. How many points is that? But when it came to the final settlement, the system actually threw Xiao Chen a curveball. Considering the host's current sphere of influence is only in Fengling City, therefore only settling for the capture of 10 smugglers in Fengling City. Please continue to work hard and strive to expand your sphere of influence to the provinces and cities nationwide. Alright. Among these 10 criminals, there are only 3 masterminds and 6 accomplices. Loud thunder, small raindrops. Xiao Chen lay on the bed sulking for a while, then slowly came to terms with it. Forget it, it's not like he hasn't been wealthy before. In his previous life, he made a name for himself at a young age, taking his whole family to the skies. Since he could remember, he had never been short of money. After gaining global fame, he had so much money that he was annoyed, he didn't even have time to spend it. It was only in this life, just after he crossed over, he found himself living in a small village in the city, facing a cockroach the size of his palm as soon as he opened his eyes, which made him let his guard down. From then on, he became a bit concerned about money. But now, the money the system gave him could already provide him with a good living condition. He could do what he liked and help the police solve cases at the same time. This is a good thing, so don't dwell on it too much. After coming to terms with this, Xiao Chen's mindset became more peaceful. He didn't know if there would be any more stall tasks in the future. Even if there weren't, he had obtained a pot of braised meat, so he could cook whatever he wanted anytime. On the weekend, Xiao Chen bought 80 pounds of chicken feet and braised 2 buckets. Riding a tricycle, he took the old man and the chicken feet back to the building where he used to live. The old man thought Xiao Chen was going to set up a stall to earn extra money, but he didn't expect him to come back. He started to panic. Spitting out the chicken bones in his mouth, he asked, "You're not moving back, are you? Is it not good where I live? I thought you were quite satisfied. Is it because I ate too much? I only ate 10 chicken feet, where did I eat more? Alright, it was 20, my mistake, I won't steal and eat again. Please don't move out." Xiao Chen was speechless. Before he could say anything, the old man stopped confessing. No wonder he always felt the food quantity was off, thinking there were mice in the kitchen. He didn't expect the biggest rat was this old man. I'm not moving back, I'm officially moving in with you. I still have some luggage here that I need to take away, and I also need to talk to the landlord about terminating the lease. The old man suddenly looked happy, but soon he felt down again, realizing what he had just revealed. Xiaochen frowned. Old dang, remember your words, if you steal and eat again, you know what I mean. Today, help me carry the luggage, and I'll overlook the stealing and eating incidents from before. The old man repeatedly apologized. Alright. When Xiaochen appeared at the old building again, his neighbors couldn't believe their eyes. After rubbing their eyes several times, they exclaimed, "It's really you. You finally came back. Now I've caught you." She grabbed Xiaochen's arm and sent a message to the homeowner group, informing everyone to come and block him. Xiaochen laughed heartily, with no intention of running away. "I felt bad that you couldn't sleep for 2 days, so I decided to move out." "What? You're moving out?" The female neighbor heard this and was shocked. Xiaochen's braised pig's trotters here were so fragrant that no one could sleep. But if Xiaochen didn't braise pig's trotters here, everyone would still have trouble sleeping. It would be a big regret in life if they didn't get to taste it. 2 more neighbors came over. "Why are you moving out? We haven't tasted what you cooked yet." "Exactly. Your cooking skills are so good. It would be great if you opened a restaurant in the neighborhood. We would definitely be your regular customers." Xiaochen smiled and waved his hand. "Opening a restaurant is out of the question. I have my main job, and cooking is just a hobby." With that, he patted the 2 large insulated buckets he had brought over. "Since we are all neighbors here and someone is moving away, I felt a bit reluctant to part ways with everyone, so I made some food for everyone to try. Pig trotters are too expensive. I can't afford to treat the whole building, so I made some chicken feet instead. Please help spread the word in the homeowners group. Anyone who wants to try can come to the 3rd floor here to get some. Free of charge, limited quantity, first come, first served." When Xiaochen opened the lids of the insulated buckets, a fragrance similar to braised pig trotters wafted out. The chicken feet lacked the rich fat of pig trotters, so the texture might be slightly lacking. However, the chicken feet Xiaochen purchased were very plump. Bulging like a palm, they looked like Wangzai small steamed buns. One bite could fill your mouth, soft and boneless. Eating them also brought a strong sense of satisfaction, all from the collagen. He even thoughtfully trimmed the nails to ensure they wouldn't scratch anyone's mouth. Whether young or old, everyone could eat them with peace of mind. The entire building was transformed into an ocean of fragrance. The poorly ventilated corridor was filled with warm steam. People strolled around as if swimming in a river of milk. Taking a deep breath felt like being in the heavenly palace, surrounded by mist. What a luxurious indulgence. Damn it! They were even more reluctant to see Xiaochen leave. As the saying goes, give an inch and they'll take a mile. After everyone enjoyed the chicken feet Xiaochen brought, they felt too embarrassed to stop him. Instead, they eagerly helped him carry his luggage up and down the stairs. The old man Xiaochen brought along was completely useless, only reducing the quantity of chicken feet. In the end, under the reluctant gazes of their neighbors, the 2 of them left, loaded with luggage. Whoa, he's leaving just like that. Where will I find such delicious chicken feet in the future? Damn it, before tasting them, I was just curious, but now that I've tasted them, I can't bear the thought of not having them. I really want to know where his new home is. I want to catch up with him. Coincidentally, I feel the same. As Xiaochen rode ahead, he inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Turning back, he saw a group of zombies chasing after him, howling as they ran. "Don't go! Don't leave! Oh crap!" Xiaochen quickly adjusted the speed of the tricycle to the highest gear and sped away, fearing that the night would bring more nightmares. At the police station, Director An looked at the report handed to him, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter as he muttered to himself, "Old Lu completed the mission quite well, but did he write this report while sleepwalking?" After eating 3 pig trotters, the suspect revealed all his accomplices. Seeing this, Director An's temple throbbed, feeling that there would be even more absurdities to come. And indeed, the next sentence read, "It is recommended to include pig trotters as essential interrogation tools in the future." Director An was so angry that he directly threw the report on the table. What is all this written here?" Fuming, he picked up the internal phone and dialed a number. "Have Old Lu come to my office." Outside, upon hearing the director calling for him, Old Lu happily walked with small steps. A team leader teased, "Oh, are you going to receive a commendation? You seemed so proud." Old Lu was so elated that he couldn't detect any sarcasm, thinking the team leader had finally said something nice. "Yes, I am going to receive a commendation. The director personally called me. Hee hee, keep it low-key, keep it low-key." The team leader chuckled without saying a word. Having read old Lu's report, he guessed that the director's reaction would be similar to his own. Inside the office, Chifen's index finger was about to poke through the report with a series of rapid taps. Do you want to see what you've written in your report? Did you write this report with your appendix? No, I didn't. No? Then why is it full of crap? Old Lu was dumbfounded, not knowing what he did wrong since he wrote the truth. Seeing Lu like this, Chifen couldn't scold him too harshly as he was a valuable asset, so he softened his tone. The main issue is that what you wrote is a bit outlandish. Even if you used some special methods to force the suspects to confess, if it's inconvenient to disclose, don't make up such outlandish content. What criminal gives up resistance after eating pig's trotters? I ask you, do pig's trotters have such great power? Just as the chief finished speaking, he suddenly noticed drool dripping from old Lu's mouth, leaving him speechless. Ever since tasting Xiao Chen's pig's trotters, whenever old Lu heard the words pig's trotters, his mouth uncontrollably salivated. The chief repeated himself twice, and who could resist? Chief, Xiao Chen's pig's trotters are really delicious. If I were a suspect, give me 3 pig's trotters, and I'd confess too. The chief silently handed 3 tissues to old Lu. Alright, it seems they truly have great power, wipe yourself. As old Lu recounted the interrogation that day in detail, Chifen fell into a longer and longer silence. Are they really that delicious? Maybe I should ask my stepfather to pack some for me to taste tomorrow? But then again, it doesn't seem practical. If I ask him to pack them, I'll probably end up with just pig bones. Forget it. According to what you said, Xiao Chen's contribution in this mission is significant. Old Lu, yes, originally he was just supposed to monitor, but his skills managed to attract the suspects. Having early contact with the suspects, understanding their personalities and habits, is very advantageous for us to break through their psychological defenses later on. Chifen's fingers alternated tapping on the table, a habit of his when deep in thought. A firm tap indicated he had made a decision. So, since Xiao Chen has excelled in this aspect, let's continue. Let him be a special undercover agent, specifically responsible for monitoring this area. As for the other 3, since their undercover work is as good as none, let's directly assign them to support Xiao Chen. They can handle any miscellaneous tasks. At lunchtime, old Lu shared this news with Xiao Chen and the other 3 undercover agents. Upon hearing it, they all cheered. Yes. Finally, no need to set up the stall personally. God knows how hard it is to fry stinky tofu. Exactly, can anyone handle making fried pancakes? Better stick with Lan Gu and have pig's trotters. Lan Gu, from now on, I'm yours, you better treat me well. Xiao Chen was also overjoyed. If his future work still involved setting up stalls, then he could consider buying the 2 new sets of tools from the Point store. Suddenly, LV Dong suggested, for such a worthy celebration, why don't we have a barbecue tonight? Xiao Chen's new rented house has a balcony. Everyone collectively opposed the idea. Come on, what's your level of barbecue skills? Do you have any confidence? LV Dong was the undercover agent who sold barbecue stalls. He sold barbecue near the south gate, but customers didn't want it after it was cooked, so he fed it to stray dogs. The dogs, after eating, got mad and chased him, leading him to lose his real name and gain the nickname LV Dongbin. How about hot pot instead? It's cold weather, perfect for hot pot. The one speaking was Fengyu, the undercover agent who sold stinky tofu, named Hulai. Fortunately, Hulai had some sense and didn't suggest anything too difficult. Leah C., hot pot. I think that's a good idea. It's perfect to warm Xiao Chen's new house. Then let's discuss what ingredients to buy for tonight. I want to eat pig's trotters. Are you crazy? Who eats pig's trotters in a hot pot? Several people discussed fervently, completely ignoring Xiao Chen's opinion. It seemed inevitable that they would have hot pot for this meal. With a sigh, Xiao Chen could only call his father. Hey, I'm bringing some colleagues home tonight for hot pot, is that okay with you? His greedy father was so excited that he almost jumped up. Of course. Why not? I want a spicy hot pot, the extra spicy kind. After hanging up the phone, his father looked around and realized they were not in the countryside but in his son's new house. Oh no. My son is a clean freak, he hates having people over. After hesitating for 2 seconds, his father grinned. If he doesn't know, then it's fine, hot pot. He. After work, the 3 of them followed Xiao Chen home. Leah C and the others wanted to go buy groceries, asking Xiao Chen to go home early and prepare. Xiao Chen directly stopped them. What do these guys know about buying groceries? The lettuce looked as wilted as pickled vegetables, and they still planned to buy it? Seeing them reaching for the packaged hot pot base and frozen beef, Xiao Chen knew he couldn't rely on them. With a genius chef like him, were they really going to eat instant hot pot? The base had to be homemade, and of course, the beef had to be fresh. Otherwise, what's the difference from eating pre-made food at a restaurant? At the market, Xiaochen picked the ingredients while the three of them followed behind carrying the bags. In no time, they returned with bags full of groceries. From the moment they entered the elevator, the three of them couldn't stop praising. "This house is great. Those who live here really take care of it. Unlike those mixed-use buildings that look high-end outside but are shabby inside. With such a prime location, the house price shouldn't be cheap." Running into the owner going abroad, "Xiaochen, you're really lucky. Going abroad for at least a year. Isn't that the owner's hard work while Xiaochen gets to enjoy it?" Back home, Xiaochen asked them to wait in the living room while he put on an apron. Just like generals don't like others riding their horses, chefs don't like others in their kitchen. Since the groceries were paid for by the three of them, Xiaochen took charge of preparing the dinner. First, he made the hot pot base, selecting the best dried chili peppers, as red as a winter fire, vibrant and as fiery as being slapped by a girl when being cheeky. He toasted the dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns in a pan over low heat until they released a slightly charred aroma. Then, he ground the toasted chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns in a mortar, releasing their hidden fragrance and flavor. By now, the kitchen was filled with a tantalizing spicy aroma, spreading gradually. Achoo! The people in the living room couldn't help but sneeze and quickly got up to open the windows for ventilation. Xiaochen then added the ground chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to the beef tallow in a pot, along with star anise, cinnamon, and bay leaves, simmering over low heat. As the temperature rose, the pale yellow beef tallow melted. The boiling oil forced out the moisture from the ingredients, intensifying the aroma. The flavors of various spices gradually merged, intertwining like the hand of God weaving. The pattern of aromas was intricate and enchanting, dazzling the senses. Xiaochen added some doubanjiang and rock sugar, continuing to simmer until the color of the hot pot base turned bright red. Staring at the pot for too long could easily make one lose focus. Saturated with the pungent spices, the red oil resembled restless desires, like boiling magma. In short, it was something that could instantly engulf a person. Xiaochen, as the creator in the kitchen, the culinary god of creation. Every move he made was so effortless and graceful. In every gap while making the hot pot base, he never stopped washing and cutting the vegetables. Every movement had its rhythm, every pause had its purpose. He was like a top piano master in an art hall, performing passionately, not only for others but also for himself. "Alright, tidy up, get ready for dinner." "Already?" The people in the living room were surprised. But in fact, it wasn't that fast. They had already sent 5 heads in the game. Influenced by the aroma, they couldn't calm down. They played for a while, then had to get up to open the door, open the windows, turn on the fan, the air conditioner, the fresh air system. In short, they turned on everything that could be turned on. This made the neighbors suffer. The smell of a regular hot pot was already rich and fragrant, not to mention one freshly made by Xiaochen. While chewing on the food, suddenly it didn't taste as good. In the face of such a strong and pungent aroma, all home-cooked dishes seemed bland. The man next door grunted in anger and slammed his bowl on the table. "Who is it, making such delicious food? It's been a week already, have they no sense of public decency?" His wife across the table said, "Maybe it's the new hot pot restaurant nearby? I heard it's a bit pricey, let's go try it after we get paid mid-month." "Oh, so it's a hot pot restaurant, then it makes sense that the food is so good." The man calmed down and scraped the food back into his bowl to continue eating. "Let's not talk about hygiene for now, saving is a good habit anyway." The red soup in the pot was boiling, bubbling vigorously. The rising white smoke, like softly dancing waist movements, seemed to entice the ingredients to join in. Tender meat slices, crisp vegetables, smooth tofu, each ingredient came alive under the spicy baptism. 3 hidden dragons and a gluttonous old man took a deep breath, their souls almost leaving their bodies. Distracted for a moment, they almost reached in to grab something. "Sit down!" Xiaochen shouted, and everyone snapped out of their trance. They all glued their bottoms to the chairs, only their eyes still glued to the hot pot. The hand-cut beef slices were thin as cicada wings. When held up to the light, the texture was clearly visible. Great knife skills. With each slice of beef, you can feel the chef's respect for the ingredients and pursuit of culinary art. Great beef. The fresh and tender beef, displaying a natural healthy red color, clear texture, and a faint aroma of grass when sniffed closely. Great. The old man was admiring when he turned around and saw that the others had almost finished the beef. "So fast, how can you eat so quickly?" Leah C and the others put down a chopstick and grabbed a dozen slices, a quick dip in the pot, and it was ready in 3 seconds. A couple of blows, into the mouth it went, juicy and tender. The old man's eyes widened in frustration. Unbelievable. Not even considering this old man. Leah C, with puffy cheeks, retorted, "Hurry up and eat. Just letting you see the plate of beef is already considering you." Lu Dongbien's eyes bulged as he said, "Eat quickly." Later, I'll drink the soup base of the hot pot, and you won't get anything. Hulai chimed in, if you're slow, I'll nibble on your chopsticks later. The old man refused to be outdone and rolled up his sleeves to join the battle. You brats, later you won't even get a single Sichuan peppercorn. Meanwhile, at the police station, Shifan, who was still working overtime, rummaged through the filing cabinet and suddenly realized something was amiss. Oh no, it seems I brought that file home. I'll call my son and see what he's doing. If he's free, I'll have him bring it over, otherwise, I'll have to go back and get it. The table full of ingredients was swept clean in less than half an hour, and as the three hidden dragons and the gluttons had claimed, they had managed to drink half of the hot pot soup base. Finally, they realized there was still some lettuce left uncooked, so they simply reached out, dipped it in the remaining broth, and ate it directly. Everyone was eating heartily when suddenly a phone call came in. The old man's heart skipped a beat when he saw the number on the screen. Could it be that this unfilial son knows we're having hot pot at home? He took a few steps away, feeling guilty as he weakly answered the call. Hello, Dad, are you at home? Just then, Liaisai, holding his big belly, sighed, this hot pot is so delicious. Why do I feel hungry again right after eating? Hot pot? Directorin, on the other end of the phone, keenly caught the keyword, what hot pot? Who is with you? The old man hurriedly explained, I'm having hot pot with Xiao Chun outside, not at home now. Did you call me for something? Nothing now. If you're having hot pot, don't eat too spicy, don't overeat, don't end up in the hospital from overeating. Hearing that both his son and Xiao Chun were not at home, Directorin decided not to bother him and conveniently went home to get something. By the way, after you finish the hot pot and come home, change your clothes immediately, don't lie on the sofa with the smell all over you. Okay. Hanging up the phone, the old man wiped the sweat off his forehead. His unfilial son couldn't even stand the smell of hot pot on his clothes. If he knew they were having hot pot at home, it would be even worse. Should he tidy up a bit? Forget it, too full to move, he'll just lie on the sofa for a while. His unfilial son wouldn't know anyway. However, the son he thought wouldn't come back was already in the car, heading home at this moment. It wasn't rush hour, so there was no traffic on the road. In less than 20 minutes, Directorin had arrived downstairs. He parked, took out the keys, and entered the elevator. He sniffed a few times. For some reason, there was a faint fragrance in the elevator. It was like the smell of hot pot, but not quite. Hot pot didn't smell this good. The elevator stopped midway. A delivery guy wanted to go up, carrying 5 or 6 orders. As the elevator doors opened, the scent became even stronger. So fragrant. Directorin muttered under his breath, but his stomach growled loudly. He felt a bit embarrassed, but the delivery guy just smiled understandingly. I wonder who's frying chile, it's both pungent and fragrant. Since they were chatting, Directorin casually asked, was the fragrance coming from the floor you delivered to just now? Delivery guy, I don't know, it feels like every floor smells good. Can't tell which floor's cooking. The elevator stopped, and the delivery guy got out first. Directorin continued upwards and finally reached the target floor. This floor also had a strong fragrance, making his nose uncontrollably run. Fresh chile has that kind of pungency. The corridor was so filled with chile scent that Directorin could barely open his eyes. As he opened the door, it was like breaking a seal. A spicy fragrance storm gushed out, almost knocking him over. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Why does it feel like the source of the chili fragrance is his own home? Directorin quickly walked in, passed through the living room, and headed straight to the kitchen. It was noisy in there, with laughter and arguments, and he could faintly hear, old man, why are you glaring at me? We're just taking some chili base, can't believe you're so stingy. You guys are taking it, not even leaving me a single Sichuan peppercorn. I wanted to use the leftover base to cook noodles. Come on, you have Xiao Chen now, and you're still fighting us for the hot pot base. That's too much. Xiao Chen doesn't make hot pot base every day. Leave me a portion. The 4 of them were almost at each other's throats. Suddenly, he caught sight of a darkened face from the corner of his eye, and he was startled. Oh my! Who's standing there? Strange. Didn't I close the door? I remember closing it after I ventilated. Director An's resentful gaze felt like 2 searchlights, piercing through the old man's vulnerable soul. You are. Several people questioned in unison. The 4 subordinates present couldn't even recognize their own sub-bureau chief. Now Director An's searchlight swept over not just one person, but a group of people. Everyone looked puzzled, their faces full of unfamiliarity. It was no wonder Xiao Chen and the others were confused. Not to mention they were newcomers, the chief was always busy, and they hadn't had a chance to meet him up close. Just the changes after Director An took office were too drastic. The photo he had posted on the police station's bulletin board depicted a slightly chubby young man. Half a year into his term, aggravated by stomach issues, he had lost 30 pounds. The transformation was truly beyond recognition. This led the new recruits at the police station to always assume their chief looked like the photo. When faced with the real person, they couldn't match him up. The old man was starting to panic, thinking his identity was about to be exposed. Seeing that no one recognized Director In, he quickly lied. This person is the owner of this house. It's our first meeting. Haha, let's greet him. Director In looked at his father with a mix of anger and amusement. Seriously, addicted to lying now? Still trying to conceal his identity at this point. Can he really keep it a secret? These four were from the same police station as him. Surely they could recognize him upon closer inspection. Xiao Chen widened his eyes, scrutinizing Director N's face, then quickly stepped forward to shake hands. So you're the homeowner. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Xiao Chen, the one the old man mentioned to you before. These are my colleagues. They came over for dinner tonight for the first time. Usually it's just me and the old man living here. Director An's mouth twitched. He really managed to keep it a secret. They didn't even recognize him at all. By the way, weren't you supposed to be abroad? Did you change your plans? Hearing Xiao Chen's question, the old man quickly interjected, No change. He just came back to get something. Once he has it, he'll leave. Right? Isn't that right? That's how it is, right? The old man gestured urgently to his son, signaling him to leave quickly. Director N's temple throbbed, gritting his teeth. He replied, Yes, I forgot something. I'll take it and leave. After speaking, he hurriedly turned to go into the room to get the documents, afraid he couldn't hold it together. Cold leaves fluttered, scattering across my face, my father's rebellion causing pain in my heart. How could there be such a deceitful father, causing such trouble? Bringing people home to have hot pot was one thing, but not letting him stay for even a moment longer, rushing him to leave. After taking the documents and going outside, the deceitful father seemed to suddenly have a change of heart, smiling awkwardly. Have you had dinner? Why not eat something before you go? Director N glanced at the table, empty plates, and even the hot pot only had a bit of soup left. What could he eat? Lick the pot clean so you don't have to wash it? Frustrating, yet he had to maintain a smile. Just then, Xiao Chen emerged from the kitchen, handing Director N a bulging bag. These are pig's trotters and chicken feet. I braced myself, already sealed for travel. You can eat them directly if you get hungry on the way. Director N instinctively took it. A warm fragrance wafted out, instantly calming his throbbing temple and smoothing out his furrowed brow. Even through the sealed bag, the aroma seeped out. These pig's trotters were unexpectedly fragrant. Thank you. Director N's complexion eased slightly, the progress bar of his dark mood decreasing by half. He thanked and turned to leave. The corridor still carried a strong aroma of hot pot chili, but it surprisingly couldn't mask the subtle scent of the pig's trotters. Once inside the elevator, he couldn't resist opening the plastic bag, burying his face in it to take a deep breath. This bite went straight to the head. The progress bar of corruption reset directly to zero. Endorphins surged wildly, making the whole person feel energized, even more effective than coffee. No, it's more effective than Ma Fei, can I say that? So this is the pig trotter that makes suspects confess honestly. Director N suddenly felt that old Lu's report was not just flashy, but completely realistic. Without realizing it, Director N found himself in his car in the underground parking lot, showing off 2 bags of pig trotters and chicken feet. He gnawed on the leftover bones, unable to bear throwing them away. So fragrant. Xiao Chen can handle things, his skills are really good. No wonder my dad insisted on living with him. Turns out they eat so well every day. If only I could. Suddenly, Director N thought of being forced to go abroad, unable to return in the future. His expression froze, overwhelmed with sadness. What a sin! With a forceful hit, he accidentally pressed the horn. The car horn blared, startling him to quickly retract his hand. A new day, a new job. Old Lu called Xiao Chen and the others to assign a new task. The smuggling case has been closed. You won't need to go to the electronics park anymore. It's best to stay away from there to avoid exposure. This time, your task is in Feng'an District, the eastern outskirts of our Fengling city. It used to be called Feng'an County, known for its poverty. Due to poor management, it's quite chaotic. Addicts, traffickers, thugs, and thieves abound. With the expansion and development of Fengling City, the county was abolished and became Feng'an District. The government intends to vigorously develop the economy of the new district, and there has been a change in leadership in Feng'an County, aiming for a fresh start. Unexpectedly, while the leadership changed, some bad habits of Feng'an County residents persisted, difficult to eradicate. After years of vigorous rectification, the number of addicts and traffickers decreased, but thefts and petty crimes remain rampant. Mention Feng'an district, even taxi drivers are reluctant to go, calling it a den of thieves. The police want to launch a large-scale operation to combat theft crimes, and they need you to scout ahead, scheduled for 2 weeks. Xiao Chun, you have a lot of autonomy in how to carry out this task. The other 3, you will coordinate with Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen and the 3 talented individuals understood. Upon receiving the new task, Xiao Chen began preparing for the stall setup. To avoid being recognized by those from the previous task and affecting the operation, Xiao Chen decided not to sell pig trotters this time, but to sell something else. Conveniently, the Points Redemption store had a windproof steamer and an endless gas cylinder for sale. Since he already had the equipment, he decided to sell breakfast items. He spent 6,000 points on 2 sets of equipment, with 3,000 points remaining. He simply bought the bulletproof Hawaiian nut from the store. He didn't know when he would use it, the main feature being a complete map on lock. After confirming the breakfast sales, Xiao Chen immediately arranged for the purchase of ingredients. Making breakfast was hard work. You had to wake up earlier than the rooster, or you'd miss the customer's breakfast time. And you had to sleep later than the dogs, preparing in advance at night, or you wouldn't have time to steam the next day. Fortunately, old Lu arranged for Li Aci, Hu Lai, and Lu Dong to help, otherwise Xiao Chen alone would be overwhelmed. The breakfast variety was rich, including buns, tea eggs, malagao, fried noodles, and the like. For now, Xiao Chen planned to sell buns, with 4 flavors: meat bun, vegetable bun, pickled vegetable bun, and brown sugar bun. This way, there would be a mix of savory and sweet. Making buns required fermenting and preparing the filling the night before. For the best taste, freshness was key. It was best to wrap them in the morning, and after a brief second fermentation, they could be steamed. So the people who make handmade buns often wake up at 3 to 4 in the morning to catch the early peak at 6 to 7. If you want to be lazy, you can also prepare the buns the night before and store them in the refrigerator. However, there are some subtle differences between refrigerated buns and fresh buns. During refrigeration, the buns will lose some moisture, causing the surface to dry out. The next day, it will take longer than usual to steam to ensure the buns are fully cooked. Many people don't pay attention to these details when making buns. But for professional chefs, these are all full of knowledge points. Even though efficient like Xiao Chun, he dare not easily increase the variety. After all, it is handmade, and he is too busy. Now many breakfast stalls have a complete range of products. A small storefront can actually sell more than a dozen different types of fine flour products. Do you think they have grown 8 hands and can make so many in one night? Or do they directly buy wholesale frozen prefabricated products? Life is tough, those who understand, understand. Let's not talk about the taste of these frozen prefabricated products. They are all classified as life-sustaining meals. However, the true level of many stall owners is not even as good as life-sustaining meals. Xiao Chen had already made arrangements with the meat and vegetable stalls in the market. When the vendors were ready with what Xiao Chen needed, he sent Li Si and the others to pick them up. These were the food ingredients he had selected for long-term cooperation. When they brought them back, Li Si asked, "Why did you specifically buy 2 kinds of pork? Isn't it all meat when chopped?" In the bag they brought back there were specially packaged pork foreleg meat and pork belly meat. Xiao Chen explained without reservation, "There is a trick to this, the 2 types of meat have different textures. The foreleg meat is tender and juicy, with a moderate ratio of fat to lean, 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean, making the bun filling tender and smooth without being greasy. The pork belly meat, on the other hand, has alternating layers of fat and lean, rich in fat, making the bun filling more juicy." "I've told you, but you don't understand. You'll taste the difference when you try it later." Xiao Chen decided to make 2 different meat buns, steam them together, and surprise customers with a blind box. Hearing Xiao Chen's understanding and thinking about Xiao Chen's skill in making pig's trotters, they couldn't help but smile foolishly. "Hee, then we'll wait to eat." Little did they know, Xiao Chen threw them an apron each and 2 knives. "Still want to wait to eat? Dream on, come over and help chop the filling." The old man pointed to his nose. "Do I, an elderly man, have to work too?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "You, an elderly man, can snatch food from 3 people. If you don't work, who will?" "All right." Xiao Chen chose to make the bun filling by traditional hand chopping instead of using a meat grinder. On one hand, he had 3 strong young men and an old man full of vigor here, so it was not a waste. Eating so much every day, if he didn't let them exercise, they would get fat. On the other hand, there was a secret to making the meat buns delicious here. The meat filling chopped by hand had uneven grain sizes, creating a richer texture. When chewed carefully, you could clearly feel the meat fibers. Moreover, hand-chopped filling wouldn't excessively destroy the cell structure of the meat, retaining more meat juice and making the taste more delicious. Machines, due to their high-speed operation, would grind the meat filling into a soft, mushy paste, while losing a large amount of meat juice, causing the filling to dry out. Of course, there are now some machines that can adjust the size of the meat filling particles to retain the meat granules. But machines are always too rigid. If you want it to retain the meat granules, it will be all meat granules. It cannot be denied that machines are more efficient and can save a lot of time. However, some delicacies often require time to achieve. Just like fruits ripen naturally in sunlight are fuller and sweeter than those artificially ripened quickly. The speed at which machines fill is just too fast. The seasonings had not fully permeated the meat before it was minced. Hand chopping the filling was a slower process, allowing the meat to blend better with the seasonings as it had more time exposed to the air, resulting in a richer flavor. Xiao Chen, wearing an apron, swiftly chopped the pink meat on the cutting board. The ginger and scallions removed the gaminess, the seasonings locked in the freshness, added in small amounts multiple times to ensure the meat filling was thoroughly infused during the chopping process. After the demonstration, Xiao Chen handed the knife to others. Chop following the method I just showed you. Remember to add the seasonings gradually as you chop. Don't just dump them all in at once. If you deceive the food will deceive you. If you want it to taste good, you have to put your heart and soul into it. Why yes, understood. Xiao Chen's demeanor was so dignified that everyone hesitated to be careless. While everyone was chopping the filling, Xiao Chen started kneading the dough on the side. He placed the dough on the cutting board, his hands moving like in Tai Chi, applying even pressure. Kneading, pinching, patting, tossing, and beating. The dough gradually became smooth and elastic in his hands, making a duong-duong sound. The others were unknowingly mesmerized, their chopping actions coming to a halt. Xiao Chen, where did you learn this skill from? Liaci asked in astonishment, suddenly feeling Xiao Chen was so unfamiliar. Could it be that back in police school, every night while we were asleep, you sneaked over the wall to the neighboring vocational school to learn cooking? Xiao Chen casually replied, I am an innate culinary godly being, at the pinnacle of perfection. It's reasonable to learn just by watching tutorials, right? Enough talk, chop quickly. After a day of hard work, everything was finally ready, awaiting the next morning to set up the stall. The first batch of steamed buns was chewed and savored slowly by the 5 individuals at a quarter of the normal speed. Since they had participated in making them, they couldn't rush through the eating process. They had to chew slowly, savoring every detail, to justify the effort they had put in. As they ate, the old man suddenly shed tears. Oh my, I've lived for 70 years and never knew steamed buns could be this delicious. I must live a long life and eat for another 30 years. The other 3 men also cried like men, their eyes moistened. This is what a bun made with 5 hours of effort tastes like. Food that isn't deceived is this delicious. How can we sell this at a roadside stall? It should be exhibited in a museum. The next day, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, Xiao Chen, wearing a mask against the biting cold wind, officially set up the stall. He rode in front, with Liaci sitting in the back of the cart with several large baskets of steamed buns. Xiao Chen wasn't worried about Liaci sneaking a bite because the buns were raw and hadn't been steamed yet. While riding the bike, Xiao Chen observed where to set up the stall. He recalled Old Lu's description of the Feng'an district environment. Feng'an New District has 2 areas, old and new. The new district has complete infrastructure, tall buildings, and wide roads, originally planned as a commercial street. However, due to the bad reputation of the thieves' den, no merchants are willing to open shops there, and no one wants to buy houses in Feng'an district. So, the new district is very empty, almost deserted, like a ghost street at night. Almost all residents live in the old district. The roads there are narrow and old, with winding alleys and many half-demolished buildings. Police cars can enter the old district, but those with poor driving skills can't turn around. However, those familiar with the area can easily escape, disappearing like eels once they slip in, making our capture operations very challenging. Xiao Chen rode from the new district to the old district, confirming Old Lu's words firsthand. Along the way, the houses and roads became increasingly dilapidated, but the number of people walking around increased. There were drunkards strolling the streets in the early morning, and barbecue stalls that operated all night were preparing to close and go home. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's car headlights illuminated an obstacle on the road ahead. A huge tree branch was blocking the road. The road was already narrow, and this branch completely covered it. With the dark blue sky and morning mist spreading, Xiao Chen couldn't see the road ahead clearly. He was worried that there might be some issue with the road, or someone deliberately placed the tree branch there to warn oncoming vehicles. ACI, go check ahead if there's any problem with the road. If everything's fine, move the branch out of the way. Alright. Li ACI emerged from the car, revealing a red nose. Taking a long stride, he got off the tricycle and walked ahead. With the illumination from Xiao Chen's car headlights, he could see what was behind the tree branch. The road was intact, no collapses or missing manhole covers, just a few large stones. So the ACI started clearing the branches, stones, and other debris. Whoever did this is so unethical, playing such pranks and even placing stones in the middle of the road. As he was working hard, suddenly his body was bumped into heavily. The ACI alertly looked up and saw that the person who bumped into him was an old lady with gray hair. She hadn't stood firm, which caused the collision. He immediately asked with concern, "Ma'am, are you okay? Did you fall?" The old lady staggered a bit, steadied herself with Liassi's help, and waved her hands repeatedly. I'm fine, I'm fine. I'm getting old, my eyesight is not good, almost tripped." Liassi agreed. Yes, who knows who's putting these things on the road, not caring if they trip someone. Yes, yes. The old lady mumbled and hurried away, seeming to be in a rush. After Liassi cleared the road, he walked back, dusting off his hands, and complained to Xiaochen as soon as he saw him. "Let me tell you, it's really unethical. I don't know who's randomly placing obstacles on the road, almost causing accidents." Xiaochen curiously asked, "So the road is fine? It's not meant to warn vehicles behind?" "No, just pure mischief." Xiaochen felt suspicious. He remembered this place was a notorious thieves' den, suddenly alarmed, and asked urgently, "ACI, check your pockets, see if anything's missing?" Li ACI realized instantly and hurriedly reached for his jacket pocket. His jacket pocket had a zipper, which was open at some point, and inside was, "Oh no, my stuff is gone." Xiaochen asked anxiously, "What stuff? Cash or your phone?" Li ACI shook his head, "Neither, it's a pack of scented tissues. I need to go to the toilet at noon, many public restrooms don't provide toilet paper, so I bring my own." Xiaochen. He was overly concerned. "Why are you so nervous about losing a pack of tissues? One would think you lost your police badge." But Li ACI clenched his fist in frustration. "Damn it, this pack of tissues is expensive, costs 2 yuan. It's encrypted, thick, and moist, very good for wiping." Xiaochen rubbed his forehead speechlessly. All right, it didn't pay you for advertising, let it go. By the way, your phone wasn't stolen, right?" "No, I left it in the car just now, didn't bring it down." Xiaochen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Second-hand phones aren't worth much now, but the information inside is crucial. If Liassi's phone was stolen, they could take it to a phone shop to crack it. If they accidentally saw the information or chat records, they would know he was an undercover cop. That would be a disaster, getting exposed on the first day, stripped of everything, and sent packing. It's no wonder it's a thieves' den. The two of them had just arrived, and they were already taught a lesson. Even the elderly and children must not let their guard down. We need to be more vigilant in the future. Liaisi got back into the car, and Xiaochen finally understood what old Lu had said in the office before pounding the table. This Feng'an district is like an incurable sore. Those with a bit of skill have long moved out, and now many who remain there have dirty hands and shady backgrounds, forming a clique. Our police have conducted several anti-theft and anti-robbery operations in the past. But every time we go there, they immediately tip each other off and hide evidence. It feels like the whole area is full of informants. Wherever we go, they stare at us as if watching a show, like watching monkeys. It's frustrating to know they're up to something but can't find evidence. After several unsuccessful attempts, they became even more arrogant and bold. I heard some small thieves even boast that even if a dog enters Feng'an district, they can tell if it's a police dog at a glance. In short, it's challenging for our police to break through their defenses. That's why we need you, Xiaochen, to go undercover deep into Feng'an district and help the police find a breakthrough. The memories abruptly stopped, because Xiaochen found a suitable spot to set up a stall. It was a bustling intersection in the old street area, a major traffic artery. Anyone heading to work or school had to pass through here. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 4 bus stops. Xiaochen instinctively felt this was the busiest spot with foot traffic. Even if his judgment was wrong, his colleagues wouldn't make the same mistake, right? At this time, a vendor selling steamed buns had already set up his stall. While Xiaochen parked his car, another uncle selling fried noodles rode over. Indeed, those in the breakfast business had to be diligent. Lazy ones wouldn't make money. Xiaochen found a place to park his car, started his stall, and lit the fire to steam the buns. Steaming buns took about 12 minutes. Since it was winter and cold, it would take a bit longer, but he could still catch the morning rush. Soon, several other breakfast stalls started setting up one after another. Some sold sandwiches, some rice noodle rolls, some handmade burgers, and some fried dough sticks. But most were stalls selling buns and pastries. Selling buns and pastries didn't require much skill. They were ready-made wholesale products. Just thaw them in advance, then steam them over heat. Although several bun stalls seemed highly homogeneous, there was no intense competition between them. Because of the high foot traffic here, Customers came and went in a hurry, mostly buying breakfast during red light intervals, with limited time. Sometimes if one stall had too many customers, people would avoid it and choose the less crowded one next door. If every stall was crowded, customers would simply not buy there. Frozen buns were available all over the city, so why not buy from anywhere? Having a few more breakfast stalls to help divert the crowd was beneficial, as it retained customers. Today, with the appearance of Xiao Chen, the other stall owners didn't pay much attention. Xiao Chen's buns didn't exude a dominant, attacking aroma like braised pig's trotters. The juicy neat filling was securely wrapped in soft, elastic dough. Even when steamed, it only emitted the subtle fragrance of wheat flour. It was a very understated aroma. Not showy, not flashy. Only those who tasted these buns would know that each one concealed a powerful delicious bomb. In the 15th minute of lighting the fire, white steam billowed out. Liaci seemed like Pavlov's dog, just a gentle ring of the bell from the owner was enough to make him salivate. Although he hadn't even smelled the aroma yet, just seeing it made him antsy all over. He really wanted to knock Xiao Chen out with a chop and enjoy all the buns himself. Unfortunately, before he could turn his evil thoughts into action, the first customer arrived. The person had disheveled, faded yellow hair. The outfit was a classic blend of urban and rural non-mainstream hooligan style. Despite his appearance, he seemed young. But as soon as he spoke, it was clear he had been smoking for at least 10 years, exuding a strong smell of alcohol after a night of heavy drinking. Liaci, standing opposite him, was caught off guard and almost fainted on the spot from the stench. "Give me 4 meat buns," Huang Mao said, yawning while keeping his eyes half closed the entire time. Instead of immediately opening the steamer to get the buns, Xiao Chen informed him, "It's 10 yuan each, 40 yuan for 4. Huang Mao's yawn came to an abrupt halt halfway. He squinted at Xiao Chen and asked, "What? Did you say 10 yuan each?" Xiao Chen, as if anticipating this reaction, held his breath and repeated without changing his expression, "Meat buns are 10 yuan each. Additionally, we have vegetable buns, pickled vegetable buns, and brown sugar buns, all priced at 6 yuan each." Huang Mao widened his eyes for the first time. "Are you crazy? What kind of meat bun costs 10 yuan? Did you stuff a whole pig in there?" Even in the bustling area of Fengling City, meat buns could not be sold for 10 yuan each, let alone in the old street area with its own pricing. Despite being upgraded from a county to a district for several years, Fengling District had not truly escaped poverty for long. The prices here were still similar to those in the county town. Normal buns were around 1.5 yuan each, and meat buns could be sold for 2 yuan. Beef buns at 3 yuan were already considered expensive. Xiao Chen's meat buns were priced at 10 yuan, a 5-fold increase. Not to mention Fengling City, even in super first-tier cities in the country like Beijing and Shanghai, no street vendor dared to price buns over 5 yuan. "Why are you selling them so expensively?" Huang Mao glared at Xiao Chen, looking disgruntled, like a lit powder keg. Xiao Chen calmly explained, "These are handmade buns, not machine-made. The labor cost is high, so it's normal to set a higher price. Will you still buy them?" Xiao Chen stopped his explanation there, not eagerly asking the other party to try them. After all, he was not a real businessman. Everything he did was just to appear like a normal vendor, not to arouse suspicion of his undercover identity. However, his casual tone, indifferent expression, and lack of enthusiasm made Huang Mao feel a sense of disdain. It was as if he had already assumed that Huang Mao had no money and couldn't afford it, so he couldn't be bothered. By now, the sky was completely bright, and pedestrians rushing to work had gathered at the intersection. Their conversation had already faintly reached the ears of passers-by waiting for the traffic light. Waiting for the red light, they had nothing else to do but watch the commotion. Huang Mao, at 18, was at the most sensitive and face-conscious age. He felt like everyone was watching him. Who were they to doubt his wealth in front of so many people? Who looked down on whom? He was about to make a big move soon. Before getting his hands dirty, he wanted to buy a few buns to fill his stomach, so he wouldn't run out of energy later. How dare a small vendor, who only made a few bucks a day, question my wealth? Of course, I'll buy them. Give me 4. If they're not good, I'll flip your stall. As a hooligan, Huang Mao's way of doing things was straightforward. His words were not just empty threats, he meant it. Flipping your stall was nothing, not hitting you would be a favor. Any stall owner with a guilty conscience would directly give away a few buns to be left alone. Unfortunately, he encountered the confident Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen calmly took out 4 meat buns from the steamer without changing his expression. He was so quick that no one even saw the buns before the steamer closed. 4 buns, 40 yuan. A puff of white steam dispersed, and Huang Mao finally saw the buns that Xiao Chen handed to him. This sight made him chuckle. Buns that cost 10 yuan each were surprisingly the size of regular buns, at most the size of 2 small steamed buns. At another stall, They sold char siu buns for 3 yuan each, and they made them palm-sized with more dough. This stall owner must have never experienced the wrath of the public. Ha, he would soon taste a full fist. Huang Mao sneered, tossing the entire bun into his mouth, chewing provocatively. It was as if he was saying, after I finish these 2 buns, I'll deal with you. As he chewed, his provocative gaze suddenly flickered with confusion and astonishment. After a few more bites, his eyes widened abruptly. His cheeks bulged, and his chewing speed increased suddenly, as if fast-forwarding a video at 3x speed. Liaci could tell from the movement of his cheeks that Huang Mao's tongue was having a wild time in his mouth. Delicious? Astonishing? Had this mountain boar never tasted such fine bran before? Xiao Chen kneaded the dough himself, and they personally prepared the filling. 5 hours of preparation, did you think they were joking? At that time, Liaci and the others thought that once the meat was chopped, the process would be over. Little did they know, it had only just begun. Next, they had to thoroughly mix the meat filling with chopsticks, ensuring the seasoning and meat were well combined. Stir vigorously in one direction to make the meat filling more elastic. How strong was this force? Let's put it this way, Liaci broke 3 pairs of chopsticks by himself. After thorough mixing, the meat filling seemed to bite back. Chopsticks inserted into it would get stuck. Even if you let go, an hour later, the chopsticks would still be standing upright. Stirring with the chopsticks made it difficult to move an inch. The meat clung tightly together, like 100,000 heavenly soldiers armed to the teeth, ready for battle. Liaci had to use a stick in his hand to stir up a storm among the gods and Buddhas. If a machine were used for mixing, it would have overheated by now. But human potential is limitless. The chopsticks broke, but Liaci's hands did not. This battle was fought fiercely, and even now, Liaci's arms were still slightly sore. Now, this mouthful of Huang Mao's was not just a bun, it was clearly Liaci's trophy, his military medal. Forget about a mere 10 yuan, even if they were sold for 50 each, it would still be worth it. As he started on the second bun, Huang Mao began to hum and tremble uncontrollably, making sounds unfit for public ears. He didn't want this, but it was the meat bun that made the first move. He just put the meat bun in his mouth and lightly bit down. In an instant, a fragrant bomb exploded in his mouth, juices splattering. The taste of victory was so delicious, but was it so easily taken? During the making of the meat filling, it seemed to have been tamed and aligned by the chopsticks. It obediently allowed itself to be shaped into a small ball, stuffed into the dough, forming a plump bun with pleats. In reality, this was just a temporary retreat, a pause in the battle. Once the meat filling was steamed, it would be infused with a magical buff of the soft and chewy elasticity, resurrecting it. With the mouth as the battlefield, the bun's outer skin as a shield, the meat fillings regrouped, launched an attack. Huang Mao could feel that as he chewed, the meat filling seemed to jump up and hit his oral cavity. The forceful and refreshing sensation activated every cell in his mouth. His mouth felt lively, as if aware of a great battle about to unfold. Over 10,000 taste buds mobilized, concentrating mainly on the tip and sides of the tongue. Forming a 3-sided encirclement, they launched an assault on the bun's meat filling. The meat filling fought back, maneuvering between the tongue and lips, launching a full-scale attack. But their generals kept falling, perishing under the oppression of teeth. For Huang Mao, these generals were large chunks of meat eaten during the chewing process. These meat chunks were more elastic, juicier, and tastier to eat, vividly illustrating what surprise meant. What the hell is surprise? It's so delicious. How can it be so delicious? Huang Mao was almost in tears from how delicious it was. The battle between the mouth and the buns ended in victory for the humans. The news of victory spread down the esophagus from the mouth. Every inch of the intestines along the way was cheering and celebrating. The frequent good news finally alerted the big boss in charge, the stomach. The stomach is an emotional organ, and emotions can affect its activity. When the stomach heard the news of victory, it was delighted, and with a wave of its hand, it granted amnesty to all. Years of accumulated tension, anxiety, depression, and other negative emotions were instantly swept away. It made the whole person radiate vitality from the inside out. Huang Mao clearly felt it. The hangover headache from excessive drinking, the deep-seated smell of smoke in the lungs from years of smoking, the liver damage from staying up late for a long time, all washed away after devouring 4 buns. His slightly intoxicated eyes became clear, with a refreshing feeling as if never contaminated. However, the turbid air in his body had accumulated over the years. The buns could only make him feel refreshed for a while, not continuously. So he impatiently shouted, "Give me another 10 meat buns." Huang Mao's words stunned the people around him. They had originally looked at the stall owner with sympathy and ridicule, thinking he would be in trouble with the gangsters. Never did they expect the plot to take such a sudden turn. Huang Mao, the little gangster, not only did not cause trouble but also quickly took out his phone to pay. Wealth treasure received 100 yuan. The sudden mechanical voice made passers-by who doubted their ears confirm once again that they had not misheard before. Huang Mao really wanted to buy another 10 buns. Are these buns really that delicious? Huang Mao's reaction was within Xiao Chen's expectations. He did not show much emotional fluctuation, just reminded, the money for the previous 4 buns. Huang Mao was just stunned for half a second, then immediately reacted, "Oh, I forgot, here it is." Soon the mechanical voice rang out again, "Wealth treasure received 40 yuan. After paying, Huang Mao stared blankly at the steamer with his eyes fixed. With eyes full of anticipation, he watched as Xiao Chen took out the buns one by one. 1, 2, 9, 10. After packing up the 10 buns, Huang Mao looked at the remaining ones in the steamer and really wanted to take them all. After getting the buns, Huang Mao didn't leave, mainly because he couldn't wait and started eating directly from the bag. He ate them one by one, each meat bun the size of half a palm. He forcibly created the atmosphere of eating xiaolongbao. One after another, the pale meat buns went down his throat. Huang Mao felt a great satisfaction in his stomach. It was not just his stomach that was satisfied, but also his empty life. In the previous 18 years, he had never felt so fulfilled. When he ate before, he only paid attention to the elastic meat filling. Now that he ate more, he began to appreciate the subtleties of the bun's outer skin. It was like a male partner in a Latin dance performance, never stealing the limelight from the female dancer. Instead, under his guidance, the female dancer could bloom more brilliantly and freely. The touch of the outer skin was like a gentle and warm spring breeze. As the teeth pierced through the white, oily skin, what was felt was an indescribable delicacy. It was like stepping on fluffy clouds or burying into the soft belly of a cat. When the skin cracked gently in the mouth, a faint wheat fragrance was released. With each chew, every layer of the bun's skin unfolded slowly on the tongue. The outer layer is delicate and warm, the middle layer is loose and soft, and the inside is salty, fragrant, and slippery due to the seeping soup. A meat bun's skin surprisingly offers 3 layers of texture. Combined with the filling, it spells out one word, perfect. Layers of texture intertwine to form a web. He willingly falls into the trap. Yellow hair devours 14 meat buns at a speed akin to a gust of wind sweeping through clouds. No need for water, no feeling of choking, as the just steamed buns are perfectly moist. He doesn't even feel full because he eats so quickly, his stomach hasn't caught up yet. Usually, no matter how delicious something is, the more you eat, the less joy you feel. Economics calls this the law of diminishing returns. In life, it's known as getting tired of it. But this law seems not to apply to buns. With each bun he eats, there's a new surprise. Some buns have lots of soup, some have large meat chunks, some are exceptionally delicate, some hide bits of ginger. It seems the buns hold many secrets waiting to be discovered. He even feels the urge to eat another 14. Unfortunately, at that moment, his unreliable stomach starts to react, signaling fullness. Li Asi looks at Yellow Hair's absent-minded expression, grinning from ear to ear. Doubting Brother Lan's skills. Are you convinced now? Yesterday when they ate, they were all so moved they cried on the sofa. Xiao Chen might not care about such doubts, but Li Asi wants to prove a point. He deliberately clears his throat and asks, "Buddy, why aren't you leaving? Don't tell me you still want to cause trouble for us?" Yellow Hair's quick temper doesn't calm down just because he ate a few buns. As soon as he hears Li Asi's provocation, he gets a bit annoyed. "You say you." Just as he raises his hand, he suddenly feels his stomach full, making him unable to speak. Eating 14 buns in one go is just too much. In this situation, it's best not to cause trouble, to avoid making yourself sick from sudden movements. He can't bear to vomit, the buns are expensive and too delicious. So Yellow Hair glares at Li Asi, "Wait, I'll come back tomorrow. If it's not good, I'll cause trouble." After his tough talk, he cradles his bulging stomach and leaves in small steps. As soon as Yellow Hair leaves, the onlookers immediately approach. To witness the whole spectacle, many even missed a green light. They observed Yellow Hair's changes and watched him boast about eating so many buns in one go. There's no need to verify if the buns are good or not, actions speak louder than words. "Boss, give me 2 meat buns. I'll have 2 as well." A girl who pays attention to her figure hesitates for a moment and says, "Give me 1 meat bun and 1 vegetable bun." Normally, she doesn't eat meat buns, knowing they are oily and fearing weight gain. But this vendor claims his meat buns are handmade. Handmade buns are rare nowadays, perhaps worth breaking her rule for once. Little does she know, breaking one rule might lead to irreversible changes. In the blink of an eye, a crowd gathers. And in another blink, the crowd disperses like a tide. They are not like Yellow Hair, those street rascals, they have to rush to work. Breakfast sales are like this, people come and go quickly. In a flash, Xiao Chen's place is completely empty. The green light starts flashing, leaving little time for everyone to cross the street. Just then, a young man with a backpack and a checkered shirt hurries over. Although he seems in a rush, he also appears to be in control. Clearly, he's the type who rushes to work every day, dancing on the edge of being late. But somehow, he always manages to clock in on time, earning the full attendance award every month. Of course, occasionally even a horse may stumble, one moment in heaven, the next in hell. Watching his reaction, you could see the green light flashing. The young man didn't immediately dash across the street but instead, with his small eyes behind the lenses, quickly scanned a few breakfast stalls. Analyzing that there were the fewest people here around Xiao Chen, he immediately rushed over. 2 meters away, he started shouting, "Boss, I'll take 4 meat buns." While shouting, he pulled out his phone to scan the payment code, truly racing against the clock. Even Xiao Chen, who is usually slow-paced, was infected by his sense of urgency, and the speed of taking out the buns increased. 10 yuan each, 40 yuan in total. Ha! The young man's mental CPU suddenly stalled. His finger was already pressing the number 8, ready to pay with his fingerprint. But Xiao Chen's price exceeded his expectations. Based on his years of buying breakfast, meat buns were 2 yuan each, so 4 would be 8 yuan. All the breakfast stalls sold buns wholesale. Maybe they all sourced from the same place, so pricing was naturally the same. Without asking, he directly made the payment. How could he have known that Xiao Chen's buns were 10 yuan each? This disrupted his rhythm. Could it be that seeing him in such a hurry, Xiao Chen took advantage of the situation to overcharge him? The young man wanted to stop and question the pricing. Or maybe he should just forget it and quickly buy from another stall. But he had no time. His schedule was planned down to every minute and second. If he didn't buy now, he would go hungry this morning. The only thing he could do was to look at Xiao Chen seriously. Remember this face and never buy from this stall owner again. The young man immediately made a decision. His fingers quickly deleted the 8, entered 40, and then paid with his fingerprint. His mind was spinning, but in reality, the time for thinking was just a split second. Wealth treasure 2. Before the voice announcement could finish, the young man had already snatched the buns from Xiao Chen's hand and dashed off. Total of 40 yuan. By the time the voice finished announcing the total, the young man with the backpack had already crossed the street. Behind him, the human-shaped green light flashed 3 times and suddenly turned red. The timing was just right. It seemed like there was little time left, but there was actually room to spare. Even Xiao Chen and Li Aci couldn't help but watch his back in admiration, saying, with this speed, how many years of practice must he have had? He must have been practicing martial arts since kindergarten to be so precise. 30 minutes later, Qin Gaojie barely made it to his seat with the last 15 seconds, panting for breath. After catching his breath for a moment, he put down his backpack, which contained his computer, and the 4 meat buns he bought from the unscrupulous vendor, who was none other than Xiao Chen. Qin Gaojie was the unfortunate guy who was forced to spend 40 yuan on buns, the king of punctuality, the young man with the backpack. Just now, on the subway, he had been cursing the unscrupulous vendor in his heart for a long time. His usual breakfast budget was only 8 yuan, but today it had increased by more than 5 times at once. How dare this stall owner sell buns for 10 yuan each? With 10 yuan, he could buy 2 bowls of noodles. Just from the fact that he carried a computer to and from work every day, it was clear that Qin Gaojie was a programmer by profession. Even in this third-tier city, programmers had relatively high-paying jobs. He had money, and his consumption philosophy was that he could buy expensive things, but not overpriced ones. Being cheated made him feel uncomfortable, as if he was being taken for a fool. So when he took out the 4 flattened buns, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. His colleague Xiao Chang, seeing him all sweaty, couldn't help but say, if you just woke up 5 minutes earlier every day, you wouldn't be in such a rush. Qin Gaojie, you don't understand. I'm racing against time. Xiao Chang was speechless. Big brother, the text racing against time from elementary school is meant to make you cherish time. It's not about wasting time when you have it, playing around until you're almost late and then rushing like crazy. Qin Gaojie's main stance was rebellious and not listening to advice. Mind your own business. I've already received the perfect attendance award for half a year in a row. As for you, humph. Xiao Chang was hit where it hurt and angrily kicked his knee. Apart from that, she couldn't do anything to him. Hurry up and have breakfast. You eat breakfast during work hours every day. Don't let the team leader catch you. Qin Gaojie remained as calm as a dog. It's fine, the team leader doesn't need to clock in. He's late by more than half an hour every day, which gives me enough time to finish breakfast and get rid of the smell. As he spoke, he leisurely untied the plastic bag. While opening his email, he stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth. Following his usual habit, eating 4 buns was more than enough in 3 minutes. But when he took the first bite, he felt like he wasn't eating the meat filling of the bun, but his brain. It was hard to describe the taste he experienced, he just felt his mind go blank all of a sudden. Or rather, his mind was clear and bright. He seemed to be in a very ethereal and focused state, unable to feel the environment around him, unable to hear the sounds around him. His full attention was focused on the meat bun in his mouth. Due to his rough storage, the bun had been flattened. Surprisingly, this didn't affect its deliciousness. Perhaps it did, but for him, it was still a taste he had never experienced in his life. The bun's skin, after being squeezed, had lost some of its elasticity, but because it was flattened, his teeth could ignore the resistance of the skin and bite directly into the meat filling. The sudden burst of freshness in that bite, with no buffering time, almost blew his soul away. Who am I? Where am I? What am I eating? This taste. It's so fresh. Wait, why did I say fresh? What is freshness? In Shin Gaojia's mind, he never used to think about things related to food. If there was something to eat, that was it. He was famously easy to please, sometimes just soy sauce with rice was enough for a day. But the meat bun in his hands suddenly dragged him into this kind of contemplation. It even seemed to be rising to a philosophical level. People know that among delicacies, the freshest taste comes from mountain delicacies and seafood. But it's hard to accurately describe what freshness is. All they know is that it's a complex, wonderful, and rich taste. Scientists have tried to extract freshness, but in the end, they only managed to create something called MSG from kelp. MSG was indeed a great discovery. But at this moment, Shin Gaojia was very certain that compared to real freshness, MSG was just a partial replica, a second-best choice. No seasoning could replicate the deliciousness of this meat bun. None. I dare you to argue. Shin Gaojia sucked on the meat juice of the bun while getting lost in philosophical contemplation. The taste of this bun was too sophisticated, too rich. In his shallow life, he had never encountered a similar template. He couldn't even imagine that there was anyone else in the world who could replicate this taste. This was a delicacy created by the hands of the gods. Such a delicacy was only selling for 10 yuan each, and he had actually thought it was expensive before. He simply didn't know how to appreciate good things. Shin Gaojia was so engrossed in eating that he almost entered a state of flow, so much so that he didn't notice at all. Unbeknownst to him, a circle of colleagues had gathered around him. This circle of colleagues were all talking at once, asking him, "What are you eating? Where did you buy the buns? It looks so delicious, can you sell me one? Damn, it smells so good. How did you bring it to the office to eat? Doesn't it affect people working? Hey, buddy, say something. Why aren't you reacting?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "What are you all doing here? Not working?" Upon hearing the team leader's voice, the crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. The team leader's nose caught a strong smell of meat in the air and immediately questioned, "Didn't we say no eating breakfast at the workstation?" Shin Gaojia. When Shin Gaojia came back to his senses, he was faced with the team leader's enlarged angry face. His colleague Xiao Cheng quietly pinched his arm, signaling him not to stare blankly and to respond quickly. However, despite his arm being pinched purple in 5 or 6 places, it was of no use. It wasn't until he finished eating the buns, nibbling on the plastic bag, that Shin Gaojia's eyes cleared up. He suddenly panicked. Team leader. What team leader? Look at what time it is now." He woke up as if from a dream, and belatedly glanced at the time on the computer screen. 30 minutes had already passed. Why? He hadn't felt the passage of time at all. "I told you not to eat at the workstation, dropping food attracts cockroaches. Look at how messy you are eating." Hearing the team leader say this, Shin Gaojia lowered his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw soup splattered on his computer keyboard. This was his own computer. It was as important as his wife. He had only been married for half a year, he couldn't afford to damage it. He quickly grabbed tissues to wipe it off. As he wiped, he inexplicably brought the tissue under his nose and took a deep sniff. In an instant, he forgot about everything, unable to help but make a sound of intoxication. "Ah, it smells so good." He remembered. The first bun he ate was tender and smooth. The second bun he ate was overflowing with meat juice. The soup must have splattered out at that moment. One meat bun had 2 completely different flavors. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had to buy more tomorrow to taste it again. "Shin Gaojia, I'm talking to you, and you're still staring blankly. Come with me to the meeting room." Just then, the team leader's shout finally caught Shin Gaojia's attention. He saw the team leader's grim face and couldn't help but feel miserable. Oh no, walking by the river often leads to wet shoes today. It seemed that a scolding was inevitable. Xiao Chen's influence on Fomin district was like a butterfly flapping its wings. The storm was brewing. For someone like Qin Gaojie, getting scolded was considered lucky after messing up. Some people, once they mess up, end up in jail. That blonde guy in the morning, after having breakfast today, planned to do something big. Tang Gu, who introduced him to the business, initially taught him pickpocketing skills. After the blonde guy mastered about 70 to 80%, Tang Gu said he would take him to do something big, like breaking into a house. Tang Gu had been eyeing a particular household for a long time. Basically, he had figured out the family's routine. He knew when the homeowner went to work, when no one was home, and when they would return. After half a month of reconnaissance, Tang Gu set today as the action time. However, just before they set off, the blonde guy covered his mouth and called Tang Gu. "Sorry, Tang Gu, I might not be able to make it today." Gie, hearing the chicken-like sound coming from the phone, Tang Gu furrowed his brow. "What's wrong with you? Don't tell me you got pecked by a chicken?" The blonde guy felt ashamed. "No. Gie, I ate too much. Mainly, I ate too fast and choked. Gie, I got chest pain from burping. Gie, it was really uncomfortable, so I came to the hospital." Tang Gu immediately got angry. "Damn it, you brat. You talk big but can't deliver. I left this great opportunity for you on purpose, to help you make money, and you pull this on me. You stood me up at the last minute." This time, their plan for burglary involved posing as a moving company to empty the homeowner's house. "Since we're moving stuff, we have to put in some effort. Huang Mao is out of breath now, let alone moving furniture, even walking a few steps is exhausting. What's the point of moving anything?" Sorry, Tang Gie, how about we change it to tomorrow? I'll definitely be better by then." "Wait for you? Dream on. Finally found the chance when his neighbor is also out, and you want me to change the day." Tang scolded so loudly that the phone speaker was buzzing. "You fool, can't do anything right, can't even catch up to hot shit. I'm taking someone else today. None of your business. Go get yourself treated if you're sick." After yelling, Tang hung up the phone. Huang Mao looked at the phone screen, feeling frustrated, couldn't help but complain about the steamed bun seller. Really, why did he choose today of all days to set up his stall? "The buns are so delicious, it's really delaying my important matters." Little did he know that his important matter Tang would soon end up in jail for burglary. Life works in mysterious ways. Surprisingly, the owner of the house didn't go to work today. More precisely, the owner had left for work but returned shortly after. At that moment, while Huang Mao was devouring 14 buns at Xiao Chen's stall, the owner was watching at the intersection. He was about to cross the road, but seeing Huang Mao enjoy the buns so much, he couldn't resist buying some to taste. They passed each other, but unfortunately, Huang Mao didn't recognize the owner as Tang deliberately didn't provide much information to him, fearing he might act before him. Little did he know, by guarding against Huang Mao, he trapped himself. The owner bought 2 buns, finished them while crossing the road. The enticing taste made him hesitate for a long time. Unable to resist the temptation, he turned back to buy a few more. This back and forth delayed him, and he was bound to be late. Being late meant a deduction in salary, but no need to apply for leave. The owner simply applied for half a day off and planned to go to work in the afternoon. Then he returned to Xiao Chen's bun stall, enjoyed another round of buns. After wiping his mouth, he packed 10 more to take home. As the owner leisurely strolled back to his doorstep, he coincidentally witnessed Tang and his accomplices moving things out of his house. Should he report them or not? Tang and his accomplices struggled to carry down a fridge as the owner raised his phone to record them. The police arrived with their body cameras. There was also a nearly new silver bracelet, one for each of them, no need to fight over it. The police, hands behind their backs, said with a smile, well, you two are quite the pair, engaging in criminal activities early in the morning, quite creative, huh? Being seen by the owner, it's fate that you're caught but not imprisoned. Carry the fridge, sofa, and washing machine back to the owner's place. How heavy are they? Tang and his accomplice looked at each other. Indeed, how heavy, just managed to bring it down, now they have to carry it back up. How can you police be so heartless even after catching criminals? On the other side, Xiao Chen suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! 2 Class C criminals captured, successful arrest. Reward of 40,000 yuan and 400 points, keep up the good work. Oh, someone got caught? Xiao Chen, as usual, had no idea who the criminals were or where they were caught. He only knew that the system would attribute all food-related crimes to him. He couldn't help but sigh softly, truly a den of thieves, the density of criminals is too high. I've only been at the stall for a few hours and already caught 2. But, could it be that the one caught isn't Huang Mao from this morning? When Huang Mao arrived this morning, Xiao Chen noticed that the red light on the snack cart was on. Fortunately, the red wasn't too intense, not to the extent where Xiao Chen wanted to report it immediately. Perhaps Huang Mao had a bit of a shady past, but the amount involved in the crime wasn't significant.
Looking quite young, perhaps he will mature and walk the right path in the future.
Never expected to get caught so soon.
Being caught might not be a bad thing after all. As the old man lost his horse, who knows if it's not a blessing in disguise.
If surrounded by a swamp-like environment, people around will only drag him down.
Breaking free from such an environment, starting anew after hitting rock bottom, might not be a bad thing. However, at this moment, Huang Mao had no idea he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He was unaware that burglary was a more serious crime compared to his usual petty thefts. Burglary exceeding 1,000 yuan could lead to up to 3 years of imprisonment. If he had continued helping Tanggu empty houses, the amount would have far exceeded this. Spending 140 yuan on a bun had saved him from 3 years in prison, a definite stroke of luck. Tanggu, who led him astray, had already been caught. If Huang Mao stopped now, perhaps a new chapter in life could unfold. Unfortunately, he was unaware that he stood at a crossroads in life. Looking back years later, it seemed like an ordinary moment. After seeing the doctor, Huang Mao sat in the hospital corridor to rest. These public seats were constantly occupied by other patients coming and going hurriedly, holding various registration forms, test reports, and examination results, wishing they had 8 hands. Even with a bag, it was stuffed full, unable to zip up due to everything crammed inside. Sometimes overwhelmed, juggling things around, the phone might be casually placed on the chair. As Huang Mao watched, the urge to steal crept up on him. Seeing something slightly better, he felt it belonged to him, wanting to return it to its rightful owner. At that moment, a well-dressed beautiful woman hurriedly sat next to him. She had just come from the gynecology department, holding a stack of examination reports.
Huang Mao glanced, unable to understand the pile of text, unsure about the tests.
But he noticed the medical insurance balance on the payment slip, amounting to tens of thousands.
What a strong financial capability! Huang Mao formally assessed the beautiful woman.
She carried a high-quality handbag and wore a subtly luxurious women's gold watch on her wrist.
Apart from that, not many accessories, but the overwhelming elegance was undeniable.
The woman, unaware of who she was chatting with, continued typing with her right hand non-stop. When she got emotionally involved in the conversation, she placed her bag on the bench and typed with both hands.
Huang Mao could no longer suppress his evil thoughts.
Feeling relieved and energized, he took off his coat, creating a distraction. The woman next to him subconsciously glanced at him, then resumed typing and messaging. Shielded by the coat, Huang Mao's hand stealthily reached out, slowly touching the edge of the bag. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly grabbed the bag and stuffed it into his coat. His movements were so quick that the woman didn't notice she had been robbed, still engrossed in her conversation.
Huang Mao casually stood up, subtly accelerating his pace, almost breaking into a run.
Not long after, a heavy kick struck his lower back, causing Huang Mao to fall unexpectedly.
Damn thief, dare to steal my wife's stuff. Put the bag down. It was the woman's husband who had arrived. The woman had been so agitated while typing because she was scolding him for being late. Stuck in traffic after a business meeting, he was already flustered from the delay and caught sight of Huang Mao stealing the bag from a distance. This kick knocked the wind out of Huang Mao once again. Just as he tried to get up from the ground, barely lifting his buttocks, he received another blow. The man kicked him forward several meters. Huang Mao rolled and crawled, using both hands and feet to scramble away. Move! Get out of the way! Don't block the path!
The man, realizing his kick had propelled Huang Mao forward, shouted loudly behind him.
Catch him! He's a thief! Huang Mao smirked inwardly, knowing that shouting was futile.
Unless you can catch up with me, there's no chance of any passers-by lending a hand. This is Feng'an district, where there are more thieves on the streets than ordinary people. Huang Mao has stolen so many times, and several times he was caught in the act by passers-by. Some passers-by are afraid of trouble and dare not warn the victims at all. Others might help as a cover but later demand a share of the loot.
This is a hospital, everyone is preoccupied, who would help?
Suddenly, 5 legs stretch out in front of him, trying to trip him.
Oh crap!
After narrowly jumping over them, 6 arms reach out simultaneously, attempting to grab his hair.
Damn it! Huang Mao ducks, losing 6 clumps of hair from his scalp but manages to escape. Overcoming numerous obstacles, dawn is just ahead. Huang Mao smirks triumphantly.
Mid-laughter, an elderly lady carrying an 4 drip stands in front of him. Trembling, she grabs the mobile 4 stand with a stainless steel base on 5 wheels and swings it towards Huang Mao with force.
Ah! No, don't! A direct hit knocks Huang Mao out cold.
The lady staggers back a few steps from the recoil, almost falling before a nurse catches her. Barely steady, she points at Huang Mao and scolds, "You despicable scoundrel, stealing outside is one thing, but stealing from patients in the hospital." Other passers-by don't stand idly by, they all rush forward to subdue him. Some step on his hands, others sit on his waist, one even straddles his face with their legs.
The anger of the crowd is surprisingly unanimous. How shameless, stealing in a hospital. You little thief, don't you have sick family members? Don't you ever get sick yourself? Stealing money in a hospital, have you no shame? Thieves in hospitals should have their legs broken before being taken to the police station. Huang Mao's features distort under the pressure, tears slowly trickle from his mouth, wetting someone's pants. He doesn't understand why there are so many righteous passers-by helping catch thieves in the hospital. Is it because hospitals have a special aura that even the most indifferent people become righteous there? Tangu, who introduced him to this, forgot to mention that even in a den of thieves, let alone a hospital, there is an unspoken agreement to maintain order and make it a sanctuary. Because everyone gets sick, and when they do, they go to the hospital. Today, Huang Mao thought a patient's bag looked valuable, he could sell it for a good sum. Tomorrow, he might steal life-saving money from someone in the hospital. If you don't help others, they won't help you, and when it's your turn, you'll suffer. As Huang Mao is being taken to the police station, he suddenly struggles violently. He spots a roadside snack stall, realizing he won't be able to buy meat buns at the crossroads tomorrow. They had agreed to flip the stall tomorrow. He wonders what the punishment for theft will be, and if the stall owner will still be there when he gets out. Will his family still have hopes for him? Will society accept him with a criminal record? He feels a loss of control over his future, regretting deeply. Wah, I was wrong, I won't steal again. At that moment, Xiao Chen is preparing to close his stall. Suddenly, he hears the system's voice again. Ding! 1 D-level criminal captured, successful arrest. Reward of 5,000 yuan and 50 points, keep up the good work. Oh my! This density is too high. Just this morning, they caught 3. How many more are out there? Liaci overhears Xiao Chen muttering and asks, what density? Nothing, let's close up quickly. Their buns had been on sale for 4 hours and still hadn't sold out. After all, it was the first day of setting up the stall, and the prices were high, not everyone was willing to try. So even though Xiao Chen had lifted the restrictions and there was no limit on purchases, there were still leftovers. Liaci urged him vigorously, go back, there are only a few dozen buns left, I can finish them all by myself. Xiao Chen chuckled. He didn't plan to go back because he was afraid Liaci would finish them alone. He closed his stall because he saw other stall owners closing up, and after they did, they all walked in the same direction. Xiao Chen felt that everyone didn't seem like they were heading home. Sure enough, following everyone, he discovered an old street market 100 meters away. The pace of life here was slow, mainly because most people didn't have regular jobs and many would sleep until 10 a.m. before going out to find food. These breakfast stall owners could sell a batch at the intersection in the morning and then come to the market to sell another batch. Both busy and idle people made money, and everyone learned something. Unlike the frantic pace of the morning rush, the atmosphere at the market was noticeably more relaxed. Both buyers and sellers took their time, even buying a single scallion would lead to a half-hour chat. Xiao Chen doubted their intentions were solely about the wine. Perhaps they were just bored at home and wanted to chat and socialize, so they came out to buy and sell vegetables. Xiao Chen simply took out a small stool, sat down, and watched leisurely. This casual observation led him to witness an interesting scene. He saw a middle-aged man in flip-flops casually carrying 2 garlic bulbs bumping into people in the crowd accidentally. Each time, his hand would conveniently brush against someone's waist, thigh, or buttocks. Oh my, what a pervert! Liaci followed Xiao Chen's gaze and quickly noticed something amiss. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, covering his mouth as he whispered to Xiao Chen, oh my, not even sparing the elderly. Oh my, not even sparing the elderly. Liaci was so angry he rolled up his sleeves. I'll catch the scum and bring him back. Don't act impulsively. Xiao Chen straightened Liaci's sleeves and pulled him back to the small stool. Take another look, is he after looks or money? Ha! After Xiao Chen's reminder, Liaci widened his eyes and looked carefully. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, the man was actually targeting the pockets on the sides of thighs and buttocks. Those without pockets turned away, and the man didn't touch them. Oh, he's a thief. Being so brazen in broad daylight, I'll catch him. Liaci stood up, but Xiao Chen pulled him back. When you see a cockroach in the kitchen, killing one won't solve the problem, you need to eradicate them all. Don't rush to expose yourself, take a closer look, is there only one pickpocket? Xiao Chen, with years of experience in cutting vegetables, had developed sharp eyes. Combined with the residual knowledge of criminal investigation in the original host's mind, his insight had qualitatively improved. Even he was surprised that he could notice so many details. It seemed the original host was just lacking in physical fitness and experience,
but in other aspects, he was quite competent, otherwise, he wouldn't have passed the police exam. However, there was another possibility. The thieves here were just too bold, even rookie officers could see through them. Lia Si's observation skills were not as strong as Xiao Chen's, but when he calmed down and observed a bit longer, he also noticed 1, 2, 3.
Oh my! This market, so many thieves. Some worked in pairs, one creating a distraction on the left while the other swiftly pickpocketed from the right. Some people hold a pair of tweezers in their hands, using them as naturally as if the tweezers were their third hand. When still, only a faint outline can be seen under the sleeve. When in motion, the tweezers move with such speed that the eye cannot catch when they are released or retrieved. Liaci pointed out sharply, what's the difference between this and a martial soul's true form? Some thieves have more traditional and dangerous techniques. Relying solely on 2 fingers and a half blade hidden between their fingers, they roam the streets. Fingers are more agile than tweezers, and blades are easier to conceal. Blades cut and fingers steal. They approach like ghosts and leave without a sound. Victims often cannot even perceive when the thief comes and goes. However, encountering a pickpocket with such skill is considered lucky. If faced with a novice wielding a blade, a slight tremor upon being discovered could lead to a bloody disaster. After observing for a while, in this small market, pickpockets displayed at least 6 major techniques, including pincer attacks, diversion tactics, misdirection, flashy moves, decisive actions, and swift thefts. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, I remember being taught during training that there are 13 common pickpocketing techniques, but today's display is textbook level. Liaci was so scared that he tightly held onto his phone, fearing it might be stolen. With so many thieves here, should we just stand by and watch? Shouldn't we warn others? Xiao Chen replied, who are we to warn them? Do you think these thieves just appeared today? Soon, Liaci understood what Xiao Chen meant. A middle-aged woman finished selecting her vegetables and prepared to pay. She lifted her clothes, revealing cotton pants, untied the waistband, then pulled out a pair of red long johns from underneath, untied another waistband, followed by a green pair of long johns, and untied a third waistband. Finally, she reached inside and pulled out a small pouch sewn into the crotch of the pants, containing a stack of bills. Although the bills seemed thick, they were mostly small denominations, totaling no more than 30 yuan. The woman moistened her thumb with saliva and counted the money one by one. She handed over 5 yuan, received 2 cents in change, and put the coins in her pocket, readying the 3 waistbands securely. There were no loopholes in her actions. The pickpockets lurking nearby, unable to find an opportunity, could only leave in frustration. Another young man was about to make a mobile payment. He unzipped his down jacket, revealing a sweater underneath. Under the sweater was a vest, and under the vest, a shirt with a pocket on the chest containing a phone. He took out his phone to make the payment, then placed it back in the pocket, tucked the sweater into his pants, and zipped up his jacket. As he left, he carried the groceries in his left hand and covered his chest with his right hand, emphasizing multiple layers of protection. The pickpockets around him, frustrated by his vigilance, grumbled loudly. The screen is cracked, yet he's acting all grand. I thought it was the latest model. With this condition, even a second-hand store owner would only offer me 10 yuan and tell me to scram. After cursing, the pickpockets left in anger. Liaci was speechless. Oh my. His defense equipment is top-notch. And these thieves are too audacious, openly targeting people face to face. In a kitchen with many cockroaches, chefs who can't stand them would have gone crazy with extermination. The rest have accepted the fact of coexisting with cockroaches and developed a unique way of living together. As long as there are no cockroaches in the food served to customers, it doesn't matter even if they crawl all over the place. Xiao Chen shared his experience from his past life. Similarly, the residents of these thieves' dens have long mastered the art of coexisting with the thieves. Liaci gave him a thumbs up, profound. So instead of worrying about others, it's better to worry about ourselves. Let's sew an inner pocket in our clothes when we go back tonight. Be cautious in all things. As the two whispered to each other, they suddenly heard a voice, Boss, do you have any buns left to sell here? Xiao Chen and Liaci looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Oh my! The reason for their shock was the customer standing in front of the bun stall. Everyone was wearing down jackets, but he was wearing floral shorts and a t-shirt. What kind of audacious person was this? Zhou Haochuan was a homebody, or perhaps one could call him a freelancer. His main job was to play games as a game booster, occasionally live streaming his gameplay. Originally not from Feng'an district, he had deliberately moved from another city. He chose to live here purely because the rent was low. He knew the reason for the low rent here was that it was a thieves' den, but this had no effect on him. His work nature and lifestyle habits simply did not give thieves a chance to steal from him. If there was nothing urgent, he generally didn't go out. If there was something, he tried his best not to go out.
He relied on takeout for food and drinks, left trash at the door, and gave the landlady an extra 100 yuan each month to help take out the garbage.
The landlady was very happy. She was willing to do it for free.
Because Zhou Haochuan bought all his daily necessities online, there were often many empty delivery boxes to dispose of, which could fetch a good amount of money when sold as scrap. Today, Zhou Haochuan calculated that he hadn't left the building for a full 5 months. The vegetable market was downstairs, so he decided to go down for a visit, only to realize something was amiss as soon as he stepped out. It was already winter, but he was dressed for summer. The north wind blew, the cold wind swept, and his leg hair stood on end, almost freezing him silly. The way others looked at him made him seem even sillier. However, since he was already out, he quickly bought something near the entrance and hurried back. The stall he chose was Xiao Chen's bun stall. Xiao Chen replied to his inquiry, "We have meat buns, pickled vegetable buns, and brown sugar buns. Meat buns are 10 yuan each, the other 3 are 6 yuan each."
So expensive. Zhou Haochuan was shocked, his already purple face turning slightly blue.
Xiao Chen thought this customer would be like the elderly people who had asked about the prices before, find it expensive, and then leave. But his next words were, "So expensive, then I must taste the flavors." This made Xiao Chen choke on the words handmade, hence expensive, that were stuck in his throat, with no chance to say them.
"Boss, one of each type of bun for me." What an odd person. It seemed he was also quite curious. However, he was quite cautious and didn't ask for more, not wanting to be taken advantage of. Xiao Chen quickly opened the steamer, putting 2 buns in a bag, dividing the 4 buns into 2 bags. One sweet, one savory. In the meantime, Zhou Haochuan had already paid quickly.
He put his phone in his pocket, took the buns, didn't differentiate, and randomly picked one lucky bun to eat first. With one bite, his eyes widened suddenly. The taste on his tongue was sweet. It was the brown sugar bun. The filling of the brown sugar bun was just brown sugar.
Its preparation didn't involve as many steps as the meat bun, with a relatively simple taste and a mild aroma.
However, without a competing filling, the dough needed by Xiao Chen became the absolute star. The dough was soft, fluffy, and elastic. Zhou Haochuan hadn't eaten buns in a long time. He had heard that nowadays buns were all frozen in wholesale. But the more he chewed, the more confused he became. There was an extremely strong wheat aroma in the crust, so strong that he suspected it contained artificial flavoring. But it was clearly not the kind of cheap artificial flavoring. It was too natural. Natural to the point where one could almost taste the changing seasons from spring to autumn, and feel the gentle sunlight lasting for 100 days from sunrise to sunset. The more he tasted, the more shocked he became.
Was it because he had been missing out, or had the frozen food industry secretly evolved behind his back? Had industrial technology advanced to the point where machines could produce such delicate and chewy dough skins?
Since he was young, he had always disliked the crust of steamed buns and buns, finding them dry and coarse, making his throat feel scratchy. When eating buns, he would always split them in half and eat the filling first. As he grew older, this habit faded away. Because the wholesale buns were getting smaller and smaller, he could now eat the filling in one bite without having to split them open. However, the crust of this bun now gave him a feeling that even without the filling, even if it were made of plain flour, he would still enjoy it.
He was really enjoying it.
Just the crust alone could give this bun a perfect score. With the second bite, he deliberately avoided the red sugar filling, taking a bite from the other side. He didn't want the ordinary red sugar filling to ruin the premium texture of the crust. Reluctantly swallowing the last bite of the bun skin, only the red sugar filling remained. Before even tasting it, he already had an expectation in his heart. This red sugar was probably going to be sickeningly sweet. Children love sweets, no matter how sweet they are. They never get tired of them because they are growing and need a lot of energy. Adults are different. They have already finished growing vertically, so eating more sweets will only make them grow horizontally.
Excess energy becomes a burden. That's why 3/4 sugar milk tea and sugar-free cola are becoming more popular among adults. Zhou Haochuan hadn't eaten a red sugar bun in at least 5 years. Following the principle of not wasting, he frowned and swallowed the red sugar filling in one gulp. I originally intended to swallow it all in one go, but with a casual flick of my tongue, I couldn't seem to stop as if I were addicted.